Chapter 531. Inside the courtyard. After listening to the conversation between Yu Jingzi and the investigator, Xianxia silently retracted his divine sense. He finally understood everything and the cause of today's farce. Yu Jingzi. This person's cultivation was not high, but his ambition was very great. Just like Prometheus in Western mythology, Yu Jingzi did not do this for fame or profit. He was willing to take the risk of angering the Wu Lian and forcibly sprinkle a seed of fire in this world for the sake of his ideals. This Dao fire. It was the flame of inheritance that had been extinguished for a long time. Since the first appearance of the heaven and earth anomaly, the heaven and earth spirit qi on earth had been recovering for nearly 2 years. 2 years to Xianxia was just a snap of the fingers. In addition, he was a fat otaku who never left the house, so he naturally did not pay too much attention to the many subtle changes in the outside world. So what if it was recovering? At his level, the spirit qi was no longer the only condition to improve one's cultivation. Therefore, after the initial shock and excitement, Xianxia completely threw this matter to the back of his mind. Time flew by. Yan was already 7 years old. As long as 2 to 3 years had passed, many incomplete inheritances left behind from ancient times gradually flourished. What Yu Jingzi recited under the city tower today was an incomplete cultivation manual from ancient times. To Xianxia, this cultivation method was so simple that it was almost crude. However, to ordinary people who had never come into contact with cultivation methods, this cultivation method was comparable to a priceless treasure. There were always geniuses in the world who were far superior to ordinary people. They only needed to cultivate step by step according to the cultivation method, and they might really be able to successfully step into the Immortal sect. Qi refinement was just the beginning. However, this simple step seemed to be separated by mountains and seas and a natural moat. Take a step back and be mortal. Take a step forward and you will become an immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was ultimately just a step. The ancestor once said, Confucians use literature to break the law, while chivalrous people use martial arts to break the law. With the recovery of spirit qi and the gradual rise of inheritances, the existing social order on Earth would definitely be severely impacted. Not to mention the threat that the cultivators posed was far greater than that of ordinary firearms. Once they succeeded in their cultivation, they would be able to overturn mountains and seas and pluck stars and moons with just a wave of their hands. They would be like human-shaped nuclear bombs walking on the streets. And when cultivators possessed such strength, who could guarantee that? Could they be like Xianxia, who stayed at home all day taking care of their children and playing with their cats? One person could destroy a city. One person was enough to overturn a country. Although the world is big, I am the law. Where could they not go? Who did they not dare to kill? Therefore, 2 years ago, Wu Lian confirmed that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was beginning to recover, and that the ancient legacies were beginning to show signs of emerging. Together with the military, they came up with the first 5-year plan. Within 5 years, Wu Lian would do everything in his power to cultivate as many cultivators as possible who were loyal to the motherland. These cultivators, who were personally trained by Wu Lian, were one of the important pillars that Wu Lian would rely on to maintain the security of Wuxia in the future. In addition, Wu Lian strengthened their control over the cultivation world. For the cultivation legacies that had existed long before the spiritual qi recovery, Wu Lian mainly used coercion and enticement. While promising them all kinds of benefits, they also threatened them with nuclear bombs. Either they joined the Wu Lian or they waited for the nuclear bomb to be leveled. There was no room for negotiation. Otherwise, as time went on, once an existence that even nuclear weapons could not destroy appeared, Wu Lian would have to pay more than 100 times the price if they wanted to restrain these people. Using thunderous means to show the kindness of a bodhisattva. The Wu Lian was a powerful weapon of the country, not a dictatorial force. Since they could obtain all kinds of benefits out of thin air if they joined, even the most noble cultivator would think twice before refusing. Moreover, even a 1,000-year-old turtle like Jiang Yan was willing to join. In fact, it already showed that joining the Wu Lian was definitely a very wise decision. Therefore, after the first 5-year plan was proposed, Wu Lian successfully gathered most of the cultivation legacies in Wuxia. The plan went smoothly. In fact, as long as the first 5-year plan was successfully achieved, Wu Lian would consider opening the cultivation legacies to the public and take the initiative to take responsibility for promoting the development of the cultivation world. But it was a pity. Not everyone could think from the perspective of the country. Therefore, no matter how good Wu Lian's plan was, it could not win everyone's approval. When the forest was big, there were naturally all kinds of birds. Perhaps these cultivators did not recognize their national identity from the beginning to the end. Although they were born and raised in Wuxia, they did not have the concept of a country in their hearts, so they could not understand the Wu Lian's actions. In ancient times there was no Wu Lian, but everyone cultivated well. How come after the Wu Lian ordinary people could not cultivate? Therefore, in the second year of the spiritual qi recovery, pioneers like Yu Jingzi, who had great ambitions and cared about the common people, stepped forward one after another. They believed that cultivation should be free and unrestrained, so they could not accept the Wu Lian's unified management model. What kind of **T country was this? Cultivation was one's own business. What did it have to do with the country? Since the Wu Lian wanted to suppress the cultivation legacies and prevent ordinary people from cultivating, these pioneers should bravely step forward and spread the cultivation fire seed for the world. A single spark could also start a prairie fire. Yu Jingzi was not the first and presumably would not be the last. But unlike other people who secretly preached, Yu Jingzi's thoughts were more extreme, and his style of doing things was more daring. How developed was the internet these days? As long as there was a farce, it would spread throughout the country almost instantly. Preaching under Tiananmen Square. Today's incident was so big that even the Wu Lian could not block and delete the related videos and audio immediately. Of course, after ordinary people saw it, they might just chuckle, click like, and then scroll down to watch another video. This was what most people did, but it was definitely not what everyone did. As long as 1 in 1,000 people was willing to carefully study what Yu Jingzi was talking about, then he would definitely be able to benefit from it. Since the fire seed had been thrown, the next step was to see when it could start a prairie fire. The world is going to change. In the courtyard, Xianxia silently sighed. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he quickly got up and took out a laptop from his room. Don't forget, long before becoming an immortal cultivator, Xianxia was also a diligent programmer, and the kind with excellent professional skills. Yo, it's been deleted so quickly? Xianxia took the laptop and did a simple search. He found that the news about today's farce had been mostly deleted by the Wu Lian, leaving only some 404 pages that had not been updated in time. Therefore, he decisively used his specialty. After a series of fierce operations, he opened a slightly strange website on the laptop. Yu Jingzi, oh, it's here. The update of the information is quite timely. So this is the limit of this cultivation technique. Then what should I do after I reach foundation establishment? This kind of trash can be sold for 5 million. Are you kidding me? Kaveka cried. I'm so sorry, I really don't want to stop updating. Chapter 532. The web page Xianxia was browsing at this moment was not a web page that could be accessed by ordinary people. This was the legendary dark web. Since Wu Lian had blocked related events, Xianxia wanted to go to the dark web to see if there was any top-secret information that was not known to the public. Of course, he had to enjoy it to his heart's content. The result was just as Xianxia expected. Since the beginning of the recovery of spirit qi, countries around the world had taken corresponding actions. It was just that when it came to the management of the cultivation world, the control that capitalist countries had was far less than a socialist country like Wuxia. Therefore, many Western countries, especially traditional countries with a long history like England and France, had already established many large-scale cultivation organizations. Cultivation also meant extraordinary ability. For anyone, it was simply an irresistible temptation. As a result, in these short 2 years, the foreign cultivator organizations developed like a virus. Among them, the Knights Templar and the Wizard Association were the most famous. The website Xianxia was browsing at this moment, Solomon, was the world's largest dark web built and operated by the Knights Templar. In addition to conventional firearms and opium transactions, one could also buy all kinds of unconventional goods, such as beautiful women, slaves, human heads, and even military aircraft, tanks, and cannons that could not be obtained through conventional channels could all be bought here. Of course, the premise was that one had enough money. In addition to these things, the most eye-catching one was naturally the cultivation method. This was also a special product that had only appeared in the past 2 years. Perhaps Yu Jingzi had lost his mind after secluding himself in the mountains and did not know how to use modern technology flexibly. Therefore, when he had just finished teaching under Tiananmen City, The dark web had already listed the cultivation methods he had imparted. 5 million per copy, unlimited. In other words, as long as one person chose to pay, the Knights Templar could pick up 5 million for free. If 1,000 people bought, the Knights Templar could pick up 5 billion for free. What kind of concept was this? It was no wonder that Xianxia was surprised. After all, cultivation methods were written on paper, and how much did a piece of paper cost? Although his foundation cultivation pill was also very expensive, he still spent some money on it. Xianxia not only had to purchase the raw materials, but he also had to process them himself. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that selling cultivation techniques was more cost-effective. The dark web was not Taobao. Naturally, there was no detailed sales data on it. Therefore, Xianxia did not know how many copies of this cultivation method had been sold. However, Xianxia speculated that this set of cultivation method should not be able to sell many copies. Because it was incomplete. If he cultivated according to this cultivation method, he could only reach the peak of the qi refining stage at most. He was still thousands of miles away from the foundation establishment stage. However, what Xianxia did not expect was, up until now, the number of people who had bought this cultivation method had far exceeded the range he could imagine. Xianxia underestimated the attractiveness of cultivation methods to ordinary people. At the same time, he also underestimated the desire of foreigners for the inheritance of Wuxia. If it were not for the Wu Lian holding the fort outside, almost turning Wuxia into an iron bucket, there would have been assassins rushing into Wuxia with large-caliber sniper rifles to search for the ancient inheritance in the famous mountains and rivers. In this world, there were too few ancient inheritances as strong as Daiyu Island. More of them were individual cultivators like Yu Jingzi. Was the foundation establishment stage weak? That was equivalent to Xianxia's point of view. For ordinary people, the foundation establishment stage was second only to the celestial beings. Even according to Wu Lian's strength evaluation standards, the foundation establishment stage was at least an A-level expert. What did this mean? A mere incomplete cultivation method could make an ordinary person become an A-level expert. Now it was only selling for 5 million. Was it too expensive? Of course it was not. Therefore, when the farce of Yu Jingzi preaching in front of Tiananmen Square broke out, the whole world was in an uproar. It had to be said that the Wu Lian had really put in a lot of effort to maintain the security of Wuxia. No wonder there had been less and less news coming from abroad in recent years. It turned out that the Wu Lian had blocked all of it in advance. Even so, if the situation continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before Wuxia would once again bring out the policy of seclusion until the Wu Alliance completed the first 5-year plan. Other than trading, the most practical function of the dark web was intelligence and information exchange. This was the world's largest cultivator forum and also the world's largest news website. Xianxia browsed through the news channel and found that it was all about cultivators. For example, a knight commander of the Knights Templar had a fight with a Brahmin boss some time ago. Or, a high-ranking member of Yinyang Liao had a fight with a white-robed wizard of the Sorcerers Association. If the two sides fought in public, the website would even list the actual combat videos. This is interesting. I wonder if my name is on it? Let's search. Xianxia seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He did not do anything for the whole day. He just sat in the courtyard with his computer and browsed the website while drinking tea. Unlike official websites, searching for content on the dark web cost money. It cost a few hundred yuan each time. Therefore, Xianxia spent a lot of effort and finally got past the surveillance of the Wuxia Internet Police and successfully tied his bank card to the dark web. As the notifications of successful purchases kept ringing, Xianxia found several pieces of information about him in a short while. Oh, there's really something. Mr. Chen, real name unknown, age unknown, from Wuxia, strength evaluation X, third on the heaven leaderboard, main experience. Defeated the leader of the Dark Ghost sect, Su Feng, at the peak of Taihang Mountain in Wuxia. Compared to Xianxia's other achievements, the battle with Su Feng at Taihang Mountain was too eye-catching. Therefore, it was not surprising that it was recorded by the dark web. Other than that, Xianxia also found several pieces of information about himself. However, the sources of these pieces of information did not seem to be reliable. Therefore, the dark web labeled them as unconfirmed. Third on the heaven leaderboard? Xianxia noticed this so-called ranking. Therefore, he tried to click on the two words, Heaven Leaderboard. He did not expect a window to pop up on the web page. I have to pay for this. They must be crazy poor. After silently ridiculing him, Xianxia obediently handed over the money. Then he saw a detailed list made by the Knights Templar after a few rounds of review. Chapter 533. Just like the status of the Forbes list in people's hearts, this strength list created by the Knights Templar had been unanimously recognized by almost all cultivators in the world since the moment it was released. Therefore, this list was also known as the Heaven List. The list recorded almost all the cultivators who had shown their prowess in various parts of the world. As long as a cultivator had fought in public, the Knights Templar would use this cultivator's battle record and cultivation base, as well as the evaluation of some more authoritative organizations such as the Wu Lian and Yinyang Liao. Finally, this cultivator would be listed on the Heaven List in order of strength. Just like the Forbes list, the Heaven List only had 500 names. Therefore, being listed on the Heaven List was the highest honor in the hearts of almost all cultivators. Xianxia was also on the list and he was ranked in the top 3. Unlike the free information he had seen before, the information Xianxia saw after he paid for it was more complete. Almost every name was followed by a few hundred or even a few thousand words of detailed information. Mr. Chen, real name unknown, age unknown, from Wuxia, strength evaluation X, ranked 3rd on the Heaven List. In addition to this free information, the notes column attached to the Heaven List actually clearly recorded the reason why Xianxia was able to sit in the top 3. Apart from the battle with Su Feng, Mr. Chen has not fought with anyone in public, so there is no way to know his specific cultivation base. According to reliable information obtained from within the Wu Lian, Mr. Chen should be recognized as the strongest person within the Wu Lian. There are even rumors that say that even Lin Tingfeng, who is currently ranked 1st on the Heaven List, does not seem to have the confidence to beat Mr. Chen. Therefore, the Knights Templar combined all the information they currently have and made an exception to list Mr. Chen as the 3rd on the Heaven List. If there are any objections, you can go to Wuxia to find Mr. Chen and fight him. The Knights Templar are willing to follow you all the way and take the initiative to be the witnesses. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but shake his head and laugh. Why did they make it the same as Bai Xiaoxing's Jianghu weapon manual? If they did this, wouldn't that be encouraging the cultivators to fight crazily for a false reputation? Xianxia didn't really care about his ranking. After he roughly browsed through the list, he found that this list wasn't very reliable. It was even a little too one-sided. Perhaps it was because the Wu Lian had blocked all relevant information, so even though Daiyu Island had joined the Wu Lian, there was no one with the surname Jiang on the Heaven roll. If the Heaven leaderboard was really as authoritative as imagined, how could there not be anyone with the surname Jiang on it? Even if Xianxia was not included, Jiang Yan should still be number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard. How could an ordinary person compare to an old tortoise that had lived for over 1,000 years? Thus, it was fine to just take a look at this list, but one must not take it seriously. Lin Tingfeng, 1st on the Heaven leaderboard? Although Xianxia didn't really care about this list, he still subconsciously clicked on the detailed introduction of the number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard. It was just like how everyone knew that the world's highest peak was Mount Everest, but very few people knew that the world's second highest peak was Chogori Peak. This was human nature, and Xianxia was no exception. Therefore, the number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard was really quite eye-catching. As the current number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard, Lin Tingfeng was not only one of the founders of the Wu Lian, but also one of the 3 divine pillars of Wuxia. The so-called 3 divine pillars were actually the 3 giants of the Wu Lian. One had to know that long before Xianxia returned to Earth, the 3 divine pillars were already famous all over the world. If the 3 divine pillars could forcefully cultivate to the heavenly man level when spirit chi was exhausted, one could imagine how outstanding their talents were. Now that spirit chi had begun to recover, there might not be many changes in a short period of time. However, as time passed, the most outstanding among them would naturally be able to stand out from the vast masses. At this point, it was necessary to mention a classic biological term, which was catch-up growth. At the same time, it was also known as compensatory growth. If Xianxia guessed correctly, Earth should be in the catch-up stage now. After all, how powerful was Earth in ancient times? Because of the exhaustion of spirit chi, Earth had completely become what people called the Tianshu ruins. Therefore, once spirit chi on Earth began to recover, it would inevitably lead to an almost abnormal increase in the strength of cultivators. At present, the powerhouses on the Heaven leaderboard were mainly concentrated in the Heavenly Man level, which was the level above the Foundation Establishment level and below the Golden Core level. If things continued to develop according to the current momentum, Within 10 years, there should be someone who could take the lead in breaking through the golden core level and officially step into the Yuanying stage. Yuanying. What kind of concept was that? At that time the earth should also show a different appearance, right? Xianxia stood from the perspective of a bystander and roughly deduced the changes of Earth's future. Then he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. 10 years later, Earth would no longer be the stage for him, the great supreme Qin. It would be Nianyan's turn to shine. At the age of 17 or 18, wasn't it the best time for Nianyan to be in her prime and full of vigor? When he thought that Nianyan might face a new golden age in the future, Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy for his daughter from the bottom of his heart. At least, she didn't have to be like her father, who had to wander around for most of his life and go through untold hardships before finally finding the goal that he had been pursuing all his life. Wasn't that right? People often said that after having children, they would understand how difficult it was to be a parent. Family was always an endless topic, but parents were still the ones who contributed the most and received the least in return. Flowers could bloom again, but there was no youth in life. In the blink of an eye, time passed quickly. 2 years quietly slipped away just like that. Nianyan was 9 years old. During this time she skipped another grade from the 4th grade to the 5th grade. Therefore, not long after her 9th birthday, Nianyan officially ushered in her last summer vacation in elementary school. When school started again next time, she would be a 6th grade student. Did time pass quickly? No. Not at all. Because after having children we will find that time becomes worthless at all. After sending the child to school in the morning, in the blink of an eye, we have to wait patiently at the school gate for the child to finish school. Every day we have to care about the child's food and clothing as well as the child's mental health. In addition to accompanying the child to eat, play and chat, we have to constantly urge the child to study hard. Just like the lyrics of the song, "The magic of love spins in circles, thinking of you makes my heart bloom night and day." It was just that the song here was not about love but about family. From the moment the child was born, the child officially became the axis of the entire family, so parents had to revolve around the child every day. Early in the morning, after Nianyan had breakfast, she imitated Xianxia and brought out a rocking chair from the house. Then the father and daughter each held a large fan and lay in the chair leisurely fanning themselves. "Dad, you said, this time if I get first place in the grade again, you will take me to ride a horse. When are we going?" Nianyan leaned on the chair and poked Xianxia with the fan. After that, a look of anticipation appeared on her face. Sure enough, Dad would never let her down, just as she would not let Dad down. "Okay, when do you want to go?" "I think the weather today is pretty good, how about today?" "But you have to go back to the room and change your clothes. Don't wear a skirt, it's inconvenient." Hearing this, Nianyan's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly jumped off the chair excitedly, then grabbed Xianxia's hand and tried to pull him up from the chair. "Dad is so nice." Chapter 534. Presumably, every parent knew that their children changed their clothes very quickly. Although Nianyan had not yet entered puberty, her height was still steadily increasing at a rate of 5 centimeters per year. Just after her 9th birthday, Nianyan's height had already reached 135 centimeters. So even if she skipped 2 grades, she was not considered too short in the 6th grade. Her height was growing very quickly, so naturally she was wearing more and more clothes. Little brat. No, she should be called a little brat now. Perhaps she inherited her mother's aesthetic preference, so Nianyan was now more and more fond of wearing plain colors and simpler styles. Those colorful princess dresses had actually disappeared from her wardrobe for a long time. Qin Ruiying's face shape leaned towards an oval face. Since Nianyan inherited all of her mother's advantages, now that she was 9 years old, her face naturally lost some of the baby fat that was unique to children. Instead, she had a trace of a young girl's bright appearance. She was wearing a pure white dress with a simple ponytail on her head, coupled with her big bright eyes and the smile that was always on her face. If she put on some light makeup, she could simply be a Taobao children's clothing model. Hello, children's clothing model? But then again, it didn't seem like a good thing for a girl to be too beautiful. For example, Xianxia's mood was very complicated now. From the perspective of a father, Xianxia naturally hoped that his daughter was as beautiful as possible. But when his daughter really grew up, there would be passers-by who couldn't help but pick up their phones to secretly take pictures every day. Xianxia's mood became heavier and heavier. The cabbage at home was becoming more and more beautiful. What should he do in the future? In a blink of an eye, he was surrounded by little pigs waiting to be fed. He almost wanted to rush into his vegetable garden and eat this cabbage on the spot. Nian was only 9 years old. How could a 9-year-old child not look good? Don't you know that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood? He didn't even let go of such a young child. What a beast. When Nian really entered puberty and the secondary sexual characteristics appeared, Xianxia's worries would be a few hundred times greater than now. Compared to when she was 7 years old, Nian's mind was becoming more active, and her ability to express herself was also becoming stronger. Therefore she was now speaking one sentence after another. She truly had the temperament of a leader. In school she was the class monitor, a good student, and also the leader of the young pioneers. Different from many of the children of officials, these honors were fought for by her own performance. So not only was Nian famous in class, but she was also somewhat famous in school. If it wasn't for her young age, some precocious child would have made her the school belle. She was already a combination of wisdom and beauty, and if she added her omnipotent father into the mix, with such excellent conditions, it was unknown if there was anyone in this world who was worthy of her. So don't look at how Xianxia was worried that his daughter was too popular. Maybe in another 20 years he, as a father, would have to personally travel thousands of miles in the divine continent just to find a good partner for his daughter. Today's entertainment was horse riding. It wasn't the kind of wild horses that galloped recklessly on the prairie, but professional horse racing in the International Equestrian School. So after Xianxia let Nian go back to the room to change her clothes, the father and daughter were ready to set off. Here was something that needed to be mentioned. After 2 years of hard work, Qin Ruing's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the celestial being realm. Currently she was at the stage where she could break through at any time. So, during this period of time, Qin Ruing didn't attend the family gatherings. Instead, like Qin Xueqing and Qin Yongwang, she shut herself in her room all day long. This was the daily life of a cultivator. Other than cultivation there was only cultivation. Unless she reached Xianxia's realm, she still had a long way to go before she could go into seclusion. Nian seemed to have gotten used to Qin Ruing's recent seclusion. So after shouting from outside the door she skipped to Xianxia's side. Then she held onto Xianxia's arm and directly walked out of the courtyard. Dad, didn't you buy 4 lessons for me last time? I still have 2 lessons to attend. How about we come back later today and attend the remaining 2 lessons together? Okay, then we can only eat outside today. Later on you can't be picky about your food. As he spoke, Xianxia smiled and pinched her face. This child's mouth had already been spoiled by him. Now she basically didn't eat outside food, so he had to give her a heads up in advance. Okay, I'm not picky about my food. Perhaps it was because she had ridden a big cat when she was young. Ever since Xianxia took her to the racetrack, this little girl was completely infatuated with riding horses. Unfortunately, the land in Shangjing was too expensive. It was impossible to open a racetrack in the core city. So no matter how much she liked it, Xianxia couldn't take her to ride horses every day. The father and daughter chatted and laughed as they walked out of the gate of drooping flowers in large strides. But at this moment, all of a sudden, a strong demonic wind blew in the courtyard. It was clearly a bright and sunny morning, but the demonic wind in the courtyard was blowing so loudly that Nian couldn't open her eyes. Dad, is it going to rain? The little girl seemed to be frightened by the sudden demonic wind. So she hurriedly burrowed into Xianxia's arms. Seeing this, Xianxia thoughtfully looked back at the courtyard. Then he raised his left hand and lightly waved it. Following his wave, the heaven and earth suddenly quieted down. The wind stopped. Everything returned to normal. Nian, wait for me here. It might rain. I'll go back and get an umbrella. Nian didn't suspect anything. After nodding her head honestly, she obediently stood under the eaves and waited for Xianxia to go get an umbrella. Xianxia smiled and patted her head. Then he turned and walked into the courtyard. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of Xianxia again. Oh, you broke through? Congratulations. Like Qin Ruing, Qin Xueqing had been in seclusion during this time. Her sister-in-law's talent was excellent. In addition, she had a certain foundation in martial arts. So, in just a few years she completed the transformation from foundation establishment to golden core. The demonic wind just now was a fluctuation of vital energy that she accidentally set off when she came out of seclusion. After not seeing her for 2 years, her sister-in-law was still elegant. So when she saw Xianxia, the smile on her face suddenly turned cold. It's been 2 years. You lied to me in seclusion just to delay for 2 more years? Chapter 535. The atmosphere in the courtyard was a little awkward. In the face of Qin Xueqing's sudden accusation, Qianxia was stunned for a moment. Then he pretended to be surprised and asked, "What did I lie to you about?" After hearing Qianxia's self-righteous question, Qin Xueqing became even angrier. She frowned and opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to say something, but Qianxia didn't give her the chance. Before she could open her mouth again, Qianxia's side was like a string of cannons. Her mouth kept rattling. "Say we are relatives now. Can you not measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Didn't you practice the great wilderness physical exercise technique well? Why don't you recognize me now? Look at you now. Ice skin, jade bones and jade body are at the initial stage. You can block the attack of an ordinary Dharma treasure with just your physical body. What else are you not satisfied with? If you're still not satisfied, you can continue to practice. When you practice this technique to the highest level, you might be able to shatter the void with your physical body and step into the void realm in a whole new way." Looking at Qianxia's serious expression, those who didn't know would think that Qin Xueqing really took advantage of him. In fact, wasn't this cultivation method the same one he had given to the big cat before? What needed to be mentioned here was, whether it was Tianshu, Tianxian or Taiwei enclosure, the cultivation system in these places was mainly qi refinement. It was the most orthodox cultivation system known to immortal cultivators, which was the immortal cultivation method. However, with Qianxia's current experience, although the orthodox cultivation system was complete and strong, it didn't mean that other cultivation systems were necessarily weak. They were even regarded as wrong paths by others. For example, the martial arts that Qin Xueqing was learning now, or the magic and witchcraft on Earth, or even the deformed children that evolved from necromancers like the Onmyoji. The end of the qi refinement method was the immortal emperor. Then what was the end of the body refinement method? The reason why people couldn't see the end was because they hadn't found the path to the end. Cultivation methods were dead, but people were alive. The universe was vast and boundless. Who could be sure that the other cultivation holy lands would focus on qi refinement? Therefore, in the end it was still the same old saying, "The great Tao flowed like mercury and every grain was round." Therefore, Qianxia never asked about his sister-in-law's cultivation method. Since she liked to practice like this, then he would let her practice on her own. As her brother-in-law, the most he could do was give her some help from the side. For example, he could provide her with the Great Desolation body tempering technique and use it as inspiration. Perhaps it was because the big cat was a monster, so even after cultivating for so long, it was still stuck at the initial stage. On the other hand, after Qin Xueqing obtained the Great Desolation body forging technique, she was able to completely complete the first stage of transformation within a short span of 2 years. From then on, she became a true body cultivator. The Great Desolation body forging technique was found by Qianxia in the Sky Yen Divine Sects library. This was an incomplete body tempering technique, so Qianxia didn't want to give this technique to Qin Xueqing. The reason why he changed his mind and took the initiative to pass this technique to Qin Xueqing was mainly because Changhua and Yiji, these two brats, didn't keep their promises. They used their mother's birthday as an excuse to gain sympathy. They said that they would be back in 7 days, but in the end, it had been 2 years. They hadn't returned for 2 whole years. Great Sovereign Qin didn't even have enough time to make his children happy, so how could he really run to the Supreme Palace enclosure to catch them? As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Qianxia wasn't anxious at all, but his sister-in-law couldn't sit still anymore. They said that it would be 7 days, but it was delayed again and again. 1 month wasn't enough, so they waited for another 2 months. 2 months had passed, but Changhua and Yiji still didn't show any signs of showing up. His sister-in-law couldn't wait any longer, so she kept saying that she wanted to go to the Supreme Palace enclosure, and that she had to personally catch those 2 brats. How could Qianxia agree to her going to the Supreme Palace enclosure when he saw her being so impatient? What if she was captured by the Shenyuan family or Jade Clear Paradise before they were caught? At that time, wouldn't Great Sovereign Qin have to personally make a trip? Qianxia obviously wouldn't do this kind of loss-making business. So he used the Great Desolation body forging technique as bait, and after some careful guidance he successfully lured his sister-in-law into a death seclusion. This time his ears were finally clear. Xianxia originally planned to wait until Nian came of age, then bring his family to the Supreme Palace enclosure for a tour, and then catch those two brats. Who would have thought that Qin Xueqing's talent was actually so outstanding? In a short 2 years' time she had successfully mastered the Great Desolation body forging technique. Although it was only the first stage, but to Qin Xueqing this was a brand new beginning. Now that Qin Xueqing had come out of seclusion, it actually meant that she must give her a satisfactory explanation today. Either he went or she went. Anyway, one of them had to go. This was his sister-in-law's character. If there's something to say, say it. If there's nothing to say, don't find trouble. Since Changhua and Yiji said that they would come back, then they must come back. Qin Xueqing could forgive their previous mistakes, but she absolutely couldn't tolerate being played and fooled like this. Hence, no matter what she said now, his sister-in-law only looked at him coldly. She was stunned by her stare, and in the end he really didn't know what to say, so he spread his hands and asked helplessly, "Say it, what exactly do you want?" "Lend me a Xianxia, I'll go by myself." His sister-in-law was rather straightforward. She didn't want to listen to Xi's excuses anymore and didn't want to waste any more time, so the best way was for her to personally make a trip to the Supreme Palace enclosure. She had long expected that she would say this. Hence, after seriously sizing up Qin Xueqing, he kept the smile on his face and asked seriously, "Have you thought it through? That place isn't Earth. Once you meet with any danger, even I won't be able to rush over to save you immediately." Not sure if it was because Shi had long regarded Qin Xueqing as his family, so he really didn't want Qin Xueqing to go to the Supreme Palace enclosure alone. It was a very strange feeling. Just like when Nian suddenly said that she wanted to go out to play alone. How could Shi, as her father, be at ease? But what could he do even if he was worried? How could Shi not know his sister-in-law's character? I've thought it through. This trip is not only to seek revenge but also to go out and travel. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm not a lamb to be slaughtered by others. It's fine if I didn't know about the Supreme Palace enclosure before, but now that I know, how can I continue to live under this blue sky? The universe is so big, I also want to see it. Speaking of this, Qin Xueqing suddenly paused and then looked up at the blue sky above her head with a yearning expression. It was still that beautiful blue sky and white clouds, but her line of sight seemed to have penetrated the clouds, crossed the boundless void and reached the other end of the universe. That's right. With her strong character, how could she not yearn for the colorful depths of the universe? And this was obviously her sister-in-law's true thoughts deep in her heart. Don't worry, I know you're doing this for my own good. Chapter 536. I know you are doing this for my own good. Maybe it was the reluctance to part, so Qin Xueqing's face showed a gentle and sweet smile for the first time. She stood in the middle of the yard, but Yingying's smile gave people a warm feeling like the winter snow had melted and spring had returned. Seeing this, Shi couldn't help but show an expression like he had seen a ghost. After Qin Xueqing saw his expression, she seemed to suddenly think of something and a blush suddenly flew on her face. I didn't expect this. The sister-in-law who had always considered herself a tigress actually showed such a shy little girl's attitude in private. Looking at her shy and charming face, people who didn't know would probably think that she had mistakenly eaten some kind of indescribable medicine. With Shi's understanding of Qin Xueqing, if the atmosphere continued to be awkward at this time, this girl might turn hostile on the spot. Therefore Shi didn't say anything more. After a light cough, he took out something from his arms and handed it to Qin Xueqing. This was Chenghua's Sumeru mustard seed bag, but it was already his. In addition to a Xianxia that was improved by Shi, there were also the spirit stones left by Yiji, as well as some defensive magic weapons and medicinal materials. For Shi, these things were not valuable at all and they were not even as practical as yuan. But for Qin Xueqing, these things were like the novice equipment that came with the system, and they were also necessary for her to enter the martial arts world. The imprint of these things has been erased by me. As long as you drip a drop of blood on them, you can use them freely. The journey to the Supreme Palace enclosure is long. Once you encounter any danger, even I can't come to save you immediately, so you have to remember that you must be careful on this trip. When I went to the Supreme Palace enclosure earlier, I'd made a few friends there. If you really encounter any danger, then it's best that you don't try to be brave and directly report my name. Perhaps you'll be able to scare them. By the way, aren't the first and second on the Heaven Leaderboard members from Wu Lian? Why don't you bring them with you? Isn't it better to have more people to take care of one another? Xianxia was like a parent who was about to send his child off to a faraway journey. After Qin Wanqing heard this, she didn't interrupt him coldly. Instead, she stood silently to the side and listened carefully to every word Xianxia said. I have a jade pendant here. Take it as well. Remember to wear it on your body. This thing was originally prepared for Nian, but she can't use it for the time being. Since you're going so far away, I'll give it to you to protect yourself first. But you must remember, this jade pendant can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it will completely lose its effect. So when you encounter danger, you must escape as soon as possible. As he spoke, Xianxia took out a unique jade pendant from his bosom. It was no wonder that Xianxia was so long-winded today. After all, he knew Qin Xueqing's character too well. If he didn't repeatedly emphasize in advance with her previous behavior, she definitely wouldn't care whether the person standing opposite her was a celestial venerable or a supreme venerable. In short, she would just bite the bullet and do it. It had to be said that for this stubborn sister-in-law of his, Xianxia's stubbornness really broke his heart. In the end, Qin Xueqing still left. Other than Xianxia, no one knew that she flew into outer space alone just like that. Nian didn't know what her father and aunt were talking about in the courtyard. She was focused on the racecourse, so when Xianxia finally crossed the Chuehua gate with an umbrella, the little girl hurriedly pulled Xianxia and was about to leave. After being delayed by Qin Xueqing, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The racecourse was outside the 4th ring road. Even if there was no traffic, it would take nearly an hour to run. So Xianxia didn't take the bus with Nian. Instead, he took out his phone and called for a Didi taxi. The father and daughter stood by the roadside, bored to death, waiting for a taxi. At this time, a girl with a lot of flyers in her hand suddenly came to them. Hello sir, your daughter is so cute. I wonder if you have signed her up for a martial arts training class? Hearing this, Xianxia turned his head and looked at the girl. She was about 18 or 19 years old. She should be a part-time college student. Sorry, she's not interested in these. Xianxia politely refused. However, the girl saw that Nian didn't participate in any martial arts training class, so she mustered up the courage and continued to introduce to Xianxia. Sir, it's like this. Our martial arts training class has just opened and is currently holding a membership top-up event. Your daughter should still be in elementary school, right? Her age is a good time to learn martial arts. Do you want to know more about it? Our martial arts training class has a strong teaching staff. The head coach has won a national competition. If you send your daughter to our class, she will definitely become a qualified martial artist in the future. Sorry, we're really not interested. Oh, okay, sorry to bother you. The girl left with a disappointed face. From beginning to end, Nian didn't say a word because she was already used to it. Just like the popular swimming and fitness 2 years ago, for some reason, there was a sudden martial arts craze in the country in the past 2 years. With the slogan of strengthening the body and retaining one's youth, this martial arts craze was extremely fierce. Whether it was a small city or a big city like Shangjing, there was a martial arts training class near every residential area. The low-end ones were called martial arts training classes, and the high-end ones were called martial arts halls. The number was almost comparable to internet cafes. Speaking of this, I have to first mention a past event that people born in the 90s and the aughts might not know much about. In the 1980s, there was a Qigong craze in the country. From military commanders, national defense experts and academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to ignorant old people and young children, almost everyone was learning Qigong and believed in it without a doubt. Speaking of which, this wasn't a shameful thing. Because when Qigong was popular in Wuxia, the theory of telepathy was also popular in Western countries. At that time there was no 4G network and there were no Weibo videos. Therefore, only people who experienced it personally knew how exaggerated the Qigong craze was. In the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed. Society was constantly developing and humans were constantly improving. Looking back, some people might think that people in the past were too stupid and ignorant. How could they believe in something as unreliable as Qigong? People had such doubts, it meant that they didn't know. The eye exercise was actually a product of the Qigong craze, and it had been passed down to this day. And the original name of this famous set of eye health exercises was Clear Eye Qigong Exercise. Chapter 537. The return of Immortal Cultivation as a stay-at-home dad was delayed by something today. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, Please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 538. Throughout human history, whenever a particular trend arose at a particular time, this trend would inevitably sweep across the entire country in a very short period of time. Therefore, under the influence of the Wu Lian in secret, coupled with the support of the mainstream media, Wuxia immediately set off a huge wave of martial arts practice. Under the banner of strengthening the body, retaining youth, and lightening the body, countless martial arts training classes sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain and gradually replaced the extremely popular gyms from 2 years ago. Martial arts and dancing were different. It not only had the effect of exercising the body, but also had the effect of self-defense. Therefore, as soon as the martial arts trend arose, many delicate little girls took the lead and became the main students in the martial arts halls. Moreover, unlike the Qigong craze 40 years ago, the Wu Lian brought out something really useful this time. What needed to be understood here was, martial arts had training methods and fighting methods. Training methods were often said to be flowery and impractical, but fighting methods were the real application of actual combat. The Arhat fist that was widely circulated in society today was no longer a training method, but a real fighting method. Therefore, after ordinary people learned it, they could also fight to a certain extent. It was very obvious that this Arhat fist came from the Wu Lian. As the public's recognition of martial arts increased, the Wu Lian once again stepped out from behind the scenes and became the Chinese Martial Arts Research Association that people now saw. Internally, the Wu Lian worked together with various levels of government to promote martial arts throughout the country. Externally, Wuxia's officials also specially introduced a trial law regarding martial artists, the Provisional Regulations of the Chinese Martial Arts Management Association. In the provisional regulations, fighting was still illegal, but if it was in a formal martial arts hall registered with the Industry and Commerce Bureau, it would be regarded as a legitimate martial arts competition. As long as it did not result in death or disability, it was not illegal. What kind of exaggerated promotion was this? It was almost equivalent to the chairman personally promoting martial arts. Therefore, after the trial law was released, countless speculators heard the news and moved in. In a short period of time, regardless of whether there were real martial artists in charge, martial arts training classes of all sizes vied to open and settle down, looking as if they would reproduce Yuan's style. These days, children would always be led by their parents into various interest training classes. In terms of interests and hobbies, the little girl didn't seem to inherit Qin Ruiying's quiet elegance. Instead, she inherited Qin Xueqing's liveliness and energy. After Qin she took her to experience riding a horse, the little girl was completely infatuated with horsemanship. As a standard in Western aristocratic schools, equestrian skills might be slightly different from what ordinary people imagined. It was the only event in the Olympic Games where men and women competed on the same field. So many children from rich families abroad began to learn horsemanship when they were young. Just like a European proverb says, those who can ride horses are not necessarily nobles, but nobles certainly can ride horses. As more and more Wuxia people went to study in British aristocratic schools, this trend naturally spread to Wuxia as well. Nobles, of course, had to be particular. A helmet, gloves, riding boots, breeches, charbus, and a protective vest were all indispensable. It was as if without it, it could no longer be called an international equestrian skill, but a traditional equestrian sport in Wuxia. Therefore, when Yin just signed up, the staff of the equestrian club persuaded her to buy a set of equipment. Although she was not very interested in these things because Yin wanted to learn, he paid the money quickly and bought 16 classes at one time. Since this thing was called an aristocratic sport, the charging standard naturally had to be according to the aristocratic standard. A 45-minute class cost 800 yuan, and the coach had to charge extra. But even so, when she came to the club with Yin, the racecourse was still crowded with children practicing. Although many of the children were just individual customers who bought in a group, but it should be known that children also had vanity. Therefore, after experiencing such high-end extracurricular training like horsemanship once, these children would usually be like Yin, clamoring for their parents to pay for the class. If the child liked it, then buy it. Although it was a little painful, it was not unbearable. In fact, the reason why many parents agreed to let their children learn horsemanship was that they actually had their own calculations in mind. Children from ordinary families certainly had no way to come into contact with children from rich families. In order to let their children come into contact with a higher social circle, The equestrian club was obviously a very good platform. After all, whether a family was rich or not, one only needed to look at the children's clothes to know. Children from ordinary families would definitely only wear the free clothes provided by the club. Only the truly wealthy families would buy their own equestrian outfits for their children. Nian Yan's appearance was already outstanding, so when she changed into her equestrian clothes and came to the lounge to wait for the staff to arrange the horse, several parents could not help but whisper to each other. Children were not so calculative. As long as their children could have a good relationship with Nian Yan, they, as parents, would naturally be able to talk to Xianxia. Judging from her appearance, Xianxia didn't look very old and her dressing was very low-key. But where was this place? It was one of the best equestrian clubs in Shangjing. Therefore, the more low-key people like Xianxia acted, the more complicated their background was. As long as they could get in touch with Xianxia, they might be able to get some unexpected benefits from it. For example, they could take this opportunity to become Xianxia's agent and help Xianxia deal with some trivial matters that he could not personally deal with. Or they could get some project approval from Xianxia that ordinary people could not get at all. In short, in the imagination of these parents, Xianxia had already become a powerful young master in Shangjing, and the kind that could get a red head approval. Therefore, after a simple discussion, several parents from ordinary backgrounds told their children that they must find a chance to get close to Nian Yan later, and it would be best if they could directly become friends with her. As for how to build a social network and get to know and climb up to powerful people, there was no need to go into detail here. Xianxia heard the conversation of these parents, but he did not care at all. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. Since someone wanted to make Nian Yan happy for him, Great Supreme Qin could only raise his hands to express his welcome. As long as Nian Yan was happy, he, as a father, did not mind playing the role of a powerful young master. In the lounge, Xianxia was not so rich that he had to buy Nian Yan an exclusive horse, so the father and daughter could only wait for the club to arrange a horse. Nian Yan was an official member. Therefore, according to the usual practice, as long as Xianxia communicated with the club in advance, then the club should prepare a horse before they arrived. Today, for some reason, the father and daughter sat in the lounge and waited for a full 20 minutes before the club staff hurriedly came to inform Nian Yan that she could get on the horse. The horse today seemed to be of good pedigree. It was white all over and had a beautiful figure without a trace of impurity. Nian Yan liked it very much at first sight, so she did not care whether she had ridden this horse before or not. Under the guidance of the coach, she rode the horse quickly for a few laps. Nian Yan seemed to be very talented in riding. After this period of training, she could even do obstacle training. Father, look at me. Am I awesome? After running a lap, the little girl sat on the back of the horse and laughed complacently. Her small body gave people a feeling of valiance and formidableness. For a moment, there was a bit of a left leading the yellow, right leading the blue brocade hat and marten fur coat. Thousands of riders rolling up the hill, chic and unrestrained heroism. Awesome, awesome. Nian Yan is the best. Xianxia laughed and cheered for her. The father and daughter seemed to be in a good mood. But at this moment, the staff just now ran to the coach in a panic, and then the two whispered something while looking up at Xianxia on the side. Chapter 539. In the open sky racecourse, the little girl was laughing proudly on the back of her horse. When the horse was running, the rider had to use the strength of his waist and legs to maintain his balance. Therefore, riding a horse was actually a very physically exhausting exercise. In addition, it was currently summer vacation and the equestrian costume was very tight. Therefore, after one lap, the little girl's face was obviously covered in sweat. She was hot and tired, but she was still smiling from ear to ear. It was as if she had been injected with stimulants. The little girl was eager to try again. She seemed to want to do another lap. However, according to the club's regulations, the rider was not allowed to do obstacle training without the approval of the coach. Therefore, she could only ride the horse and look at the coach from the side. She almost directly interrupted the conversation between the staff member and the coach. During the conversation, the coach seemed to have heard some unpleasant news, so he frowned slightly. Seeing this, the staff member's face couldn't help but flash a trace of awkwardness. Then he continued to explain with a flourish. Looking at the situation, it seemed like there was a problem. Okay, then it's settled. But you'd better explain to Mr. Qin first in case he complains about you. After a short communication, the coach waved his hand impatiently and signaled the staff member to explain to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was standing outside the racecourse, he still heard every word of the conversation between the two. Therefore, when the staff member hurried over to him, Xianxia was already smiling and waving at Nian. Nian, let the coach help you get off the horse. Come out for a second, Dad has something to tell you. Xianxia wanted Nian to get off the horse. Hearing this, the little girl, who was in high spirits, suddenly became a little unhappy. She shook her head, then pouted and shouted at Xianxia unhappily, "No, I want to run 2 more laps." As she said this, Nian even clamped her legs together as a demonstration. Speaking of which, this little girl was almost 10 years old. In addition to acting cute and coquettishly, she more or less had some rebellious mentality, so she would not listen to and obey Xianxia like she used to. In this regard, Xianxia was not angry. Instead, he turned his head with a smile and looked at the staff walking towards him. "Mr. Qian, I'm sorry. It's like this. Due to the negligence of our staff, the horse that your daughter is riding today is actually a customer's private horse. Now that the client has arrived at the club, the training is about to begin. So, do you think you can forgive our mistake and let us arrange a new horse for your daughter?" The attitude of the staff member was also very sincere. After hearing this, Xianxia just smiled slightly and did not directly express his opinion. In fact, what kind of mistake was this? Because there were too many customers today, the horse farm didn't have their own horses. Thus, they randomly pulled a private horse for official members like Nian to practice. After all, the club needed to make money, so in addition to taking in official members, receiving individual customers was the main source of income for the club. And once the number of users increased, the club's horse would inevitably be in short supply. The club did not want to offend official members, nor did they want to give up on individual customers. Therefore, the club turned its attention to VIP customers. One had to know that VIP customers were all big tycoons. Official members like Nian would at most buy a set of equestrian clothes, but VIP customers directly bought a horse and left it at the club. For example, the white horse that Nian rode today was a purebred horse imported from abroad. Its price was estimated to be comparable to a McLaren. However, no matter how expensive a horse was, it was still a horse. Horse naturally had to be taken out for a walk just like a dog. VIP customers bought horses to show their status, so they would not often come to the club. Therefore, providing VIP customers' horse for official members to practice became an unspoken rule of the club. Nian encountered such a situation today. She was riding a horse, but the owner of the horse suddenly came to the club. Therefore, no matter how unwilling she was, the staff had to politely ask her to get off the horse. It wasn't as if this had never happened before. It was just that the customers had to change their clothes before riding, so the club had enough time to coordinate. Therefore, no mistakes were made. After all, the horse that Nian rode was their private property, so although Xianxia was a little unhappy, he did not mean to deliberately make things difficult for the staff. Therefore, after listening to the staff, Xianxia turned his gaze back to Nian, and was about to ask Nian to return the horse to them. But no one would have thought. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, there was a sudden cry from the side of the path. "Mom! My horse! Someone is riding my horse!" The moment they heard this voice, not only did the staff's expression change, even Xianxia could not help but frown. "Who are you? This is my horse. Who agreed to let you ride my horse? Come down quickly." After hearing this shout, Nian could not help but feel a little confused. She rode high on the horse and turned her head to look at the direction of the voice, only to find a little girl about her age standing at the railing of the racecourse, glaring at her. The girl seemed to be very angry. If it were not for the railing, she would have rushed over and forcefully pulled Nian off the horse. The sudden change of events caused Nian's little brain to stop working. She sat on the horse in a daze, and before she could react, the coach beside her hurriedly came to her side and signaled for her to come down quickly. "I'm not coming down." Seeing that the coach seemed to want to forcefully carry her down, Nian was a little unhappy. She immediately pouted, turned her head and shouted at Xianxia, "Dad, I haven't played enough. Can you let me play for a while more?" Children did not understand the filth between adults. She had not played enough, so of course she would stay on the horse and refuse to come down. For a moment the situation was a little awkward. Seeing that Nian still refused to come down, the little girl by the railing suddenly blushed, as if she had been provoked by something, and could not help but burst into tears. Mom. Outside the racecourse. The little girl wailed loudly. Seeing her so pitiful and helpless, Xianxia could not bear to see her like this. Hence, he did not spoil Nian anymore, and directly went forward to carry Nian down from the horse. Chapter 540. Nian was a good student from the capital-affiliated primary school. Although when she stayed by Xianxia's side, it was inevitable that she would throw a little tantrum, but her worldview was still very correct. As a matter of fact, after seeing the girl suddenly cry, Nian immediately stopped talking and sat silently on the horse's back. Even when Xianxia wanted to carry her down, she didn't resist. "Dad, I didn't bully her." The little girl felt wronged. Otherwise, with her usual personality, she would have rushed up to comfort the girl. Speaking of which, Nian was now 9 years old and had already formed a more complete concept of consumption. Therefore, in her mind, she was a consumer who spent money to ride the horse here, so she didn't think she did anything wrong. Maybe the girl saw that she was having fun riding the horse, so she wanted to steal it from her? After all, children like to steal other people's toys. Similar things happened to Wenwen and Mingming too many times, so Nian was already used to it. Nian still didn't understand what was going on. Xianxia comforted her in a low voice, then held her hand and stood aside, silently waiting for the other party's parents to come. The child was crying very loudly. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was wailing. Therefore, not long after she started crying, a well-dressed lady ran over from the other side of the path. After hearing her daughter's crying, the lady ran over in her high heels. Perhaps it was because she paid a lot of attention to maintaining her appearance, so it was impossible to tell the woman's true age from her appearance. "Nanan, what's going on? Who bullied you? Come on, don't cry. Mommy will help you." With the comfort of the lady, the little girl finally stopped crying. Then she angrily pointed at Nian and said, "It's her. She rode my Snow White without my permission." Perhaps it was because she had watched too many cartoons, but this white horse held a very high position in the little girl's heart. Therefore, she could not accept anyone else riding her white horse other than herself. "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Don't you know who this horse belongs to? Who are they? A professional coach? Or a paramedic? Who agreed to let them ride up? I pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to your club, and this is how you take care of my horses? Don't you know how expensive my horse is? Hurry up and ask your manager to give me an explanation." The cause of this incident was very simple. After listening for a while, the woman figured out the crux of the matter, so she pointed the muzzle directly at the staff on the side. The staff member felt bitter inside. Facing the woman's accusation, he opened his mouth a little cowardly, but in the end he couldn't say a word. He could only stand there and take the scolding with his head down. In fact, this kind of mistake was not easy to make. This was because whenever the private horse of a big client arrived at the club, the staff would carefully observe it for a period of time. Only after confirming that these big clients rarely came to the racecourse would they list the horse as a spare tire. The horse had been in the club for more than half a year, but the owner had never ridden it. Today they had pulled it out for Nian to ride for a while, but they didn't expect that something would happen. As the owner of the horse, the little girl's age was about the same as Nian's, so she could only come to the racecourse to practice during the holidays. She was a child, so naturally she couldn't be like adults and pay attention to formalities. She wanted to see her horse as soon as possible, so after arriving at the club she rushed directly to the racecourse, so that the staff didn't have time to mediate. "I'm sorry, Miss Zhuang. Today's incident was caused by the mistakes of our staff. Please calm down first, don't be too agitated." After hearing the commotion outside, the manager hurried to the racecourse. The woman seemed to recognize him, so she immediately turned the muzzle and scolded the manager. One had to know that this lady in front of him was a big client of the club. Who could afford to offend her? Therefore, no matter how bad the woman's scolding was, the coach and staff just stood aside and didn't dare to say a word. The manager kept nodding in agreement, hoping that the woman would calm down. In fact, today's incident had nothing to do with Nian, it was all the club's fault. After listening for a while, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with the people in front of him. He looked down at Nian and asked, "Nian, do you still want to ride? If you want to ride, I'll get them to find you another horse, okay?" Hearing this, Nian immediately nodded. Although her father didn't say it clearly, she roughly understood the situation and knew that she couldn't ride this white horse in front of her anymore. Therefore, the little girl reluctantly looked at the white horse next to her, then quickly walked out of the racecourse under Xianxi's lead. Stop. Where are you going? The woman was still angry at the club for using her horse without permission. Suddenly seeing that Xianxi and his daughter wanted to leave, the woman was instantly angry, so she directly stopped them. After hearing the woman's reprimand, Xianxi immediately stopped. He frowned and turned around to say something. The club manager directly blocked in front of him, then said to the woman with a smile, "Miss Shuang, these two are also members of our club. Today's incident was mainly due to our mistake in the work arrangement. I hope you don't take it to heart. Why don't we do this? In order to compensate you for your loss, I can represent the club to give you a free maintenance and management package, plus a set of equestrian clothes." The manager's attitude was still correct. He took the initiative to ask the woman for compensation, and at the same time he took all the responsibility. He only hoped that the woman wouldn't vent her anger on others. However, even if the woman knew that today's incident was caused by the club, she couldn't accept Nian swaggering away like that. Didn't she see that her child was still crying? Therefore, if Nian didn't apologize, the woman would definitely not let her go easily. Do you know how much this horse costs? What if it breaks? You pay for it. No, she has to apologize to Nan today before she can leave. For a moment, not only was the club manager stunned, even Xianxi suspected that he had misheard. Apologize. Was this woman crazy? Or was her worldview distorted? Chapter 541. Apologize. After hearing the woman's righteous request, Xianxi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Did I hear wrongly? Seeing Xianxi's completely unrepentant appearance, the woman suddenly couldn't help but get angry. So she immediately turned her gun and aimed it at Xianxi. She seemed to have reason and evidence to back it up. What, is there a problem? Is it so hard to say sorry? Your child is about the same age as my Nan. As a parent, haven't you taught her that she needs to have basic manners when interacting with others? This horse was originally bought for Nan as a birthday gift. Normally, even I, as her mother, can't ride it, let alone strangers like you. Your daughter rode Nanan's horse without Nanan's permission. Do you think this kind of behavior is any different from stealing? After hearing this, Xianxi couldn't help but frown deeper. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute the woman's point of view, but the woman didn't give him a chance to speak. She continued, "Of course you can also push the blame to the club. Then I want to ask you in return, someone handed you a knife. After you kill someone, can you push the blame to the person who handed you the knife? May I ask which law stipulates this?" After hearing the woman's words, Xianxi was suddenly angered by her and laughed. In this life he could be considered to have lived for hundreds of years. He had come into contact with unreasonable people, but he had never seen someone who could be so unreasonable to this extent. Was this a crosstalk? If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a woman, Xianxi would have taken Yan and left. What are you laughing at? Do you think I said something wrong? Also, I'm not a petty person. I don't have the leisure to argue with a child. I just hope that as a parent, you can understand that educating a child is not a very easy thing to do. There's a good saying, if you make a mistake you have to admit it. If you are beaten you have to stand upright. The reason why I want her to apologize to Nan is to help your child establish a correct sense of right and wrong. At the same time, I want to prevent Nanan's heart from continuing to be hurt. Tell me, is my request really too much? Needless to say, when a woman came up with a crooked argument she could really turn black into white. If it was an introverted person who had encountered such a situation, perhaps he would have hurriedly asked his child to apologize to the other party and take the blame for this matter without knowing what was going on. Anyway, it was just 3 words. I'm sorry. What's the big deal? The woman felt that her request was not excessive at all. But it was a pity. Xianxi and Yan were not the kind of muddle-headed good guys. We choose to be kind, but that doesn't mean that we will condone fallacies. Outside the stable, after the woman expressed her opinion, she looked at Xianxi and his daughter confidently. Yan, do you think what Auntie said makes sense? Shouldn't we apologize to her? Xianxi couldn't be bothered with this crazy woman in front of him, so he lowered his head and looked at the little girl next to him. As expected, as soon as Xianxi finished speaking, Yan quickly shook her head. Seeing this, Xianxi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then he raised his head and looked at this crazy woman in front of him. Xianxia originally wanted to take this opportunity to discuss the child's education with this woman. But what he didn't expect was, just as he was about to refute the woman, Nian suddenly stood up and said to the woman very loudly, "Auntie, you're secretly changing the concept." Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the little girl with a surprised expression. Wasn't that right? Wasn't this woman secretly changing the concept? Auntie, I can promise you, if I really did something wrong, I will definitely apologize to my sister very sincerely. But what happened today really has nothing to do with me. I didn't know that this horse belonged to my sister, so I listened to the coach's arrangement and rode it. This uncle just said that this was a mistake in the arrangement of work. If you want me to apologize just because my little sister is crying, then I will cry too. As she spoke, Nian's voice couldn't help but lower. It was obvious that the woman's rude request had ruined her good mood, to the extent that she had become somewhat listless. Nian, let's go. After Nian's voice fell without waiting for the woman to react, Xianxia directly held Nian's hand and turned to walk to the lounge. Xianxi's patience had reached its limit. Since Nian had said what he wanted to say, he didn't need to add anything else. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, he can't reason clearly. Instead of continuing to be entangled with this crazy woman, it was better to leave when she was distracted and save his ears some peace. Looking at the back of the father and daughter leaving, the woman's face was a little uncertain. Actually, if those words were said by Xianxia, the woman might have 10,000 fallacies to say. But if it was Nian who said it, for a moment she really didn't know how to continue. Did she really have to argue with a child? So no matter how angry she was, the woman could only stand there sullenly, and she couldn't find a way to vent her anger. Seeing this, the club manager immediately moved in front of the woman, ready to mediate the situation. This farce seemed to be coming to an end. But at this moment, the little girl next to the woman burst into tears again. After all, not every child could be as reasonable as Nian, so she couldn't accept this at all. They secretly rode on her horse, but they didn't even apologize. Once she thought of Nian riding on the back of the horse, that valiant feeling instantly made the little girl feel uncomfortable from the bottom of her heart. It was like a fishbone in her throat. Don't think that children don't have schemes. At least at this moment, the little girl suddenly had a very firm thought in her heart, and that was, cry. She must cry until her mother made them apologize to her. Therefore she immediately took on the posture of Meng Jiangnu, sat on the ground and started bawling her eyes out. This time the woman panicked. But no matter how she comforted her, the little girl didn't listen. Instead she cried and kept repeating, "She rode on my horse, she rode on my horse." It was like Tang Xing chanted the golden hoop spell. Soon the woman was completely overwhelmed by her daughter's crying. Seeing that Xianxia and his daughter's figures were about to disappear at the end of the road, the woman seemed to have finally made a decision. She couldn't help but say to the little girl with a fierce expression, "Darling, don't cry first. Stand up first, mother will make the decision for you. She must apologize to you today." Then the woman directly turned to look in the direction she came from and shouted in that direction, "Ah Biao, stop them for me, don't let them go." Jutian Divine Emperor. Chapter 542. Unlike other emerging industries, the moment the martial arts craze arose, it received all kinds of support from the government, both overt and covert. In just 2 short years, the martial arts club relied on the most basic functions of strengthening the body and retaining beauty to successfully replace the fitness industry. At the same time, it also indirectly squeezed out the survival space of the security industry. Now that the trend of practicing martial arts was becoming more and more intense, everyone knew a few practical moves, and social security naturally became a big problem on the table of all levels of government. As the saying goes, where there is a demand, there is a market. Since the market demand was so huge, many large martial arts clubs took advantage of the situation to launch private bodyguard services. At the same time, they also established a cooperative relationship with the Public Security Bureau to assist the police in handling cases in a way similar to the auxiliary police. The Ah Biao that the woman mentioned was the private bodyguard she hired from the Beijing Martial Arts Club some time ago. Since the rich were willing to buy a horse for their daughter to play with, why would they scrimp on security issues? Therefore, the moment the woman finished speaking, a burly man in a tang suit quickly walked toward Xianxia and his daughter. Black suits were no longer popular nowadays. Tang suits and Han costumes were the current trend, and at the same time, it was also the standard for martial artists. This was because only martial artists who registered with the Wu Lian would wear a special Wu Lian symbol on their chest to confirm their identity as martial artists. Just like the police uniform, the Wu Lian symbol was absolutely not allowed to be impersonated. Therefore, as long as someone was wearing a Tang suit with a Wu Lian symbol on his chest, that person must be a powerful martial artist, and the kind who could fight 100 people alone. Sir, please wait. Biao was burly and had dark skin. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of martial artist who often trained hard under the sun. Although he had tried his best to restrain himself, his fierce temperament still frightened the club manager next to him. Miss Shuang, this. The club manager wanted to stand up and smooth things over. But before he could finish speaking, the woman had already said coldly, "Don't worry, I am a person of status. How can I make things difficult for them for no reason? As long as they bow their heads and apologize to Nan, then I will pretend that today's incident never happened. By request." At this point, the woman suddenly paused. Then she looked at the manager and asked, "It's not too much, right?" Hearing this, the manager could only squeeze out a bitter smile. He nodded with some difficulty and replied, "Not at all, not at all." It was obvious that this matter had completely become a matter of face. Women were rich. At the same time, he was also a person of status. Therefore, she could not accept how Xianxia and his daughter treated her and her mother. Apologize. He had to apologize. If they didn't apologize, Xianxia and his daughter wouldn't be leaving the club today. After hearing the woman's order, Biao quickly caught up with Xianxia and his daughter. He tried to ask Xianxia to stop, but Xianxia acted as if he didn't hear him. He continued to whisper to Nian while swaggering into the lounge. The lounge was not far ahead. Seeing that Xianxia and his daughter were about to enter the lounge, Biao suddenly became anxious. After all, he couldn't forcibly kidnap Xianxia and his daughter in front of the boss in front of so many people, could he? Once this kind of behavior was recorded and posted online, Wu Lian would definitely not let him off easily. Biao was more or less depressed in his heart. If it were anyone else, after seeing him dressed like a martial artist, they would definitely stay where they were and obediently wait for him to deal with them. However, Xianxia didn't take him seriously at all. Along the way he was talking and laughing with Nian. It seemed that he was just short of turning around and directly saying to him, "Come and hit me." Martial artists couldn't hit people in public, but they could intimidate people. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Biao exerted force on his feet. Like jumping high, he directly jumped over Xianxia and his daughter's heads and then opened his arms to stop them. This jump, it was at least 2 meters high, right? The manager of the club was dumbfounded. "Sir, I'm sorry. Our boss said that you can't leave. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Please go back." Biao was still very polite. At least he didn't hit them right away. Therefore, after Xianxia sized Biao up, he smiled and asked in return, "Go back. Do you want me to go back and apologize? You saw what happened just now, right? Do you think we did something wrong?" Biao had been standing not far behind the woman, so he naturally knew the cause of this incident. Therefore, after hearing Xianxia's question, Biao's face showed a slightly strange expression. "I'm sorry, sir. I was just following orders. The boss is not a bad person. He was just angry that Nan was wronged. It's just an apology. As long as you are willing to apologize to her, I promise that she won't make it difficult for you." Biao's words were tactful enough. He hoped that Xianxia would give the woman a way out so that he could go back and report to his boss. However, what Biao didn't expect was, after hearing his words, Xianxia suddenly shook his head and laughed. Because he was very disappointed with Biao's answer. The rise of the martial arts craze actually meant that the spirit of martial arts was declining. A martial artist like Qin Xueqing who had a strong mind and conviction probably couldn't be found now, right? Qin Xueqing had left Earth for 2 years. Therefore, many times, Xianxia couldn't help but think of that willful and stubborn sister-in-law. Fortunately, the defensive magic treasure he'd given Qin Wanqing hadn't been activated. This meant that Qin Wanqing hadn't encountered any life-threatening danger for now, and this caused Xianxia to feel much more at ease. Because of Biao, Xianxia suddenly thought of Qin Xueqing. However, very soon, this thought was completely thrown to the back of his mind. "I'm sorry, I can't do it. Please don't make it difficult for me." Xianxia said to Biao with a serious face. After that he walked past Biao with Nian. Sir, please wait. Seeing that Xianxia was still going to leave, Biao directly stretched out his arm to block his way. Please make way. Without any superfluous movements, Xianxia directly bumped into Biao's arm. Like a train slowly moving, Biao tried to block Xianxia with force. However, it was fine if he didn't use force. But this force, a huge force that was enough to suffocate people, suddenly burst out from Xianxia's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Biao's whole body flew out instantly as if he was hit by a train. At that moment, Biao was completely stunned. He only felt that his mind was blank. When he finally came back to his senses, he found that he was sitting under a big tree by the roadside, and the lounge where Xianxia and his daughter were was at least 10 meters away from him. Biao touched his chest and his arm. There was not a trace of injury on his body, not even a trace of pain. It was like a dream. When he woke up, he was already lying under this tree. You. Biao pointed at Xianxia as if he wanted to say something. However, when Xianxia looked back at him, Biao suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured on him, and his whole body slightly trembled. Well, I saw that some readers seem to have misunderstood. In fact, I'm not writing a face slap. I want to use this incident to indirectly tell you about the changes in Yin in the past 2 years, and the changes in the whole society. In the end, it seems that I failed again. Chapter 543. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Biao seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. He looked at Xianxia in horror and asked, You are a necromancer? It was no wonder that Biao was so shocked. As an ancient inheritance passed down from ancient times, the necromancer inheritance was much more mysterious than the martial arts inheritance that rose later. Judging from the current situation in Wuxia, although the martial arts craze was fierce and had forcibly opened up a new era of martial arts practice, there were only a few strong people who could really practice transforming strength and even practice to the gang state. The reason was not that there was no martial arts genius among the 1.3 billion people in Wuxia, but it was because of the inherent flaw of the martial arts inheritance. After all, martial arts was only the product of the necromancer inheritance's decline. It could not be compared with the inheritance of the necromancer. Did you not see how many of the masters at the top of the heaven list had really entered the Dao through martial arts? They relied on their age, experience, and combined with the cultivation methods of the necromancer to cultivate both internal and external, thus stepping into the celestial being realm in one fell swoop. And this was the real reason why Yu Jingzi's incomplete cultivation method was sold for 5 million. It had been more than 4 years since the Wu Lian officially implemented the first 5-year plan. Seeing that the martial arts craze was getting more and more intense, the necromancer inheritance had not caused much of a stir. Was there no one left in the necromancer inheritance? Obviously not. Therefore, it was necessary to mention the classic slogan that Wang Chuanju shouted at an internal meeting. That was, "Grasp the sequence of the times, subvert and create the future." With the momentum of a thunderbolt, they forcefully incorporated all the necromancer inheritances in Wuxia, and then secretly promoted the rise of the martial arts craze. When the ordinary people gradually accepted the existence of the martial arts, which was far beyond ordinary people, the first 5-year plan would be considered to have been successfully achieved. This plan was also called the Tinder Plan by the Wu Lian. Yu Jingzi had always thought that the Wu Lian was suppressing the cultivation inheritance, so he took the risk of preaching under Tiananmen Square so he would not understand how narrow-minded he was. In fact, as a State Department, how could the Wu Lian make any decisions that would harm the country's interests? Grasp the sequence of the times, subvert and create the future. Did they really think that this was just a slogan? Revolution does not have to be initiated by the masses. It can also be carried out by the masses led by the state. Since the country wanted to take the lead in starting a revolution, problems would follow. Whose life were they going to overthrow? The answer was obvious. That was, the revolution is the fate of the whole world. It had to be said that Wu Lian was very ambitious. Even if the first 5-year plan had not been completed, the second 5-year plan was already in its infancy. The main goal of the second 5-year plan was to select the most talented martial artists and grant them the corresponding necromancer inheritance to ensure that these people would obey the Wu Lian in the future. In the past, a martial artist's actual combat ability would not be inferior to a necromancer of the same level. They might even be able to crush a necromancer of the same level. But one had to know that things were different now. The heaven and earth spirit chi began to recover, which meant that the cultivation speed of the necromancer lineage began to increase by leaps and bounds. Although martial artists also benefited a lot from this, they still could not compare to necromancers who could draw chi into their bodies. Therefore, under the deliberate guidance of the Wu Lian, a complete and systematic promotion path from ordinary people to martial artists to necromancers appeared out of thin air. Biao also wanted to become a necromancer. However, he neither had enough merit to exchange for cultivation methods from the Wu Lian nor enough money to buy incomplete cultivation methods from the dark web. Therefore, becoming a disciple of a certain necromancer by chance became the most feasible method. Here was something to mention. The Wu Lian did not restrict necromancers from accepting disciples. Therefore, while the martial arts club was developing rapidly in society, the necromancer inheritance was also expanding in secret. However, because the necromancer lineage paid more attention to talent, those who were lucky enough to become a disciple of a necromancer were simply too rare. Over the years, Biao had gone deep into famous mountains and great rivers in an attempt to become a disciple of a certain immortal. Unfortunately, no sect was willing to take him in. Xianxia had just shown a little of his skill, which not only sent him flying more than 10 meters away, but also did not hurt him at all. What was such a wonderful skill if not a necromancer's skill? Therefore, the moment Biao came to his senses, he jumped up from the ground like a carp. "Senior!" Biao shouted as he quickly caught up with Xianxia and his daughter. Xianxia did not pay attention to him. Seeing that Xianxia and his daughter were about to enter the lounge, Biao was so excited that he bent his knees and knelt heavily on the ground in front of everyone present. "I am Tu Biao. I have long heard of the necromancer's elegant demeanor. It is my honor to meet you today. Please." The great era was coming. Therefore, like every martial artist who was depressed, Biao had the idea of becoming a disciple of Xianxia the moment he confirmed his identity. However, what Biao did not expect was, before he could finish his words, Xianxia directly sealed his mouth with her true essence, so that he could only lie on the ground and muffled whimpers. Nian noticed something strange behind her and was about to look back when Xianxia suddenly reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. He lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Nian, did you feel wrong just now? Do you want Daddy to buy you a horse too? Then you can ride it whenever you want, and you don't have to worry about being kicked off the horse in the future." After hearing Xianxia's words, the little fellow's eyes suddenly lit up. Therefore, she immediately ignored the movement behind her and excitedly hugged Xianxia and said coquettishly, "Daddy is so nice. Then let's go. Daddy will take you to see the horse." Xianxia pretended to leave. But after taking 2 steps, Nian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She could not help but pull Xianxia and ask hesitantly, "Daddy, is the horse very expensive?" "Why do you ask this?" "Because beef is very expensive." Looking at Nian's serious face, Xianxia suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing this, the little fellow was a little confused, so she continued to say, "Daddy, if the horse is too expensive, let's not buy it. The coach said that the horse can only be ridden here, but it is so far away from home. We have to take a long ride every time we come here. Moreover, I definitely won't have time to come again after school starts. Buying a horse but can't ride it a few times, it feels so wasteful." After hearing Nian's words, Xianxia was suddenly shocked. Did this child know to save money for him? When did she become so sensible? Xianxia did not care about money at all, so he always had an attitude of giving Nian whatever she wanted. He did not expect that under these circumstances, Nian did not develop the habit of spending money. Instead, she learned how to look at the value of things correctly. After all, the things in this world, there was no such thing as expensive or not, only value or not. The father and daughter discussed the value of the horse as they walked quickly into the lounge. At this time, Biao looked like he was finally untied. He could not help but have a complicated expression on his face. Then he slowly stood up from the ground. He stood motionless outside the lounge, completely ignoring the strange looks around him. After a full 5 minutes, the woman could not take it anymore and walked quickly in her high heels to Biao's side. "Biao, what are you doing? I told you to stop them. Look at what you've done. You've completely disgraced me." Perhaps it was because she could not accept the fact that Biao knelt in front of Xianxia in a moment of anger, the woman could no longer maintain her usual elegance. So much so that she directly swore in front of everyone. As the boss, the woman obviously had the right to criticize her bodyguard. But what she did not expect was, after hearing her scolding, Biao changed his usual reserved image and said to her with a serious face, "Boss, this is the last time I'm calling you boss. In the past, because of my identity, there were some words that I could not say. Today's incident left a deep impression on me. I hope it can inspire you. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. You shouldn't only look at things from your own point of view. This is not good. It's really not good." Speaking of this, Biao suddenly looked at the woman deeply. "You're lucky this time. I'm also lucky. I don't think there will be a next time." After saying this, Biao did not care whether the woman could understand or not. After saluting her politely, Biao turned around and walked straight to the club's door. The woman was stunned for a long time. After seeing that Biao had walked far away, she stomped her foot and could not help but curse, "Bastard. Just you wait. I'm not done with you." Chapter 544. Perhaps because she didn't want to see that woman again, Nian sat in the lounge for a while before she took the initiative to go home. Her mood was a bit down, but it was understandable. After being reprimanded for no reason, no one would be in a good mood. Although she wanted to use the method of buying a horse to make her happy, Nian hesitated again and again, and in the end rejected this irrational spending proposal. It was obvious that she was a good child who knew how to save money. Seeing the little girl's lack of interest, she took out his phone and made another suggestion that was enough to arouse her interest. That was, Crazy Racing Kart Rider. Anyway, both were vehicles, but one was for riding and the other was for sitting. The difference didn't seem to be too big. Therefore, after she briefly described the game of karting, the little girl's interest was immediately piqued. She even forgot to change her clothes and wanted to pull Xianxia out. As for the unpleasantness just now, the moment the father and daughter walked out of the club, the unpleasantness was all thrown to the back of their minds. It wasn't that they were heartless, but because Nian was kind and Xianxia was generous, the father and daughter simply couldn't let this matter go. Instead of wasting time on these unpleasant things, it was better to seize the time and think of other ways to make themselves happy again. And this was obviously the way of a smart person. This was Nian's ordinary day. In this ordinary day, she would forget all the unpleasantness and only remember the moments that made her laugh. She didn't have a lot of summer homework, nor did she have a variety of tutoring classes. In her last summer of elementary school, she just wanted her to play to her heart's content. In the blink of an eye, Nian was 9 years old. She was already very mature. Speaking of which, she now regretted letting Nian skip grades. Because Nian skipped 2 grades, her classmates were all 2 or 3 years older than her. In just one more year, these classmates who lived with her day and night could no longer be called children but teenagers. Since his classmates had already grown up into teenagers, how could the little guy who spent all day with them not be affected and continue to be young? After all, 11 or 12 years old was the main stage of puberty. Body shape and facial features had significant changes, and the appearance gradually began to resemble that of an adult. Therefore, as long as the child officially stepped into this stage, many parents would suddenly realize, how could in the blink of an eye, the child had already grown so big? Although it was a good thing for the child to grow up. But for the parents, it seemed that it was better for the child to never grow up. Because once the child grew up, the child may no longer be so affectionate to their parents, nor would they be as obedient as before. They had their own thoughts and learned to be rebellious and strong. Among them, the more extreme ones completely ignored family ties and turned to regard love as an existence more important than their own lives. As a result, the question of, if your mother and I fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? Could actually become the so-called new era's problem. It was really sad and laughable. To be honest, as Nian grew older and older, she couldn't help but worry about personal gains and losses. He didn't want to interfere too much with Nian's life, but he was also worried that too much indulgence might lead the child astray. What's more, cultivation and raising children were different. One only needed to work hard to become an immortal. If raising children relied on hard work, the result might be counterproductive. For example, the Peking University matricide case that caused a sensation in the country some time ago. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Of course, only the parties involved knew who was right and who was wrong. Xianxia couldn't care about others, so he could only do his best to create a complete and happy childhood for Nian before she grew up. Perhaps many years later she would suddenly realize how precious these memories were. Because of the continuous recovery of the spirit energy of heaven and earth, the wheel of history quietly took a sharp turn in these seemingly ordinary days. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but in private, undercurrents were already surging. Earth was ushering in an unknown great change, but Xianxia was still obsessed with his great cause of raising children all day long. Unknowingly, more than 2 months of summer vacation had ended just like that. Nian ushered in her 6th grade life, which also meant that his sister-in-law had left Earth for more than 2 months. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had never left Earth so many times. Xianxia couldn't help but think of this willful and stubborn sister-in-law. A little rookie whose cultivation was only at the golden core stage actually dared to go to the Supreme Palace enclosure alone to cause trouble. It would be a lie to say that Xianxia wasn't worried at all. But the good thing was, the Dharma treasure that he had given to Xianxia to protect herself hadn't been activated, which meant that Xianxia hadn't encountered any life-threatening danger for the time being. This also made Xianxia feel a lot more at ease. As long as she was fine, it was fine. In fact, long before Xianxia set off, Xianxia had already given her a detailed extracurricular tutoring. He also used his true essence to simulate an image to show his sister-in-law everything he knew about the Supreme Palace enclosure. The scenery there was as beautiful as a painting. Without asking about spring and autumn, there was no winter or summer. 10 miles of peach blossoms were planted, wine was brewed and tea was brewed, and the clouds on the horizon were like rosy clouds. Of course, in addition to the beautiful scenery, there were also countless aristocratic families and cultivation inheritances there. This was a cultivation holy land comparable to heavenly spiral. In short, that place was very dangerous. In order to make his sister-in-law put away her strong personality, Xianxia even deliberately exaggerated the combined strength of the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven and the Xianyuan family. Xianxia was overthinking this. Xianxia was very strong, but she wasn't stupid at all. Therefore, as soon as the Starcha flew out of the Haute Nebula, Xianxia obediently listened to Xianxi's instructions and immediately used her Dharma treasure to conceal her whereabouts. After that, Xianxia flew straight to the Supreme Palace enclosure according to the coordinates that Xianxia had provided. This was Xianxia's first time at the Supreme Palace enclosure. Therefore, when she realized that the Supreme Palace enclosure in front of her was very different from the true essence projection that Xianxia had provided, Xianxia didn't choose to leave. Instead, she chose to continue flying toward this mysterious planet. Yes, the Supreme Palace enclosure had changed. It was no longer a floating continental plate in the universe. Instead, it had become a complete planet that was forcefully pieced together by 3 enclosures. After all, Xianxia wasn't an immortal emperor. He who was far away on Earth had no idea what had happened at the Supreme Palace enclosure. Therefore, when Xianxia found an area that matched the geographical features of Ning province according to the true essence projection that Xianxia had provided, she drove the Starcha directly to the sky above Ning province where the Xianyuan family was located. Chapter 545. The current appearance of the Supreme Palace enclosure was indeed a little strange. Compared to the Supreme Palace enclosure in Xianxi's impression, the current Supreme Palace enclosure was at least 3 or 4 times larger. Therefore, if Xianxia was still here, he should be keenly aware that the uneven irregular sphere covered with a layer of grayish-white fog in front of him was the so-called 3 enclosures. Yuan pronounced Yuan. Homonym, San Yuan. Because of the rare phenomenon of the intersection of the 3 enclosures in 100 years, the Supreme Palace enclosure, Tianshi enclosure, and Ziwei enclosure were like 3 pieces of mud that were forcefully glued together by an unknown force. And it was precisely because of this that the 3 enclosures were not as round and natural as other planets in the universe. Instead, they looked a little strange and awkward. If one really had to describe it, it was like a deformed potato covered with white mold. The current appearance of the Supreme Palace enclosure was very different from the true essence projection that Xianxia provided to Xianxia before. However, after thinking for a while, Xianxia did not choose to return to Earth for the time being. Instead, she continued to fly to this mysterious planet. On the one hand, it was because Xianxia did not know the details. On the other hand, it was because she had other purposes for this trip. Capturing Chenghua was an excuse. Her real purpose was to gain experience. Since it was an experience, she should naturally have the courage to take risks and have the courage to fight. Therefore, even after Qin Xueqing noticed that something was wrong, she still did not turn back. In the end, her sister-in-law still came to the Supreme Palace enclosure. But what she never expected was, after she piloted Xianxia and passed through the grayish-white fog on the surface of the planet, the first thing that came into view was not the scenic spot that Qinshi described, but a dead land full of death and desolation. What happened to the picturesque scenery there? The former mountains, valleys, and blessed lands had now become deserts and canyons. It was as if a world war had just happened. The entire world was filled with a strong smell of blood. Suddenly, a gust of strong wind swept over, instantly lifting up a cloud of yellow sand and flying rocks that covered the sky. Qin Xueqing stood on Xianxia and observed carefully. Only then did she discover that there were a few people fighting not far away. Moreover, both sides were very strong. They were far from what she could handle. Void Pierce, since your junior brother, Reverend Cave Spirit, has already subdued the sacred cult, why are you still bitterly holding on? How about this? I will count to 3. Everyone will stop. Then you will obediently follow me back to meet the sect leader. Maybe the sect leader will be happy and confer you the title of Lord of Supremacy? There were 3 people confronting each other in the field. One of them was Reverend Chongshu, who had once met Qinshi. In the past, how famous would the 4 great spiritual masters of the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven be? Now it was unknown what kind of unforeseen event had happened, to the extent that Reverend Pierce Void was actually like a stray dog at this moment, being chased all the way here from 1,000 miles away. Bah! How could Junior Cave Spirit be someone who is afraid of death? You keep talking about the sacred cult on your left and right. Why don't you take a look at what your so-called sacred cult has done? If it weren't for those despicable and shameless methods, how could Junior Cave Spirit have fallen into your trap? It's useless to say more. Since you want to bring me back to report on your mission, then come and try. While speaking, Reverend Chongshu was rapidly fighting with the other 2. The strength of the 3 people in the field was roughly the same. They should all be supreme being existences. With such a lineup, even if Qinshi was here, he could only temporarily avoid their attacks, let alone Qin Xueqing, who was just a mere gold core realm cultivator. Therefore, Qin Xueqing could only pilot Xianxia and carefully hide in the sky. Although this Xianxia had been meticulously modified by Qinshi, if it wasn't for the fierce battle in the field, her whereabouts would have been discovered long ago. Qin Xueqing had always been fearless. But at this moment, she was really scared. No wonder Supreme Palace enclosure had become like this. It turned out to be caused by the battle between these people. As the saying goes, one can know the depth of autumn by seeing a leaf, and one can know the whole leopard by seeing a spot. Even the supreme being Reverend Chongshu was chased all over the world. Then how could heavenly venerable existences like the patriarch of the Shenyuan clan and the patriarch of the Tuoba clan stay out of it? It could be seen that this war had been going on for a long time. So much so that Supreme Palace enclosure had completely changed its appearance under the baptism of war. The former blessed land was now a desert wasteland. And with the means of immortal cultivators, could it be that they couldn't turn Supreme Palace enclosure into its former appearance? Therefore, this also meant that, from the moment the war began, the flames of war had never been extinguished. The intensity of the war was simply unimaginable. It had been 2 years. The flames of war had burned every corner of Supreme Palace enclosure. Its scale had even far surpassed the Second World War on Earth, reaching the extent of nuclear weapons bombarding each other. Therefore, the Cultivation Holy Land in Qinshi's memory had become such a dilapidated place today. Battles and killings. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Looking at the 3 people fighting in the field, Qin Xueqing hesitated for a moment. In the end, she did not choose to leave. Instead, she hid at the side and continued to spy on the battle. Void Pierce stage stop. I believe you also know. Joining our sect will only bring you benefits and no harm. Why do you have to struggle so hard? During the battle, the supreme being from the holy sect kept persuading Reverend Chongshu to surrender. Upon hearing that, Reverend Chongshu refused to answer at all. Instead, he took the initiative to attack the 2 of them. I know you have resentment in your heart. But if we don't flatten your jade clear heavenly abode first, how can the holy sect unify Supreme Palace enclosure? As long as you are willing to lower your head and submit, I can promise you on behalf of the sect master that I will definitely help you reignite the incense in the future and ensure that the inheritance of your jade clear heavenly abode will not be destroyed. What do you think? Although the battle between both parties was very intense, the supreme being of the holy sect did not kill them. As a result, Reverend Xianxia still had the upper hand even though he was fighting against two of them alone. Of course, this advantage was obviously illusory. The battle between insightful Emptiness Realm experts would not be as straightforward as the battle between Gold Core Realm experts and Yuaning Realm experts. Reverend Xianxia knew very well that the other party had the advantage in numbers. If he could not defeat them after a long battle, they would definitely call for reinforcements. By then it would be difficult for him to escape. Therefore he did not want to be entangled with the two of them any longer. With a flash, he disappeared into thin air from where he was standing. Chase. Seeing that Reverend Xianxia had run away, the two supreme beings of the holy sect did not seem surprised at all. After exchanging a glance with each other, the two of them tacitly chased after him. The three of them left just like that. Qin Xueqing waited for about half an hour. Then she carefully drove Xianxia to the place where the three of them were fighting just now. The air was filled with the energy that was dispersed from the battle between the three of them. Qin Xueqing tried to sense it with her divine sense. However, she discovered that the energy was like a knife. Even if she only touched it slightly with her divine sense, the energy of the true origin would leave a shallow scar on her divine sense. This is Supreme Palace Enclosure? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 546. After witnessing a battle between supreme martial artists with her own eyes, Qin Wanqing immediately became much more cautious. She did not lie to her. The danger of the Supreme Palace enclosure was far beyond her imagination. But even so, Qin Xueqing did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. At that moment, she was like a university student who had just entered society. She was anxious and excited, determined to realize her life's dream in this unknown land. Martial arts and cultivation. These were the ultimate goals that Qin Xueqing pursued in her life. If other people encountered such a terrifying scene, they would probably be so scared that their limbs would go numb and they would be at a loss of what to do. But Qin Xueqing was different. This battle between supreme martial artists, which was rarely seen in 100 years, did not scare her. Instead, it made her yearn for the strength displayed by the three of them. She yearned for the ultimate realm that could overlook all living things. If it were not for Qin Shi, she might never know what kind of existence above the divinity stage was. And it was also because of Qin Shi's appearance that a door to a new world opened for her. The so-called divinity stage. In the eyes of supreme martial artists, what was the difference between them and ants? Qin Xueqing was not willing to be an ant for the rest of her life. So she ignored Qin Shi's persuasion and came to the Supreme Palace enclosure alone. In fact, to Qin Xueqing, the Supreme Palace enclosure was actually a good place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Just like Heavenly Spiral where Qin Shi used to be. Although Qin Shi had experienced many difficulties and dangers in Heavenly Spiral and was almost at the gates of hell. But it was undeniable that Qin Shi had also obtained an opportunity that ordinary people could not imagine. What Qin Xueqing wanted now was this kind of opportunity. The air was filled with violent true essence. Qin Xueqing quietly drove Xianxia to the center of the battlefield, trying to gain some insights from the battle traces left behind by the three. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low, so she couldn't get any useful combat experience from it. Therefore, Qin Xueqing stayed here for about 2 hours before reluctantly leaving on Xianxia. The urgent matter at hand was to find out the exact situation of the Supreme Palace enclosure so that he could plan his next move. Thus, Qin Xueqing continuously circled in the air and spent an entire month observing the movements on the ground. It was during this time that Qin Xueqing discovered a very strange phenomenon. The boundary of the Supreme Palace enclosure was filled with a strange grayish-white fog. Once she steered Xianxia into it, the gray fog would instantly cover her vision. Even her spiritual sense would not be able to sense the things around her. Qin Xueqing keenly sensed a trace of danger, so she decisively retreated. This time she finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Qin Xueqing didn't pay attention to the changes in the Supreme Palace enclosure before, but after discovering the strangeness of the gray fog, she began to face this problem seriously. Wasn't this gray fog the white mold she saw in space? Except for the area where the Supreme Palace enclosure was located, the sky above the Heavenly Market enclosure and the Purple Myrtle enclosure were covered with a thick layer of white mold. The current Supreme Palace enclosure. No, it should be called 3 enclosures. At this moment, 3 enclosures was like a deformed potato covered with white mold. It was very different from the true essence projection provided by Xianxia. It was obvious. Something must have happened to the Supreme Palace enclosure so it became like this today. As a member of the Wu Lian Secret Service who had experienced hundreds of battles, Qin Xueqing certainly couldn't be as big-breasted and brainless as Xianxia imagined. She just had a cold personality and had always been too lazy to talk too much nonsense with people. Therefore, after discovering the strangeness of the gray fog, Qin Xueqing immediately steered Xianxia into space again and tried to enter the Heavenly Market enclosure and the Purple Myrtle enclosure from space. However, what Qin Xueqing didn't expect was that, no matter how hard she tried, as long as Xianxia got close to the gray fog would instantly block her vision. There was clearly a gray fog above the Supreme Palace enclosure. But why didn't the gray fog above the Supreme Palace enclosure have any effect on her? Qin Xueqing thought seriously for a long time, but in the end she couldn't figure out the reason. Obviously the unknown represented danger. But she wasn't willing to back down like this. So after thinking about it, Qin Xueqing finally decided to find Chenghua and Yiji first, and then learn the reason from them. Therefore, Qin Xueqing temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart, turned to steer Xianxia through the gray fog, and came to the Supreme Palace enclosure again. After more than a month of investigation, Qin Xueqing had already memorized the geographical features of the Supreme Palace enclosure, so she soon came to the northern part of Ningzhou. At this point, Qin Xueqing found another problem. Based on her first impression when she came to the Supreme Palace enclosure, the Supreme Palace enclosure should have experienced a protracted war, and the situation was very fierce. The scope of the war was so wide that it was simply shocking. But, after more than a month of observation, Qin Xueqing found that there were no forces fighting with each other except for the group of Daoist Master Void Pierce that she met when she first came to the Supreme Palace enclosure. The entire Supreme Palace enclosure seemed to be in the stage of post-war recuperation. Although her eyes were full of ruins after the war, there were no more rumbling explosions between heaven and earth. There were only large areas of ruins and a kind of indescribable silence. For example, the residents of the small village she just passed by were all cultivators, but the highest cultivation level among them should be around the foundation establishment stage. Because of the war, more than half of the buildings in the village unfortunately collapsed. What was slightly strange was that the villagers who were lucky enough to survive didn't immediately start the post-war reconstruction work. Instead, they all gathered in an open space in the center of the village. The villagers sat on the ground, surrounded by familiar faces, but no one opened their mouth to break the silence. The entire village seemed to be shrouded in a kind of emotion. The name of this emotion was despair. Qin Xueqing didn't rashly approach the village, because this kind of small place was sparsely populated, and the neighbors knew each other. It was obviously impossible for an outsider like her to smoothly blend in. Therefore, when she came to a gathering place with more people, Qin Xueqing carefully piloted Xianxia and descended from the sky. This was also the first time she set foot on the ground. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Now that the Supreme Palace enclosure was in the midst of a war, wasn't it a great opportunity for her to show her skills? Therefore, Qin Xueqing changed into a set of clothes that she stole from somewhere, and followed the continuous flow of people directly into this slightly dilapidated city. Didn't Chenghua and Yiji come from the 3 great aristocratic families? Presumably, she should be able to inquire about the 2 of them here, right? Qin Wanqing couldn't help but be optimistic. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 547. Due to the different social structure, there was a big difference in the way of life between cultivators and ordinary people. The most obvious point was, most cultivators in the Supreme Palace enclosure didn't like to live in groups. It was also because of this that there were no large cities in the history of the Supreme Palace enclosure. At most, there were only some large family strongholds or markets. This situation was actually in line with the development of the population. After all, cultivation required the consumption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once people gathered together, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would naturally not be enough to share. Therefore, except for some fledglings with lower cultivation, cultivators above the golden core stage would mostly stay away from the city and open up their own cave abodes in more remote places. Qin Xueqing entered a small city controlled by the Xianyuan family. The original intention of the Xianyuan family to build this city was mainly to protect their bloodline and provide a relatively safe environment for the clan members with lower cultivation to grow. If it was in the past, there wouldn't be too many people in the city. Unfortunately, today was different from the past. As the three enclosures converged, the saint from the Z-Way enclosure suddenly appeared from the gray fog and attacked the jade-clear grotto heaven. An unprecedented large-scale war began. The 9 prefectures of the Supreme Palace enclosure were attacked by the saint almost simultaneously. With Ning Prefecture as an example, the Xianyuan, Dongfang and Tuoba families, who were known as the 3 major families of Ning Prefecture, naturally became the focus of the saint's attention. The slightly different part of the war with the people on Earth was because high-level immortal cultivators had absolute dominance over low-level immortal cultivators. The Holy Church didn't care about immortal cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Instead, they focused all their attention on the 3 family heads and the elders of the various families. As long as the 3 family heads and elders were subdued, Ning Prefecture would naturally be under the saint's command. Therefore, adhering to the battle philosophy of capturing the leader first to capture the bandits, the saint's 12 kings automatically divided into 10 groups as soon as they walked out of the gray fog. The 3 strongest kings faced the 4 perfected masters of the jade-clear grotto heaven, while the other 9 kings attacked the strongest forces that ruled the 9 prefectures respectively. The saint came to the Supreme Palace enclosure with the mentality of colonists. However, when the 4 sages heard that someone could actually pass through the gray fog and come directly from the purple myrtle enclosure to the Supreme Palace enclosure, not only were they not wary of this, they even stood from the perspective of the hosts and warmly entertained the 12 kings, which almost led to a disaster. At the wine table, all of a sudden the 3 reverend kings attacked, severely wounding Reverend Cavern Spirit, the weakest of the 4 reverends. Even though Daoist Master Void Pierce Stage reacted in time, he could not stop the other party from coming prepared. Therefore, he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Why were the 4 spiritual masters so afraid of Qinxi? It wasn't because Qinxi was much stronger than them, but because Qinxi had threatened them with the 10,000-year inheritance of the jade-clear grotto heaven. Either hand over Yuhuan Tianzuan, or face Qinxi's endless sneak attacks and harassment. Although the 4 spiritual masters were strong, they had countless weak successors behind them that needed to be protected. This was also the real reason why the 4 sage masters had chosen to compromise. Qinxi alone could intimidate the 4 spiritual masters. Furthermore, the saint sect had specially sent 3 reverend kings to deal with the jade-clear grotto heaven. Perhaps it was because they were worried that the jade-clear grotto heaven held absolute authority in the Supreme Palace enclosure, so the saint sect had never planned to leave the jade-clear grotto heaven behind. Therefore, the 3 reverend kings fought a huge battle with the 4 spiritual masters in the jade-clear grotto heaven. As a result, the 10,000-year inheritance of the jade-clear grotto heaven was destroyed. The flames of war started and soon engulfed the 9 states of the Supreme Palace enclosure. During this period of more than 2 years, the drama of conquest and resistance continued to play out. However, the 12 reverend kings were all supreme being existences. Even if the major forces launched a counterattack under the leadership of the 4 spiritual masters in time, the result was futile. The flames of war burned more and more fiercely, and the major forces also suffered more and more losses. After the Tuoba family of Ning State took the lead to submit to the saint sect and received preferential treatment, the major forces also turned their guns and turned to kill their former comrades. The saint sect only wanted to unify the Supreme Palace enclosure, not kill them all. Since that was the case, why couldn't they submit to the saint sect? Anyway, weren't they under the control of the jade-clear grotto heaven previously? Now that they just changed bosses, why couldn't they accept it? Based on this thought, more and more forces chose to submit to the saint sect, and the 4 spiritual masters became stray dogs. The battle that Qin Xueqing saw when she first came to the Supreme Palace enclosure was the saint sect's follow-up operation to capture the 4 spiritual masters. The overall situation was set. Although there were still sporadic resistance forces in the 9 states, they couldn't stop the Saint Sect's plan to unify the Supreme Palace enclosure. Qin Xueqing came to the Supreme Palace enclosure under such circumstances. After disguising herself, Qin Xueqing hid in the city. She had spent a great deal of effort to gather this information without attracting anyone's attention. Now that the world was too chaotic, one might suddenly be affected by the flames of war if one stayed in the wilderness to cultivate. So many immortal cultivators came to the city to take refuge. These people didn't have high cultivation, but they were very well informed. While chatting with these people, Qin Xueqing found out another very important piece of information. That was, Cheng Hua and Yi Ji went to the Great Illusionary Land and hadn't returned yet. It had been 2 years. According to past experience, the convergence of the three enclosures generally only lasted for a month. Once the thick fog dissipated and the three enclosures separated, the Great Illusionary Land would be completely closed. Even if someone wanted to stay inside, they would be forcibly expelled at this time. Of course, these secrets weren't known to the public before. It was because of the arrival of the Saint Sect that these secrets were made public. Jade Clear Grotto Heaven needed to be mentioned here. The reason why the 4 spiritual masters treated the 12 kings as allies was that the 3 enclosures couldn't be connected at all. It had been mentioned before, once the 3 enclosures converged, the fluctuation of spirit energy would become abnormally intense, and the fog formed by spirit energy would gradually cover the entire sky. Qin Xueqing had personally experienced the strangeness of the fog before. So no matter how high one's cultivation was, it was absolutely impossible to pass through the fog to go to the Purple Myrtle enclosure and the Heavenly Market enclosure. Yi Ji's previous instigation of Cheng Hua to escape to the Heavenly Market enclosure was actually just a joke. Didn't you see, since ancient times, apart from the Saint Sect, who else could freely travel between the 2 realms? The 4 spiritual masters mistakenly thought that the 12 kings came to the Supreme Palace enclosure in the form of avatars. So they held a big banquet in the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven to entertain these friends, who came from afar. It had to be said. The way the 4 spiritual masters entertained the 12 kings was really like the way the Native Americans first met the European colonists. Note: this might be a bit tiring to read because I'm also tired of writing. But these contents can't be skipped, so I can only try to reduce the length as much as possible. The reason why I suddenly mention this, that's because this book had already entered the final stage of completion. Throughout the whole process, I learned a lot from it and also discovered my shortcomings. This is my first million-word work. If I say I'm satisfied, then I'm definitely not satisfied. After all, it's a work full of flaws. It's really not good enough, nor is it exciting enough. At least it's not exciting throughout. Because many of the mistakes are too low level. If I were to rewrite it, the level of excitement would definitely increase by several levels. But if I'm not satisfied, what it has achieved now is actually far beyond what I once expected. So I'm really grateful to all of you for giving me such an opportunity to learn and improve. I won't say much nonsense. Because this is a VIP chapter, you have to pay for it. I'm writing it here so that the pirated readers can also read it. Maybe one day they will also become genuine readers and support me. 200 words for 1 center. This paragraph has a total of 500 words. I'm taking advantage of your 2 cents. I hope you won't criticize me too harshly. The new book has been confirmed. If nothing goes wrong, the title of the book will be, I Really Know Martial Arts. Currently, the title has been registered, but it hasn't been officially released yet. Because I have to save 100,000 words before I release it, I can't keep updating it. When the new book is released, I will open a chapter to explain, so before that, please don't take this book off the shelves. In addition, I will also do my best to finish this book properly. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 548. The arrival of the Holy Church had also indirectly caused the secret of the Great Illusionary Land to be deliberately publicized by some people. From this, Qin Xueqing finally understood why Cheng Hua and Yi Ji had not returned to Earth. It was not that they did not want to come back, but that they had no way to come back. Thinking back, when the secret of the Great Illusionary Land had just been leaked, many people rushed to the Great Illusionary Land with the mentality of giving it a try. Everyone wanted to obtain opportunities and adventures from it, so they did not care about the quota limit. In short, whether the rumors were true or false, they had to try it first. There was no chance before, but now that the opportunity was in front of them, who could resist the temptation? The result was naturally overjoyed. The limit of 3,000 places seemed to have been lifted, so whether it was Jindan or Yuanying, as long as they dared to go, they would definitely be able to enter the Great Illusionary Land smoothly. The sudden surprise also caused the people to lose their rationality. During that time, the battle at the Supreme Palace enclosure was the most intense. The 4 spiritual masters and the 12 kings were fighting fiercely, and the major forces of the 9 regions were also busy resisting the attack of the Holy Church. It was obviously impossible to be distracted and care about other people in a battle of life and death at the supreme level. Instead of staying in the Supreme Palace enclosure and praying that the flames of war would not burn their heads, it was better to risk their lives and go to the Great Illusionary Land. If they really got lucky and luckily obtained some adventure, wouldn't they be able to completely reach the peak of life? With such a fantasy, for a time, there were as many cultivators going to the Great Illusionary Land as carps crossing the river. But as more and more people entered the Great Illusionary Land, no one came back. People finally realized where the problem was. Could it be this place could only be entered and not exited? After a series of suicidal repeated confirmations, the Great Illusionary Land had completely become a forbidden area in people's minds. As long as no one left alive, no one would dare to break in again. So according to the current situation, Qin Xueqing should never see Changhua and Yiji again. Unless she personally made a trip to the Great Illusionary Realm, she wouldn't even be able to determine whether the 2 of them were dead or alive. And since she couldn't find Changhua and Yiji, what reason did Qin Xueqing have to continue staying in this war-torn and turbulent Supreme Palace enclosure? At that moment, Qin Xueqing couldn't help but hesitate. She even had the urge to immediately return to Earth. But soon, Qin Xueqing's pursuit of martial arts calmed her down once again. If she wanted to concentrate on cultivating in seclusion, why would she bother to come all the way to the Supreme Palace enclosure? Wasn't the turbulent Supreme Palace enclosure a great stage for her to train herself? Therefore, after adjusting her mentality, Qin Xueqing temporarily settled down in the Supreme Palace enclosure. The Supreme Palace enclosure was a very big stage. Now she was just a small behind-the-scenes worker. Therefore, Qin Xueqing couldn't help but look forward to the day when she would also step onto the stage. Since her sister-in-law had settled down in the Supreme Palace enclosure, let's talk about Nian first. Important things had to be said 3 times. Although Nian was only 9 years old now, she was already in the 6th grade. What did it mean to be in the 6th grade? The capital-affiliated primary school didn't have a middle school department, which meant that the children in the 6th grade could do whatever they wanted on campus. Moreover, on the first day of school, the homeroom teacher directly appointed Nian to be the class monitor of the 6th grade class 2. The teacher made this arrangement partly to take care of this little girl who had skipped 2 grades. On the other hand, it was entirely because of the good reputation she had built up in the capital-affiliated primary school over the years. Any teacher who had taught Nian would be full of praise for this smart, sensible and clever child. Therefore, the homeroom teacher had a reason not to let Nian be the class monitor. Okay, Qin Nian will be our class monitor from now on. She skipped 2 grades in the past and is younger than all of you, so you must not bully her in the future. If I find out that anyone dares to bully her, I'm sure all of you know the consequences. The homeroom teacher of the 6th grade class 2 was a middle-aged man, so he wasn't as gentle as the other teachers. Instead, he pretended to be fierce and gave the class a warning. Remember this. In terms of life, Qin Nian is your little sister. But in terms of studies, you must learn from her. Although she skipped 2 grades, she still scored 100% on the pretest. But what about all of you? Okay, I won't say anything more. Everyone be alert and let's start class now. On the podium, the homeroom teacher lectured with spittle flying everywhere. Then he patted Nian's shoulder and squeezed out a smile. Qin Nian, you're small, so you'll sit here in the future. The teacher pointed to the seat closest to the podium. Then Nian carried her school bag and obediently came to this excellent place with good feng shui. It was a little strange. Nian was short, so it was reasonable for her to sit in the first row. But her deskmate was not only taller than her, she was also much bigger. Sitting there, she was like a pagoda that could suppress demons. She could practically block the view of the students behind her. Moreover, she was a girl. A fat girl who weighed at least 150 pounds. Suddenly meeting such an outstanding classmate, Nian couldn't help but take a second look at her. But she didn't expect this fat girl to treat her as if she didn't exist. Even though the whole class was paying attention to Nian, The fat girl still shrugged her head and turned a deaf ear to everything around her. Soon Nian Yan's first class in the 6th grade class ended. As a new classmate, Nian Yan felt that she had an obligation to take the initiative to integrate into the group. So she took the initiative to greet the fat girl next to her across the aisle. "Hello, I'm Qin Yan. What's your name?" Nian Yan had skipped 2 grades, so she already had experience. So her adaptability could be said to be very strong. She didn't feel shy at all. Who would have thought? Nian Yan wasn't afraid of strangers, but the fat girl next to her was. She just patted the girl's arm out of courtesy, but she didn't expect the girl to be so scared that she started trembling. Nian Yan's face was full of black question marks. She thought that she had accidentally scared the girl. But before she could apologize, the fat girl directly covered her head with her hands and then leaned over the table like an ostrich. The classmate behind Nian Yan also saw this scene. So, this boy who looked like a skinny monkey immediately pointed at the fat girl in front of him and laughed loudly. "Qin Yan, ignore her. She's a fool." "Haha, fool, big fool. Ha ha ha." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 549. Today was the first day of school after all. Except for Nian Yan, everyone in the class was old acquaintances. Therefore, after a summer break, everyone naturally had endless topics to talk about with each other. Perhaps wanting to attract everyone's attention, this skinny monkey-like boy saw the interaction between Nian Yan and the chubby girl and deliberately laughed loudly. And such a pretentious laugh naturally attracted the attention of the other students in an instant. All of a sudden, Nian Yan's position became the focus of the entire class. "Yo, isn't this the big idiot in our class? I haven't seen you for a few months. Why are you still so fat? Didn't your mother tell you to lose weight?" Ha! Unlike Nian Yan who skipped 2 grades, most children who studied to the 6th grade were concentrated at the age of 11 or 12, which was basically half a teenager. In addition, children nowadays were very precocious, so they naturally knew more than the children of Xianxia's generation. Of course, being precocious didn't mean being sensible. It was precisely because of this that introverted children were more introverted, and extroverted children were more extroverted. When toys and cartoons were no longer their only pursuit, teasing and ridiculing their classmates became a way for them to relax. Put yourself in their shoes. Put yourself in their shoes and think for others. Sorry, children at the age of 11 or 12 didn't understand this slightly complicated theory. Just like a joke that was once popular on the internet, a reporter went to the South Pole to interview a group of penguins. He asked the first penguin, "What do you do every day?" The penguin replied, "Eat, sleep, play with Daodu." Then he asked the second penguin. The penguin still replied, "Eat, sleep, play with Daodu." The reporter asked the other penguins with confusion, but the result was the same in the end. So the reporter continued to ask 99 penguins like this. When the reporter asked the 100th little penguin, the little penguin gave a different answer, "Eat, sleep." The reporter asked in surprise, "Why don't you play with Daodu?" The little penguin pouted, glared at the reporter and replied, "I am Daodu." Was this really a joke? No. In fact, it was a complete tragedy. Because behind the 99 happiness, there was always a hidden pain that had no place to complain. The fat girl's name was Li Tangyue. This was a poetic name, but unfortunately, it did not match her appearance at all. Li Tangyue was 12 years old this year. She was 1.6 meters tall, but her weight was an astonishing 150 kilograms. When she stood there, she was like a big bucket. Unfortunately, she was diagnosed with childhood non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, also known as severe fatty liver disease. This kind of disease was not fatal and could be eliminated by recuperation. Therefore, after some treatment, Li Tangyue's parents let the child go back to school. And this was the beginning of Li Tangyue's tragedy. She used to be a lively and cute little girl. However, as her body grew fatter, Li Tangyue gradually became silent and her grades began to plummet. Although the head teacher of the 6th grade class 2 was a male teacher, he still noticed the change in Li Tangyue's mentality. Therefore, in order to encourage and help the child, the teacher moved Li Tangyue to the first row so that she could be urged to study hard at any time. Her teacher's intentions were good. But this arrangement directly led Li Tangyue to walk from behind the scenes to the front of the stage, as if there was a spotlight on her at all times. From the day she moved to the first row, Li Tangyue felt that dozens of pairs of eyes were following behind her at all times. Her classmates were all looking at her. Her classmates were all laughing at her. She was afraid that her broad body would block the line of sight of the students in the back row, so she always bent her waist and hunched her back, trying her best to shrink her head. She never dared to go to the toilet because she was afraid of the strange gazes from both sides of the corridor. She tried hard to hide herself, but the spotlight on her became more and more dazzling. She was different from Xianxia, who was a white swan that everyone loved. She was born an ugly duckling that no one liked. In order to lose weight, Xianxia tried to go on a hunger strike. But, even if she was so hungry that she was about to faint, her weight did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased a little. Because she was fat, she suffered a huge psychological pressure that she should not have to endure at her age. For those students with obvious physical disabilities, it was precisely because of their obvious physical defects that they were not easy to bully and ridicule. Because their weakness was reflected on the surface. Even children knew that they could not bully the disabled, let alone these 11 or 12-year-old teenagers. Xianxia was different. She did not have any obvious disabilities. She was just plain fat. Therefore, mocking her for being fat had gradually become a custom in grade 6, class 2. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, regardless of their conduct, regardless of whether their grades were good or bad. In short, everyone was disgusted and disliked this fat girl who was like a bucket. Almost every class had children who were ostracized. But children like Xianxia, who were both ostracized by others and ostracized by themselves at the same time, were very few. How could the pressure and pain she was enduring in her heart be understood by ordinary people? Hearing the words "big fool" constantly ringing in her ears, Xianxia suddenly woke up from her shock. Why did everyone call Xianxia a big fool and not a big fatty? Wasn't it because she was stupid? When she was mocked by others, she would only bury her head deep in her arms like an ostrich. Just like what Xianxia saw now. Looking at the new desk mate in front of her who was as fat as a pig but as timid as a mouse, Xianxia suddenly stood up and let out the angriest roar in her life to the entire class. Enough. All of you shut up. Shut up. Although Xianxia was young, her petite figure stood there, but it was as if she was a stabilizing force. In an instant the entire class fell silent. At that moment, everyone did not understand what kind of madness she had. Perhaps it was because they were suppressed by Xianxia's aura, or perhaps it was because she had the support of the head teacher. In short, after everyone saw Xianxia's angry face, they decisively shut their mouths. No one stood up to continue to challenge the authority of the new class leader. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Xianxia took a deep breath, turned around and shouted to the class, "I announce. From today onwards, you are not allowed to call her a big fool anymore. And you are not allowed to bully her anymore. If I find out that anyone is still bullying her, then I will definitely tell the teacher and the principal." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 550. Her announcement shocked the entire class. Everyone seemed to be unable to understand the reason behind Xianxia's anger, but after seeing her serious expression, no one dared to stand up and oppose her. Skinny Monkey was sitting behind Xianxia. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he swallowed the ridicule that was about to come out. After all, a 6th grader was not young anymore. Everyone had their own thoughts. Although Xianxia had attacked everyone in the class, this method of not specifically targeting a particular person would not cause everyone to be angry. Otherwise, it would be impossible for everyone to attack her. Xianxia had just joined the class, so everyone was still unsure of her personality, so it was impossible for them to get into a conflict with her over such a small matter. Therefore, after a short period of silence, the classroom immediately returned to its usual clamor. Everyone ignored Xianxia. Those who were fooling around continued to fool around, and those who were chatting continued to chat as if the unpleasant incident had never happened. Although Xianxia did not raise her head, she could hear the movements around her. Seeing that everyone was no longer ridiculing her, Xianxia carefully raised her head to observe her surroundings. Xianxia saw her actions, so she smiled at her and then sat back down in her seat as if no one was around. "Thank you." Looking at Xianxia's calm appearance, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before carefully thanking her. "It's okay. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. I'll make the decision for you." Perhaps because she had done a good deed, Xianxia was in a good mood, so she did not care about the strange gazes around her and directly patted her chest to accept this little brother. Soon the break between classes was over. The second class began. Nian Yan secretly observed Li Tangyue for a while. Only then did she realize that she liked to deliberately bend her body in class, as if she was afraid that she would block the view of the students behind her. Therefore, as soon as the class ended, Nian Yan went straight to the form teacher's office and told her thoughts. She hoped that the teacher could move Li Tangyue to the window so that Li Tangyue would not block the other students. At the same time, she also hoped that the teacher would let her sit behind Li Tangyue. This way she could protect Li Tangyue at any time and prevent her from being ostracized by her classmates. The teacher decisively agreed to her request. And this was the privilege that Nian Yan had as a merit student, the leader of the young pioneers and the class monitor of Year 6 Class 2. It had to be said that Nian Yan really did things swiftly and decisively. After receiving the teacher's warning, she took advantage of the break between classes to quickly complete a series of seat changes. At this point, Nian Yan and Li Tangyue had become the unshakable front and back seats. And it was precisely because of Nian Yan's appearance that Li Tangyue's gloomy primary school life finally ushered in a ray of light. After school in the afternoon, Nian Yan told Xianxia all the good things she had done today. Although Xianxia already knew what had happened, he still pretended to be very surprised and then praised the little girl. Although Nian Yan always had the attitude of a class monitor in school in front of Xianxia, she would always be that little girl who never grew up. Therefore, after hearing Xianxia's praise, the little girl immediately showed a proud look and walked with a bouncing and jumping non-stop. The father and daughter walked leisurely for a while. At this time, Nian Yan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned to Xianxia and said, "Dad, we won't do the exercises between classes in the future and we won't have PE class either." "Why? Didn't the Ministry of Education stipulate that schools must have PE class?" Hearing this, the little girl's face was filled with excitement and said, "We'll change to martial arts. In the future we'll practice Arhat fist during the exercises between classes, and PE class will also be changed to martial arts class." This was important news that the teacher announced before school ended so that the children would remember to tell their parents at home. Practice Arhat fist during the exercises between classes? Changing PE class to martial arts class? So fast. The moment he heard this news, Xianxia couldn't help but frown slightly. He remembered Grandpa Deng once said, the popularization of computers had to start from a child's age. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Computers had long been popularized and now it was martial arts' turn? Martial arts had the function of strengthening the body, so using Arhat fist to replace the exercises between classes seemed to be a very normal operation. After all, this was only a set of beginner-level fist techniques. Could it be that they really expected the children to rely on this set of Arhat fist to practice obvious strength? Practicing martial arts was so hard. If they didn't slack off and cheat, the teacher should thank the heavens. However, everything had to be thought deeply. This seemed to be a simple move to cater to the current trend, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. If Xianxia guessed correctly, once the Arhat fist entered the school and officially entered the stage of popularization, the Wu Alliance would then select the most talented and outstanding children and send them to a newly established national exemplary school. A special school that only taught cultivation and nothing else. Xianxia was slightly lost in thought. The little girl waited for a while. Seeing that Xianxia didn't respond, she couldn't help but pout, then grabbed Xianxia's arm and said with an aggrieved face, "Dad, you said before that you would let me learn martial arts. In the end, you didn't let me go to the training class. Are you going back on your word?" After hearing Nian Yan's words, Xianxia's face suddenly showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this child had been thinking about this all along? As mentioned before, Xianxia did teach the little girl how to cultivate qi. But he still didn't teach the little girl how to use the vital essence in her body. Nian Yan was very sensible, so when she mentioned it to Xianxia before, she never mentioned it again after Xianxia changed the topic. And the reason why she brought it up again today was because this matter had indeed been hidden in her heart for a long time. Many students in the class signed up for the martial arts training class, but she didn't. Although she could ride a horse, skate, swim and draw, but now the most popular thing was martial arts. Did they think she didn't have vanity? Unknowingly, Nian Yan had already developed the habit of doing the best in everything and fighting for the first place in everything. But it was a pity. Dad still refused to teach her martial arts and didn't agree to let her go to the martial arts training class. Seeing the little girl's aggrieved face, Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then smiled and pinched her little face, asking, "What's wrong? Are you angry with Dad?" I'm not. Hearing Xianxia say this, the little girl suddenly turned her head to the side, pouted her mouth and pretended to be angry. Why was Xianxia unwilling to teach her martial arts? Wasn't it because he was afraid that she would accidentally kill a classmate? But thinking about it carefully, with Nian Yan's current intelligence, she shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled and hugged her, then said with a gentle face, Okay, my precious baby, don't be angry, okay? Dad will teach you, okay? Hearing Xianxia say this, Nian Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Of course, more real than real gold. Then I want to learn martial arts that are more powerful than the Arhat fist. Oh? Do you know what martial arts are more powerful than the Arhat fist? Xianxia smiled and asked in return. He didn't expect Nian Yan's next answer to not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone says the Nine-Yang Divine Technique is powerful. I also want to learn the Nine-Yang Divine Technique. Dad, can you teach me the Nine-Yang Divine Technique? Chapter 551. Nine-Yang Divine Art. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the little girl's words. Let's not talk about whether Xianxia knew the Nine-Yang Divine Art or not. Even if he followed the original text and forcefully derived a technique similar to the Nine-Yang Divine Art, this technique was obviously not something Nian Yan could practice. After all, how could a girl practice the Nine-Yang Divine Art? If she wanted to practice it, she should practice the Nine-Yin Sutra. No wonder the little girl didn't forget Nian Yan's Nine-Yang Divine Art. With the rise of martial arts craze, Wuxia dramas naturally regained their vitality. Classics such as the Condor Shooters trilogy and the Smiling Proud Wanderer were replayed on TV over and over again every day. Although Nian Yan was a girl, didn't she often use the 18 dragons subduing palms and 9 solitary swords when she played with Wenwen and Mingming? When he saw his daughter foolishly shouting out the 18 dragons subduing palms, Xianxia didn't think much of it. He only thought that the child had grown up, so her interests and hobbies had changed. Now that he thought about it, Xianxia realized that he took it for granted. The reason was that the seed of cultivation had already been planted in the little girl's heart. And now it was time for this seed to break through the soil and sprout. You silly child, the Nine-Yang Divine Art is only passed to males and not females. Didn't you listen to the lines carefully when you were watching TV? If a girl practices the Nine-Yang Divine Art, she will grow a lot of facial hair like a man. So even if Daddy really knows this technique, there's no way I can teach it to you. After hearing the little girl's request, Xianxia smiled and rubbed her head. Hearing this, the little girl suddenly pouted with slight disappointment. I can't learn the Nine-Yang Divine Art. I'm so angry. VV. Then I want to learn the muscle bone strengthening scripture. I don't know how. Wave-like subtle steps. I don't know how either. Star-absorbing technique? Daddy. Then what do you know? In the end, the little girl's face was already full of unhappiness. Because in her heart her father was an omnipotent Superman, but now he said that he couldn't do anything. Therefore in Nian Yan's eyes, this was clearly Xianxia's excuse for not wanting to teach her martial arts. Just now he had clearly said that he would teach her a martial art that was more powerful than the Arhat fist, but in the blink of an eye he had started to change the topic and started to laugh. How could she be happy? Daddy is the most shameless. Thinking of this, Nian Yan no longer paid attention to Xianxia. Carrying her backpack, she angrily strode forward, clearly wanting to distance herself from Xianxia. Yo, who made our family's darling angry again. It was rare to see Nian Yan throw a tantrum. Although Xianxia found it funny, he didn't dare to continue teasing her. If he really made the child cry, then it would be his turn as the father to be put in an awkward position. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately went forward, and directly carried the angry little guy in a princess carry, forcibly hugging him in her arms. Ah! Under the sudden attack, Nian Yan instinctively cried out. But very quickly she quietly laid in Xianxia's arms, her head lowered, not saying a word. Seeing this, Xianxia tried to throw her into the air to scare her. Unexpectedly, this girl pouted and didn't react at all, as if she was sure that Xianxia wouldn't dare to let go of her. Looking at this, Nian Yan was really angry this time. Therefore, Xianxia immediately kept the smile on his face and said to her sincerely, Nian Yan, don't be angry, come, Daddy will let you ride the horse, okay? No. Why not? Daddy is shameless. I don't like Daddy anymore. Xianxia carried Nian Yan and walked quickly on the sidewalk. The father and daughter bickered and whispered to each other as if there was no one around. It was obvious that Nian was pretending to be angry. In fact, how could she bear to be angry with her father? It was said that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. When Xianxia saw the envious gazes of the passers-by, he suddenly realized he hadn't carried Nian in a long time. Speaking of which, it was strange. He didn't know when it started, but Nian didn't like to be carried by Xianxia as they walked. Perhaps it was because she had grown up, so she didn't want to be carried in her parents' arms all the time like when she was young. Okay, Daddy will sincerely apologize to you now. I said before that I would teach you martial arts, but I still haven't taught you after so long. It's all Daddy's fault, don't be angry with Daddy, okay? After she comforted her with kind words, Nian finally stopped pouting. After hearing her snort, she used her big eyes to stare at Xianxia, as if hinting that Xianxia should show enough sincerity first, then she would consider whether to forgive this shameless daddy. 2 years ago, it was Xianxia who fought for the right to choose for her. 2 years later, it was her who fought for the right to choose for herself. Hey, I won't tease you anymore. Since you want to learn so much, Daddy will teach you everything I know. However, cultivation has to be done step by step. How about this? Grandpa has a set of martial arts called Qin's Cloud Hands. Not only Aunt knows it, even Mommy knows it. Daddy will teach you this first, okay? Qin's Cloud Hands? Nian lay in Xianxia's arms, wrinkling her nose as she repeated this word. Then with a face full of suspicion she asked, is Qin's Cloud Hands more powerful than Arhat Fist? Of course. Look at how powerful Aunt is. Doesn't she also practice this martial art? Okay, then I'll learn this. Let's go. Daddy will teach you this supreme martial art. Daddy believes. The day you complete your studies will be the day you become famous throughout the world. Time flew. Soon another month had passed. During this time, Nian spent the rest of her time diligently learning Qin's Cloud Hands, other than going to school as usual. This time Xianxia took out something that could really fight. It was different from the qi refinement method from before. Speaking of which, learning martial arts was really hard work, at least 10,000 times harder than quietly meditating and refining qi. But the strange thing was, not only did Nian not feel that it was hard, but she also enjoyed it every day. If it wasn't for the agreement between father and daughter that she couldn't secretly practice at school, she would have already mastered the entire set of Qin's Cloud Hands. Seeing Nian working so hard, Xianxia was gratified, but he couldn't help but worry. In terms of cultivation, this child wasn't as free and undisciplined as him, nor was she as carefree as her mother. Instead she was like Xianxia, obsessed and fanatical? Could it be, Nian would also be a martial arts maniac in the future? When he thought of Xianxia's behavior that no man liked, there was only one thought left in Xianxia's mind. Chapter 552. In this crisp autumn September, we welcome the autumn sunshine and the season of harvest, welcoming the cheerful and exciting school sports meet. Early in the morning, all the teachers and students of the school came to the sports field. Under the guidance of the teachers, some of the students arranged the venue, some of them tidied up their clothes, and some of them set up the sports equipment. Everyone was extremely busy, causing the originally quiet sports field to suddenly become lively. As the principal announced the start of the sports meet, the capital-affiliated primary school also officially ushered in the new autumn sports meet. Oh look! The moment the passionate athletes' marching song sounded, one class after another lined up neatly and strode toward the rostrum. They were all wearing bright clothes with smiles on their faces. They were full of vitality as they strode with their heads held high. They exuded the unique vitality of youth. On this day, October 15th, the National Day holiday had just ended. A few days after the children returned to school, the school officially announced the date of the autumn sports meet. Was there going to be a sports meet again? For the children, the sports meet was as important as Children's Day. This also meant that the children who had just finished the National Day holiday could play freely for 3 days. How could the children not be excited? As a famous key primary school in the country, once the autumn sports meet was held, the TV station would immediately send reporters to interview the students. At the same time, the district leaders would also lead a team to participate in the opening ceremony of the sports meet. Although the reporters and district leaders only showed their faces and left, to the students of the school, being able to show their faces on TV was obviously a very glorious and important matter. So, how could they show their faces in front of the leaders? The simplest way was to be the host of the opening ceremony of the sports meet. In addition to taking on the role of announcing the opening ceremony, the host also had to stand on the rostrum and make a declaration of sportsmanship. Therefore, the popularity of this position was even higher than that of the captain of the young pioneers. Nian was now the big sister of the 6th grade. Previously, due to her lack of qualifications, she had not been able to take on such a good job. Now that she finally had enough experience, the moment she took on this beautiful task, Nian wrote a 1,500-word opening speech. Then she read it in a cadence in front of all the teachers and students. He was not afraid at all, because she knew her father would definitely be on time in front of the TV and watch her shine on stage. I declare. This year's autumn sports meet of the capital-affiliated primary school now. Let's begin. Following Nian's command, the field suddenly burst into an earth-shattering cheer. Seeing all the teachers and students in the school fall into a state of almost fanatical excitement, Nian couldn't help but have a sweet smile on her face. She really liked this kind of lively feeling. Unfortunately, the announcer and host didn't have to participate in the competition, so she couldn't show off her skills on the stage. Although it was just a small primary school sports meet, under the arrangement of the teachers, this year's autumn sports meet was held decently. Regardless of whether it was the field competition, track competition, or fun competition, other than the more competitive individual events, the teachers did not forget to arrange a series of group competitions. This not only emphasized the sportsmanship of friendship first and competition second, but also allowed the children to understand what true unity was. The competition was in full swing. The first day was the track competition, the second day was the field competition, and the third day was the group competition. Although the group tug-of-war held at the end successfully pushed the atmosphere of the sports meet to the peak, this also meant that this year's autumn sports meet was about to come to a successful end. On the rostrum, Nian took out the closing speech she had prepared and was about to announce the successful end of this year's autumn sports meet. However, the principal suddenly came to her side and directly grabbed the microphone from her hand. Hey, students, quiet down, I have something important to announce. Just now, I received a notice from the higher-ups. This year's autumn sports meet will add an additional competition event, so the end of the autumn sports meet will be postponed for 2 days. As for the competition content, I'll keep you guessing for now, I'll tell you tomorrow. Okay, that's it for today. Students, go home and have a good rest. Come back tomorrow to participate in the competition. Speaking of this, the principal suddenly paused and then continued with a serious face. Teachers of all grades and classes, gather at the big conference hall at 7 o'clock in the evening. I have something important to announce here. Following the principal's inexplicable speech, the autumn sports meet, which was supposed to end, was unexpectedly postponed for 2 days. They could play for 2 more days. While the children were happy, they were also intrigued by the additional competition content mentioned by the principal. Therefore, early the next morning, all the teachers and students of the school waited on the field as early as a few days ago. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the principal to officially unveil the mystery. What kind of competition was it? Why was it so mysterious? Okay, is everyone here? Now I announce. The first martial arts competition of the capital-affiliated primary school officially begins. Now, please introduce the rules of the competition to the students of each class. Registration will begin in half an hour. After hearing the words martial arts competition, there was a sudden burst of exclamations on the field. Even before the teacher explained, many of the senior children had already reacted. Martial arts competition? Wasn't it just for them to fight? Was this also a competition? In fact, the reason why the principal did not publicly announce today's competition content yesterday was to prevent the children from going home and telling their parents, which would cause conflict among their parents. After all, a martial arts competition was not the same as a running race. Although the school had already prepared combat protective clothing, in this kind of close combat situation, even with protective clothing, the school could not guarantee that the children would not be injured. Therefore, the principal knew that parents would never agree to let their children participate in this kind of competition. But the higher-ups asked him to take this opportunity to successfully hold a perfect martial arts competition, so as to set a new example for the country's primary and secondary schools. As long as the capital-affiliated primary school organized this martial arts competition beautifully, it would naturally be much easier for the Wu Lian to promote martial arts competitions to the whole country. The principal was caught in the middle and in a dilemma. In the end, he had to make such a decision to act first and report later. In short, just hold the competition first. Wasn't it just a martial arts competition? Have you watched a taekwondo competition? How could children have the strength to be injured wearing protective clothing? Anyway, as long as no children were injured, he would have a way to appease the angry parents. What? You said the family head was not satisfied with the school's arrangement? You want to complain to the Education Bureau? You are not satisfied no matter how I explain. If you are not satisfied, you can drop out. Chapter 553. Because it was the first time the school held a martial arts competition, the principal held an emergency discussion yesterday. The topic of the discussion was naturally the slightly different martial arts competition today. Since the school had no relevant experience in undertaking it, they would have to find their way to do it. Only by doing this beautifully and properly could the capital-affiliated elementary school live up to its title as the National Exemplary Elementary School and continue to set a new example for the nation's primary and secondary schools. There was no other way. Who asked the higher-ups to give such an important task to the capital-affiliated elementary school? The burden on their shoulders was indeed heavy. The principal felt that the task was heavy, but the teachers felt that the task was a little hot. After all, this was not a track and field competition. Although martial arts had been particularly popular in the past 2 years and most of the children in the class had signed up for the martial arts training class, the teachers were still a little uncertain if they really wanted to compete. Even if the child succeeded in winning the first place, after the parents received the news, they might immediately chase to the school and then make a fuss about it and insist that the teacher give an explanation. Why should my child participate in such a dangerous competition? What if the child is injured? A martial arts competition? Isn't it just a fight? Which school encourages children to fight? Ordinary teachers at most received a fixed salary. How would they dare to easily offend the parents? Therefore, when the principal announced the official start of the martial arts competition, the teachers of each class carefully explained the content discussed in yesterday's meeting to the children. During this time, the teachers even explicitly and implicitly emphasized that no one was forced to participate in this martial arts competition. Everything was voluntary. Even if no one in the class signed up for the competition, the teachers would not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they would be secretly happy. No one participated, which meant that no one would be injured. It saved them a lot of trouble and worry. How good was that? However, what the teachers never expected was the children's enthusiasm for this martial arts competition was far beyond their imagination. In the class with the most applicants, there was even a situation where the whole class wanted to sign up. Whether it was a boy or a girl, regardless of age, regardless of introverted or not, all the children who had participated in the martial arts training class raised their right hand high at that moment. Even the little girl who had always been well-behaved and clever, after hearing the teacher ask, "If you want to sign up, please raise your hand," she actually raised her little hand at the first moment. The teacher was stunned. Why was it so different from what they imagined? Were the children nowadays so violent? Were they not afraid of being beaten at all? Qinyan, put your hand down. The martial arts competition is held between people of the same grade. Look at that small body of yours. Who can you beat on the stage? You're not allowed to participate. It's settled then. All right, a class can only have a maximum of 5 participants. Now, I will choose the participants. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the teacher decisively decided to have the final say and stripped Nian of her right to participate in the competition. When Yin heard this, she pouted unhappily and retorted, "Teacher, I know martial arts. I will be the Xianxia Yun hand. Dad taught me. It's even more powerful than Arhat fist." As soon as he said this, the whole class burst into laughter. As the old saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. If they were to compare academic results, Nian would claim second place and no one in the class would dare to claim first place. However, if it was a martial arts competition, the entire class would not accept her as the class monitor. Nian was only 9 years old. Everyone in the class was 2 or 3 years older than her, but they couldn't outdo her in terms of academics and they couldn't even beat her in fights? Who would be able to take this lying down? No one took Nian Yin seriously, and this made her very angry. However, just as Nian Yin was about to continue speaking and fight for herself, a discordant voice suddenly sounded from the back of the classroom. Teacher, why don't we let Li Tangyue participate? Look at her body. If she stood on the stage, she would be able to kill someone just by sitting down, right? Ah. As soon as these humiliating words came out, the entire class burst into laughter. The teacher was stunned for a moment and did not reprimand her immediately. Instead, she subconsciously thought about the possibility. That's right. Didn't children fight to see who had the bigger body? Li Tangyue's body was indeed quite intimidating. If it were other mischievous children with Li Tangyue's body type, the teacher would definitely send them to the competition without hesitation. However, with Li Tangyue's introverted and almost depressed personality, sending her to the martial arts competition was equivalent to sending her to the execution ground. Therefore, the child who made this suggestion had ulterior motives. She clearly wanted to see Li Tangyue make a fool of herself. Thinking of this, the teacher finally came back to her senses, so she deliberately pretended to be angry and scolded sternly. Who said this? Stand up for me. The teacher originally just said it casually and wanted to intimidate the children in the class. Who would have thought, as soon as she finished speaking, a tall girl directly stood up and said proudly, "Teacher, I said it." Zhao Yu. The teacher still had a deep impression of this girl who looked quite likable. Zhao Yu started school late and was now 12 years old. In addition, girls developed early, so she was already a little lotus flower that showed its sharp edges. It was very obvious that she was different from the other girls in the class. When the others were still girls, Zhao Yu was the first to transform into a young girl. As a rebellious girl who started putting on makeup in elementary school, Zhao Yu naturally did not like ugly fat women like Li Tangyue. Therefore, Zhao Yu used to tease Li Tangyue a lot. It was not until Nian Yin joined grade 6 class 2 and stood up for Li Tangyue that Zhao Yu chose to give up for a period of time. Sometimes the hatred between girls came so easily. Nian Yin never provoked anyone. However, her performance, her grades, her looks, and her behavior, it was very easy to attract hatred. Zhao Yu hated Li Tangyue to begin with, but now Qin Yan had suddenly appeared. This was great. The hatred in Zhao Yu's heart naturally doubled. Double kill. Teacher, I want to sign up. Because I have already obtained the warrior certification and am now a stage 1 warrior. Just like Taekwondo in the process of promoting the martial arts trend, the Wu Lian did not forget to come up with a set of very scientific martial arts evaluation criteria. Among them, stages 1, 2, and 3 were beginner warriors, stages 4, 5, and 6 were intermediate warriors, and stages 7, 8, and 9 were advanced warriors. Although stage 1 was just the beginning, it was enough to scare many people. After all, Zhao Yu was only a 12-year-old girl. The strength of a stage 1 warrior was enough for her to beat the entire grade. Oh, you have a warrior rank? Then I'll count you in. After hearing Zhao Yu's self-report, the teacher was suddenly happy and seemed to have forgotten to pursue the matter. It couldn't be helped who asked this Zhao Yu's background to be not simple. The daughter of a rich family in Beijing, can't afford to offend. Seeing that the teacher was no longer pursuing the matter, Nian Yin could not help but look up at Li Tangyue in the front row. As usual, this big fat girl was bent over the table at this moment, as if she did not hear the mocking laughter just now. Not sure if it was because Qin Shi taught her the Qin Shi Yun hand, but Nian Yin's personality was becoming more and more like Qin Shueqing's. Therefore, after looking at Li Tangyue in front of her and then looking back at Zhao Yu behind her, her bad temper came up on the spot. I'm also a stage 1 warrior. Why can she participate but I can't? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 554. Teacher, I'm also a first stage martial artist. Why can she participate but I can't? Nian Yin's clear questioning voice suddenly sounded in the classroom. The teacher's face slightly changed on the spot. This child, how could she be so disobedient? The reason why the teacher didn't allow Nian Yin to participate in the martial arts tournament was out of good intentions. He didn't think that this little girl would act like she ate the wrong medicine today, insisting on standing up to make him unable to back down. I'll say it again, this martial arts tournament is held between the same grade. You're already in the 6th grade, so your opponents are at least 2 or 3 years older than you. Are you sure you want to participate? The teacher's face was a bit ugly. But because of Nian Yin's usual performance, the teacher didn't care about her contradicting behavior, and once again emphasized the cruelty of the martial arts tournament. He tried to persuade Nian to give up this inexplicable idea. After all, children can't be compared to adults. A 2 or 3 year age gap will directly cause the two sides to never be on the same level. Professional boxing matches are divided into lightweight and heavyweight weight, but this martial arts tournament, because of the lack of experience, did not pay attention to the details. As long as Nian signed up for the tournament, it means that she may meet Zhao Yu, who is taller than her, heavier than her, and even have longer arms and legs than her. Isn't this just looking for abuse? The teacher really didn't want Nian to participate, but this time Nian was like a tortoise that ate a scale, determined to participate in the tournament. I'm sure. Hearing Nian's resolute answer, the teacher frowned and thought for a while, then finally agreed to her request. Then I'll count you in. The teacher thought that Nian really had the strength of a first-stage martial artist. But in fact, Nian didn't even go to a martial arts training class. Where can she find a martial artist qualification certificate? This little girl lied. She learned how to lie. And the reason why Nian did this on one hand was because she really wanted to participate. On the other hand, it was entirely because of Zhao Yu. Just like how Zhao Yu was unhappy with her, Nian had been unhappy with Zhao Yu for a long time. In Nian's eyes, Li Tangyue was a kind and pitiful girl. She was just a little fatter. Did she get in anyone's way? Why did she have to be bullied every day? Although the whole class was ostracizing Li Tangyue, after Nian's observation during this period of time, she found that there were only a few people who were taking the lead. One of them was Zhao Yu. What was even more infuriating was that Zhao Yu's bullying methods were much better than Skinny Monkey's. At most, Skinny Monkey would take the lead to kick up a fuss. He didn't really hate Li Tangyue. However, Zhao Yu didn't know what was going on. It was as if Li Tangyue's existence would lower her beauty, so she spent all day thinking of ways to target Li Tangyue. Even if she unintentionally passed by Li Tangyue, Zhao Yu would unintentionally leave behind 1 or 2 sarcastic words to hurt Li Tangyue's fragile heart. As the saying goes, hurtful words were like sharp knives. The person who said it was calm and indifferent, but the person who heard it was covered in cuts and bruises. In school, this kind of sharp-tongued girl was the most difficult to deal with. It was fine if she called out her name, but she didn't do that. There were a few times when Nian was on the verge of exploding, but in the end she forced herself to hold it in. There was no other way. She really couldn't find anything that could be used against Zhao Yu, so she couldn't stand up for Li Tangyue. Looking at Li Tangyue's increasingly depressed mental state, Nian felt that she needed to properly vent her anger for her. Zhao Yu Qinyan, who else in our class is a first-stage warrior? Wang Xiaohu, you too. Then the 3 of you will go together. Zhao Yu and Nian were both girls, so the teacher looked left and right. In the end, he chose the strongest boy among the children who raised their hands. After the class teachers submitted their class's contestants, the school quickly came up with a decent competition schedule. To be honest, the enthusiasm of the children was a bit out of the principal's expectations. He originally thought that there wouldn't be enough participants for this competition, but the result was completely different from what he imagined. If it weren't for the teachers who noticed that something was wrong and promptly asked the principal to limit the number of participants, the number of people who signed up would have increased by several times. Okay. All the teachers of each class have received the competition schedule, right? I now announce that the first martial arts competition of the capital-affiliated primary school officially begin. Referees, please take your positions. Following the principal's order, a dozen or so temporary martial arts instructors took on the role of referees for this martial arts competition. Because of their age, children under the 3rd grade didn't need to compete. They only needed to perform a complete set of Arhat fists, and the referees would score them based on their performance. The one with the highest score would be the champion. This kind of competition naturally wasn't worth watching. Therefore, when the 4th grade students went on stage, the atmosphere was instantly pushed to the peak. The school found a lot of gymnastics mats and neatly spread them on the field, suddenly turning the field into a huge open-air arena. The small players wore full protective suits and were eager to try. Under the leadership of the teachers in charge of their classes, they were madly cheering for them. From the Colosseum of Rome 2,000 years ago to the boxing ring now, fighting had always been the most exciting competition for the audience. Perhaps it was because of the atmosphere, these 8 or 9-year-old children showed a kind of fanatical ferocity as soon as they went on stage. As soon as the referee blew the whistle, the two sides would immediately pounce on each other and use their ancestral tortoise fists. After 2 or 3 moves, the two would hug each other and roll around on the mats. This was a fight between children. As for things like hit fists, moves and so on, sorry, these all didn't exist. Anyway, everyone was wearing protective suits and the fists didn't hurt, so there was only one way to determine the winner, and that was, either you press me to the ground and can't get up or I press you to the ground and can't get up. It was supposed to be a martial arts competition, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a wrestling competition. Looking at the child's red face and the adorable look of wanting to fall down, the teachers could finally put down their worried hearts. It turned out that they were overthinking. These children all had small arms and legs, so how could they perform any decent martial arts moves? If someone could perform a set of tortoise fists smoothly, they would probably be able to take home the championship trophy. Chapter 555. Although the hit fist could be considered a martial art with killing power, there were only a few people who could truly master it through a comprehensive study of its martial arts. In fact, this is the same as learning the piano. The piano was born in 1700 and has a history of more than 300 years. But until today, how many people in the world can play the piano, and how many people are proficient in the piano? Therefore, in just a few years, no matter how turbulent the momentum of the martial arts craze is, ordinary people without the guidance of a master and without the relevant experience can only put on a show at most. There are still too few people who can really rely on their talent and self-learning. And even adults can't use the true power of hit fist, let alone these children who are less than 10 years old. So, the capital-affiliated primary school's first martial arts competition turned into a farce. Looking at the children on the stage, the teachers couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. The children did try very hard. At least their starting positions were decent. But when it came to the real fight, their silly and cute appearance didn't make people feel threatened at all. It has to be said, the way they fight seriously is really too cute. In the end, the 4th grade's championship trophy was won by a little fatty relying on his physical advantage. As soon as the 4th grade's competition ended, it was the 5th grade's turn to go on stage. It can be seen that there is still a big difference between the 4th grade and the 5th grades. Especially when it comes to making moves, the 5th grade's children can already make a gorgeous combination of straight punches and leg sweeps. Although they still can't use the 3 sunflower style to catch the 8th grade's gorgeous combo. As the contestants get older and older, the level of excitement of the competition begins to rise. Until the first child with the title of first stage martial artist came on stage, the atmosphere was suddenly pushed to the highest point. What is the first stage martial artist's rating standard? That is to be able to make a complete set of hit fist in actual combat. It's not some tortoise fist, nor is it a random fight, but a real punch and kick, thoroughly using hit fist in actual combat. As the saying goes, 7 stars of hit step by step ding ding. Moving left and rushing right fast as the wind, left and right meteors rushing to the chest. Don't go up, don't go down. Hammer in the center, become 8 trigrams. 2 hands out of the chest, gods and ghosts don't dare to come. As more and more martial artists entered the stage, the children who were only fighting based on their primitive instincts were quickly defeated. The 5th grade competition was already quite valuable, so the teachers couldn't help but have more expectations for the 6th grade children. They only hoped to see an exciting battle between dragons and tigers. For this reason, the principal had even transferred 2 cameramen to record this year's martial arts competition in all aspects. She only hoped that the 6th grade children's performance would not disappoint her. The result was just as everyone expected. Because their minds were more mature, the 6th grade children's punches were naturally much smoother than those of the lower grades. Their moves were also more methodical. Finally, it was the turn of the contestants from Year 6 Class 2 to take the stage. Zhao Yu was in front of Nian Nian, and her appearance brought the atmosphere to a climax. The girl. She was the first girl to go on stage. Moreover, Zhao Yu's figure was tall and her chest was slightly bulging. Therefore, the moment she went on stage, the boy opposite her immediately blushed and didn't dare to look at her again. What needs to be mentioned here is, because of the intentions of the teachers of each class, there were basically no girls participating in this year's martial arts competition. The lack of participants also caused the competition to be unable to split into male and female groups, so Nian Nian and Zhao Yu's opponents were both boys. Different from Nian Nian's immaturity, Zhao Yu's body already had a bit of the unique charm of a young girl. Children nowadays matured early, and because of her wealthy family background, Zhao Yu secretly learned how to put on makeup a long time ago on the internet. Although her makeup skills were not very good, compared to a group of primary school students, she was still too dazzling. Therefore, when Zhao Yu went on stage, many of the brats in the audience seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and shouted excitedly. Year 6 Class 1 Lu Hao, please advise. Year 6 Class 2 Zhao Yu, please advise. Under the guidance of the referee, the two children bowed to each other and introduced themselves, and Zhao Yu made the first move. Although the boy was also a Dan warrior, he seemed to adhere to the concept of a straight man who did not hit a woman. Even when Zhao Yu used a standard set of punches and kicks, he still did not have the slightest intention of fighting back. Seeing this, Zhao Yu was not surprised at all, and instead took advantage of the situation to attack fiercely. She suddenly bent down and with a sweep of her leg, kicked the boy directly to the ground, then jumped up high and at the same time bent her elbow to fiercely punch the boy's chest with the tip of her elbow. Stop. When the referee felt that something was wrong, he sternly shouted to stop, but the boy was already lying on the ground holding his chest and groaning in pain. Although he was wearing protective gear, Zhao Yu's somersault punch still hurt him. Zhao Yu victory. After confirming that the boy's injury was not serious, the referee announced the result of the competition. Then, under the admiring gaze of the crowd, Zhao Yu slowly walked down the stage. Obviously, Zhao Yu's fierce performance not only did not scare the audience, but it also refreshed everyone's understanding of their goddess. Goddess can only be admired from afar but not touched. After Zhao Yu, it was Nian Yan's turn to go on stage. If Zhao Yu was compared to a cold and arrogant goddess, then Nian Yan was obviously the harmless little girl next door. Year 6 Class 1 Hao Jia, please enlighten me. Year 6 Class 2 Chen Yan, please enlighten me. Following Nian Yan's self-introduction, there was a sudden burst of cheers from the audience. Class monitor, do your best. You're the best. Chen Yan, Chen Yan, Chen Yan. Nian Yan looked back and only then did she realize that the people cheering for her were the classes that she used to be in. For example, the former Year 1 Class 1, the current Year 3 Class 2, the former Year 3 Class 2, the current Year 5 Class 2. Although she was now the class monitor of Year 6 Class 2, these former classmates obviously did not forget the class monitor who shone like a comet. Nian Yan skipped 2 grades, but who would have thought that she would become the most popular child in the school because of this? Seeing so many people cheering for Nian Yan, Zhao Yu immediately snorted in anger. But soon a strange smile appeared on her face. Didn't Chen Yan like to be in the limelight? Then let's see how she will embarrass herself on stage later. What a coincidence! Zhao Yu's boyfriend was the boy named Hao Jia in front of her. The two of them came from the same courtyard, and their family backgrounds were not comparable to ordinary people. Moreover, both of their parents had a good relationship, so the two of them naturally got together. Zhao Yu had mentioned Nian Yan to Hao Jia before, so she knew very well Hao Jia would definitely stand up for her. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 556. There were many spectators for today's martial arts competition. In addition to the entire school's teachers and students as well as the temporarily hired cameraman, Xianxia also secretly came to the scene to watch the battle. After all, how could a broadcast be as exciting as watching a battle live? This was Nian Yan's first battle, so of course, Xianxia had to personally come to the scene to cheer for his daughter. Therefore, while the students were cheering for Nian Yan, Xianxia's figure appeared out of thin air on the roof of the teaching building next to the field. Meow, sensing Xianxia's arrival, Big Cat immediately jumped down from the treetop. Then, as if possessed by Spider-Man, it ran perpendicularly along the wall to the roof. After arriving at the roof, Big Cat jumped onto Xianxia's shoulder. Then, like before, it licked its paws and then laid on Xianxia's shoulder to take a nap. It seemed that it really couldn't arouse the slightest bit of interest in the jostling between children. Hey, did Nian Yan grow taller again? Xianxia casually stroked Big Cat's smooth and soft fur. Only then did he realize that Nian Yan seemed to have grown taller again. Even among the 6th graders, she wasn't considered short. This child, will she grow taller than her father in the future? While Xianxia was busy studying his daughter's height problem, Nian Yan welcomed the first battle of her life. Speaking of which, her opponent was not a cat or a dog. Instead, it was a well-known figure. If Nian Yan's reputation came mostly from her outstanding performance, then Hao Jia's was the exact opposite, because his reputation came mostly from the misdeeds he committed in his daily life. This was a troublesome brat, or you could also call him delinquent. Hao Jie started school late and had just turned 12 years old, but he had already learned the ways of society from who knows where. When other people were still addicted to Mobile Legends, this kid was already smoking, drinking, and dating. He really won at the starting line of life. However, being rebellious was being rebellious. In the end, Hao Jie was only a 12-year-old boy, so his relationship with Zhao Yu was more like a special relationship of mutual recognition and cooperation. Both of them hoped to use this opportunity to show their uniqueness and arouse the envy and admiration of their classmates. This would satisfy their desire to win. The moment Hao Jie heard the name Qin Yan, he remembered what Zhao Yu once said to him. Although in Hao Jie's eyes, Nian Yan was obviously a little girl. But as Zhao Yu's boyfriend, Hao Jie felt obligated to stand up for his girlfriend. Therefore, after he went on stage, he gave Nian Yan a fierce middle finger. Obviously, this action was done specifically for Zhao Yu to show his determination. In addition, Hao Jie also wanted to use this opportunity to scare Nian Yan. It would be best if Nian Yan lowered her head and admitted defeat. This way he wouldn't be criticized for bullying girls, and at the same time he could get back his girlfriend's dignity. Compared to Hao Jie's fierceness, Nian Yan's reaction was a little cute. Although she didn't understand why Hao Jie was so hostile to her, she knew what it meant to give her the middle finger. Therefore Nian Yan pouted unhappily. Match start. The referee didn't notice Hao Jie's little action. When he saw that the two young contestants were in position, he blew the whistle. The match started. In front of the entire school, Hao Jie still had some restraint. Therefore he didn't immediately rush towards Nian Yan. Instead he stood on the spot and waved at Nian Yan. Seeing this, Nian Yan didn't hold back. She only heard a "ah yeah" to boost her courage and then stupidly rushed towards Hao Jie. Here's what needs to be mentioned. For safety reasons, the school forced every child to wear boxing gloves. Nian Yan had always been practicing palm techniques, so when she got close to Hao Jie, she stupidly used her fist instead of her palm, and directly threw a punch towards Hao Jie's face. Aye. The silly child. Didn't you see that he was already in a blocking stance? He actually went to feed others moves like this? As the most discerning spectator, Xianxia sat on the rooftop, stroking Big Cat while commenting on Nian Yan's moves. Sure enough. Before Xianxia finished, Hao Jie raised his left arm to block Nian Yan's fist. At the same time he swung his right fist and punched towards Nian Yan's lower abdomen. This move was the fourth style of R-hit fist. Clear the clouds and see the sun. Because she was wearing protective clothing, Nian Yan didn't suffer any damage from Hao Jie's punch, but the judges on the platform all took out pens to record it. Like all sports, the judges would give points based on the child's performance, and the one with the higher score would win. Because Nian Yan could still stand, the judge didn't immediately blow the whistle, but instead signaled for both sides to continue the competition. Hao Jie seemed to have some experience in martial arts competitions. Therefore, before Nian Yan could recover, he immediately withdrew his fist, and then kicked the outside of Nian Yan's calf. This was good. Even though she was wearing protective gear, Nian Yan still fell to the mat because of her unstable center of gravity. Whoosh! After the sharp whistle sounded, Hao Jie immediately stopped and took 3 steps back. He had successfully knocked down his opponent. According to the referee's scoring rules, this kick should be worth 3 points, right? Qin Yan, can you still stand? Do you want to admit defeat? The judge quickly stepped forward to help Nian Yan up, and at the same time asked with concern. She was a child, after all, it was normal for her to admit defeat. However, when Nian Yan heard the judge's question, she immediately pouted and replied unhappily, "No. I can stand up, I didn't lose." After saying that, the little girl seemed to have eaten gunpowder. She immediately got up from the ground and got into a fighting stance again. Okay, then be careful, don't get hurt. The judge gestured for both of them to stand properly, ready to start the competition again. But at this time, Nian Yan suddenly did something unexpected. She quickly put the glove on her mouth and took it off in a few moves. What are you doing? Put the gloves on. The judge noticed Nian Yan's actions and immediately scolded her. Hearing this, not only did Nian Yan not listen to the judge's request, but she also deliberately threw the gloves out of the ring, retorting at the same time, "No. I don't know the R-hit fist. Dad taught me palm techniques, I can't use palm techniques with the gloves on." Palm techniques. The The judge was also a martial artist. After hearing what the little girl said, he immediately looked at the main stage hesitantly. This was a rule set by the school. Wearing gloves was to prevent the child from getting hurt. But martial arts and boxing were different after all. Martial arts not only consisted of fist techniques, but also finger techniques and palm techniques, so wearing gloves was equivalent to wearing shackles. On the main stage, after the judge's explanation, the principal finally understood the crux of the matter, so he nodded to the audience and readily agreed to the little girl's request not to wear gloves. The principal wanted to see what was so special about this little girl's palm techniques. Okay, let the competition begin again. Listen to my whistle. 1, 2, 3, whoosh. Chapter 557. Why didn't Xianxia directly teach Nian sword techniques and immortal methods, but let her start from practicing martial arts like an ordinary person? That was because Xianxia didn't want Nian to become too different. Perhaps many people couldn't understand this point of view, but as long as you put yourself in his shoes, it was actually very easy to understand. Humans were social creatures. Xianxia was no exception and Nian was no exception. If a person didn't have friends, then how lonely would she be? That kind of loneliness that always lingered in one's heart could sometimes actually kill a person. Like other children, Nian also had many friends. Xiaoyu grew up in the same courtyard, the twin brothers grew up on the same street, and then Li Sanduo and Li Tangyue who were in the same class. Qingxi was old. Nian was still very young. Her friends would only increase. However, how many of her friends could keep up with her fast pace? They were clearly good friends who grew up together. In the blink of an eye, Nian, with the halo of a genius, jumped one level after another in school. Nian was already in the 6th grade. The two brothers who were once close to her were now still in the 3rd grade. This change was not obvious at first, but as Nian gradually adapted to the life of the 6th grade and began to try to integrate into this new environment, it was destined that she had to say goodbye to her yesterday. The once close relationship was now gradually drifting apart. It was not because someone had changed again. It was because everyone had grown up again. Compared to the long life of an immortal cultivator, the ignorant childhood was too short and precious. Xianxia didn't want to deprive Nian of her childhood with the inherent concept of cultivating as early as possible, because this would only lead to the loss of a child's childhood. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't Xianxia a typical case of childhood loss? Sister, come on, beat him down. In the crowd, the two brothers didn't care about the strange gazes of the surrounding students at all and cheered for Nian at the top of their lungs. The two of them had already shouted loudly enough. However, Nian was so focused that she didn't hear the two brothers' shouts at all. This was the first time she had fought with someone. It was obviously impossible to say that she wasn't nervous in her heart. Therefore, after taking off the gloves on her hands, Nian immediately followed Xianxia's usual teachings and directly assumed the posture of an elbow wrap. What was cloud hand? In ancient scrolls often used a spiral shape to represent the rotation of clouds in the wind. There was also a very elegant combination of hand in the classic dance. This set of skills was a combination of painting and dance moves, so it was named Cloud Hand. What needed to be mentioned here was martial arts was divided into external style and SS external styles focus arts' hand. There was no superiority and inferiority. S's masters a masters to master. And this was what the older generation often said: train the muscles, bones and skin externally and train the breath internally. Most of the R-hit fists moves were fierce and forceful. It was the standard external style, so Hao Jie's attack looked fierce. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, the truth will be known. Nian had just assumed hers fighting stance, and the referee's interest was immediately piqued. Looking at her stance, this kid seemed to have some skill. Just now, because the gloves were too much of a hindrance, Nian was defeated by Hao Jie the moment she came up, so she naturally felt a little unconvinced. That round didn't count. Start over. Fighting with a little girl already made Hao Jie feel a little embarrassed. But after the opponent fell, she still put on an unconvinced look, which made Hao Jie feel a little annoyed. Kids at this age were the most prideful. Unconvinced? Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Hence, the moment the referee's whistle sounded, Hao Jie seemed to have eaten gunpowder and rushed towards Nian. Maybe he wanted to use this to establish his dominance, so Hao Jie didn't use his R-hit fist this time, but took out his famous ultimate move, flying kick. Hao Jie. Seeing Hao Jie jump high and kick towards Nian Yan, the teachers couldn't sit still. With this kick, wouldn't Nian Yan be sent flying out of the arena? The principal was still watching from above. How could this kid not know his limits? From the moment Hao Jie sped up and jumped to the moment the teachers shouted to stop, everything happened in the blink of an eye. But just when everyone thought that Nian Yan would be sent flying by Hao Jie's kick, an unexpected scene suddenly happened. In actual fact, if her reaction was fast enough, Nian Yan could totally avoid Hao Jie's flashy flying kick. But, instead of dodging, she immediately bent her knees and got into a horse stance, then swung her arms like willow branches by the river. It looked messy, but it actually had a deeper meaning. As expected, just when Hao Jie's right leg was about to hit Nian Yan suddenly hugged his right leg, then borrowed the force from Hao Jie's leg to spin in a circle, then threw Hao Jie out of the arena. "Ayo. Get up. You're crushing my leg." Perhaps it was because Hao Jie used too much force, but after his body fell onto the mat, he rolled a few times on the mat. He only stopped when he hit the audience on the side. "Xiao. Hao Jie has gone out of bounds. Qin Yan wins." After the sharp whistle sounded, the referee announced the result of this round's competition. No one would have thought that Hao Jie would lose in such a way. The teachers didn't understand the twists and turns, and only thought that Hao Jie accidentally flew out of the arena because he wanted to look cool. But the referee at the side understood the crux of the matter, so he directly declared Qin Yan the winner. How was this a mistake? In the face of Hao Jie's flying kick, not only did Qin Yan not dodge, he even seized the opportunity at the crucial moment of his opponent's mistake. Taking advantage of the situation, he used Hao Jie's strength to successfully turn it into his own and threw Hao Jie out of the ring. This was a competition, not a duel. It was based on the performance of both parties. Nian Yan got 1 point for not panicking in the face of danger, 1 point for not dodging, and 1 point for the correct response. But Hao Jie, not only did he fail to show off, he even fell out of bounds. This kind of performance was basically enough to get a negative score. This was the referee's evaluation criteria. Just based on this move alone, Qin Yan deserved to win. This was a martial arts competition, so naturally one couldn't just compete with brute force but also with brains. Flying kick in the air? The move was cool, but could it hit someone? The referee had his own evaluation criteria, so after announcing this round's result, he immediately signaled for the next round's contestants to take their places. Although the teachers didn't understand the strength of the move, after hearing the referee's judgment, they still led the crowd in cheering for Nian Yan. They really didn't expect this. This little girl could actually win against Hao Jie. Everyone was congratulating Nian Yan. But at this moment, a very discordant voice suddenly sounded. "This isn't fair. There's a conspiracy." The referee blew a black whistle. "I don't accept this."
Chapter 1044. Vice Principal Pang's face turned red as he roared, "You're Tang Jing, right? Not only did you disregard the law, but you also dared to talk back to me. As the vice principal, I can tell you right now that Yanqing University doesn't need students like you." Tang Jing sneered, "Is that so?" "Yes. Yanqing University doesn't need students like you who disregard the law and respect their elders. You can just wait to be expelled." Vice Principal Pang's voice was getting louder and louder. It was even a little shrill. It seemed that this was the only way to show off his authority. "I also hit someone. You can expel me too." Fang Shishir stepped forward and stood beside Tang Jing. Her face was full of anger. Seeing her beloved being wronged, one could imagine the anger in her heart. "I also hit someone. Expel me if you have the guts. If you don't, you're a coward." Yidingdong's small face was red from anger. She wanted nothing more than to punch Vice Principal Pang in the face. Vice Principal Pang was dazzled by the two beauties who stepped forward. They were simply too beautiful. If it were any other time, he would definitely hold their hands and teach them with all his heart and soul. However, Yidingdong's clamor made him feel embarrassed. If he didn't expel them, he would be a coward. He didn't want to be called a coward on his first day as a new official. He was about to passionately reprimand them and make them realize their mistake. However, a person suddenly appeared from the crowd. His body was as tall as a mountain. He shouted angrily, "I also hit someone. You can expel me too." Tang Jing turned his head to look, so it was the dorm's second brother, Do Long Sinosaurus, and the others were also welcoming the new students. When they heard the commotion, they ran over and happened to see this scene. Blood rushed to his head and he didn't hesitate to stand up for his brother. Vice Principal Pang looked at Sinosaurus in surprise. "You clearly squeezed in from the back. How could you be the one who hit someone?" Before he could figure out the situation, he saw two people squeezing in. Wang Shiji and Zhou Xian had a tacit understanding and said in unison, "I also hit someone, you should fire me too." Vice Principal Pang's face darkened. He finally understood that these people were in cahoots with Tang Jing. They were here to kick up a fuss and embarrass him. Who was Vice Principal Pang? How could such a scene scare him? Therefore, he said in a deep voice, "All right, since you've admitted it, then wait for the school's punishment. Yanqing University doesn't need students like you." As soon as his voice fell, a few more people squeezed in, but they were all beautiful girls. Each of them was like a fearless warrior, standing behind Tang Jing without hesitation, and said in a loud and resonant voice, "I also hit people, you should fire me too." Tang Jing looked at them gratefully. They were Yi Dingdong's roommates. The few of them nodded encouragingly at Tang Jing. His actions today had truly won their respect and recognition. Vice Principal Pang was at a loss. Just who was this brat? Why did so many people stand out for him? These people must be in cahoots. That's why they're so united. If it was anyone else, they would definitely admit defeat. But I've seen all kinds of storms. You guys are too inexperienced to play such tricks in front of me. Vice Principal Pang snorted in disdain. All right, since that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wishes. Vice Principal Pang roared majestically. He felt like an ancient emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. This feeling was extremely satisfying. The other students looked at each other with red eyes. Even the girls stood out for injustice. Could it be that they, as grown men, were not as brave as the girls? One by one, the students clenched their fists. Suddenly, a person took a few steps forward and stood behind Tang Jing. He said fearlessly, "I also hit people, you should fire me too." Vice Principal Pang was stunned as he stared at this fearless fellow with a murderous gaze. He thought to himself, "I'll fulfill your wishes." But before he could say anything, he saw students one by one walk behind Tang Jing, loudly shouting, "I also hit people, you should also expel me." The crowd was stirred up and their voices rose and fell one after another. This was the most sincere expression of a student's emotions, an instinctive support, but often many people would snort in disdain, but seeing over 100 people working together to support Tang Jing, one would know who was right and who was wrong, and what the people's hearts were. When the new students reported in, there were many parents accompanying them. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel excited. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were young and full of vigor. The edges and corners that had been worn away by life over the years seemed to have grown back. With a red face, they said to their children, "Do you see that? This is the spirit of the university." Many of the new students were boiling with passion as they threw down their suitcases and rushed behind Tang Jing. They shouted, "I also hit people, you should fire me too." When the parents saw their children's actions, not only did they not blame them, they even revealed gratified expressions. Most of the people in Wuxia had such genes and blood hidden in their bones. They just needed an opportunity to trigger it. There was no doubt that this accidental incident had become a trigger, arousing their long-hidden hot blood. Vice Principal Pang stared at the scene in disbelief as if he had been struck dumb. He never expected that the students would be so united. This kind of strength made his heart tremble as he felt a long-lost fear. However, he immediately suppressed this absurd thought. His face darkened, and he thought to himself, fanning the flames, "These students can't be allowed to stay. The law doesn't punish the majority of the people. As long as I tell them the pros and cons, these people will naturally know to be afraid. But he couldn't see the people behind him due to the dense crowd, so his voice couldn't be heard. Suddenly, he had an idea as he saw the Mercedes-Benz. He quickly climbed on top of the car and looked down at the crowd. He waved his hand and shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, quiet! Listen to me. I know that most of you are good students, so don't be bewitched by a bad student. This is irresponsible to you and your parents. Everyone, disperse. We weren't bewitched by others. We have our own judgment and sense of right and wrong. We're doing this to be responsible to ourselves and our parents." Someone refuted. "That's right. I'm the master of my life. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Get lost. Our Yanqing University doesn't need a leader like you." "That's right. This kind of leader is the shame of Yanqing University. He's helping outsiders to suppress his own students. How shameless." Vice Principal Pang panicked when he heard the complaints. Things seemed to be out of his control and prediction. "What right do you have to be so high and mighty? What right do you have to tell us what to do? You're nothing. You don't have the right." The students were even angrier when they saw him looking down on them. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice sounded. "Rise up, people who don't want to be slaves." The voice completely ignited everyone's emotions. It was as if they had returned to the Wuxia era when they were bullied. Everyone's eyes were red and they looked at Vice Principal Pang as if he was an invader. "Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! We're united, braving the enemy's gunfire. Advance! 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 Advance!" The voice seemed to come from the chest and the heart. It was filled with endless power. It made people's blood boil and tears brim in their eyes. When the last 3 lines of "Advance" were sung, all the students took a step forward in unison. The uniform footsteps were like the sound of iron hooves stomping on Vice Principal Pang's heart. It made his heartstrings tremble and his face turn pale. The few Koreans were completely scared silly. This earth-shattering aura and grand and resonant singing made them see the spirit of the Chinese people, the Chinese soul that made people tremble at the mere mention of the name. Park Shi-hoon couldn't care less about his pain. He rolled and crawled into the car and didn't dare to show his face. The arrogance from before was gone. What was left was deep shock and fear. The few of them curled up together and looked at each other, trembling. Vice Principal Pang's face turned pale. He didn't expect the students in China to be so powerful. Listening to the deafening voice, he felt as if thousands of knives were falling on his head. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Looking at the high and mighty Vice Principal Pang, the students' emotions reached a peak. One of them shouted, "Do you think you're superior just because you're standing so high? And those Koreans, do you think everything will be fine after they hide in the car? Smash the car and drag them out." Everyone echoed, "Yes, smash their car and drag them out. Let's see how they can still be so high and mighty." About 100 people rushed toward the 2 luxury cars. Bang! Everyone picked up the tools they had and smashed them on the car. The glass shattered and the car was dented. In a short while, it looked like the surface of the moon. Vice Principal Pang stood on the roof of the car. He was still in shock. He felt like he was a small boat in the middle of the ocean. He could be overturned by the waves at any time and be smashed to pieces. At this time, he didn't have the energy to rebuke. Even the security guards were scared. They kept retreating and didn't dare to stop them. Vice Principal Pang scrambled down from the roof of the car and hid among the security guards. He trembled as he looked at the scene. He was angry and scared. "Come out. Are you a coward? Hiding in the car. Park Sherhoon and the rest hid in the car. They didn't dare to come out. If they don't come out, drag them out and smash the car door. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking on the car door was like knocking on their hearts. They were terrified to the extreme. They curled up in a ball. Without a doubt, this would be a nightmare that would accompany them for the rest of their lives. I'll do it. Chapter 1045. Seeing that Feng Xinyang was staring at him, Tang Jing thought that something big had happened. He quickly restrained his expression and became serious. Little handsome brother, how are things going between you and Ding Dang? Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed. Why would she ask such a question? If it was someone else, he could refuse to answer. However, the other party was Feng Xinyang. He simply could not refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, "We're pretty good." Pretty good. Why did I hear that she has some conflicts with that Princess N? Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he said in his heart, "You even know this?" Feng Xinyang gave him a look that said, "I've already seen through everything. Don't lie to me." She continued, "Ding Dang is an impatient girl. She doesn't know how to beat around the bush. If she does anything wrong, you have to bear with her." Tang Jing nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Aunt Feng, don't worry. Ding Dang is very sensible." Feng Xinyang's mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile and said, "If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Some things should be settled as soon as possible. You young people are impatient. I still have to worry about these things for you." Tang Zheng was confused. He looked at her blankly. Feng Xinyang coughed and said in an earth-shattering manner, "Since you two are in love with each other, we as your parents have no objections. We are very willing to see you two truly come together. So, find an auspicious date." "Aunt Feng, what do you mean?" The more Tang Jing listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially when he heard the words auspicious date, he immediately associated it with the beating of gongs and drums to welcome the bride. He immediately interrupted her. Feng Xinyang smiled and said, "Isn't this for your own good? Find an auspicious date and you two can get engaged. Then after you graduate, you can get married. Isn't this a wonderful thing?" Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. His mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. He looked at Feng Xinyang in disbelief. He never expected that she was here to urge him to get married. Feng Xinyang's actions had always been unpredictable, but Tang Jing had never thought that she would actually come to urge him to get married. This was too fierce. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Feng Xinyang urged, "Little handsome boy, I know you're shy, but you're an adult. What's there to be shy about? I'll take care of it for you. You don't have to worry at all." "Wait, Aunt Feng." Tang Jing hurriedly shouted, "Aunt Feng, don't be hasty in this matter. Ding Dang and I are still students. This will have a bad influence." Feng Xinyang didn't find it strange and said, "What does this matter? Nowadays there are even university students who have children. It's just an engagement." Tang Jing coughed a few times and almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Aunt Feng, I know you're good to me, but I really wasn't mentally prepared. Let's wait a little longer." Feng Xinyang's smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Tang Jing and seriously said, "Little handsome boy, are you dissatisfied with Ding Dang?" "Absolutely not." Tang Jing shook his head like a rattledrum. "Since you are not dissatisfied, then all the more reason we should be together. We should be together in a proper manner." Feng Xinyang made the final decision. "Aunt Feng, this matter is too urgent." Seeing Tang Jing continue to evade, Feng Xinyang knew that if she continued to push things would get worse. She resentfully said, "Fine, but after you graduate, I'll look for you again." At that time, you can't use your age as an excuse. But, hey, if you guys give me a little grandson in the next few years, then I can accept it. Tang Zheng's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her. Is Yi Dingdang your biological daughter? How could you cheat your daughter like this? However, when it came to giving birth, he became vigilant. He didn't use any safety measures and none of the women were pregnant. This was a great fortune. He couldn't be so willful in the future. Tang Jing found an excuse and fled. He was afraid that she would say something shocking. Feng Xinyang looked at his receding figure and helplessly shook her head. She had to think of another way to deal with this matter slowly. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at the villa beside him. That's right, how could I be so stupid? Taking care of the little handsome brother is not easy, but I can first take care of the old Gramps. When the time comes that the old Gramps will acknowledge Dingdong's identity and position, then wouldn't everything be set in stone? Her eyes lit up as she pulled Yi Tianlei and rushed to the villa. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh of relief. Feng Xinyang's fierceness was beyond his imagination. Looking at his frightened expression, Marshall walked over and asked, "What happened to you?" Tang Jing squeezed out a smile and said that he was fine. Nana jumped from the second floor like a little swallow and threw herself into his arms. She affectionately said, "Brother, quickly take me out to play. In a few days, I will have to go to school. At that time, I won't have time to play with brother." Nana was about to go to primary school. She had already contacted the school, so this was her last time to play. Tang Jing moved his head and said, "All right, let's go outside to play. Brother wants to set up a formation. You can watch from the side, okay?" "What is a formation?" Nana tilted her head and asked. Nana is still young. When she grows up, she will naturally know. Nana made an "oh" sound and was a little disappointed. Marshall curiously asked, "What kind of formation are you going to set up?" Tang Jing pointed to the large area outside and said, "These buildings are inhabited by our people. For safety reasons, I am going to set up a formation. In addition, the smog in the capital is so serious. I plan to add a spirit gathering formation to improve the air here." Marshall happily nodded, "This method is not bad. I will also take a look with you and broaden my horizons." Tang Jing originally only planned to set up a spirit gathering formation to improve the air, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was far from enough. This place had been attacked time and time again. If there was a defensive formation, once the formation was activated, it would be able to protect everyone, as if an external enemy had invaded. Although he did not know many formations, he could not beat the inner demons in Qiyu. These two people had countless formations in their minds, so any one of them would be enough. The few of them arrived outside the villa and walked around a few villas. Then, he had an idea in his heart. "Qiyu, if the great heavenly cycle primordial formation is not as powerful as you say, I will find you to settle the score." Tang Jing said. Qiyu seemed to have been greatly insulted as he indignantly said, "Tang Jing, it's fine if you don't know anything, but you actually dare to look down on my great heavenly cycle primordial formation. Do you know that my camp was set up with this formation? No enemy can quietly break through the formation." Tang Jing smiled and did not refute, waiting to see how it would turn out. The inner demons did not refute this time. Instead, they helped Qiyu and said, "I will say something fair. This great heavenly cycle primordial formation is indeed a first-class formation." Qiyu was not exaggerating. Inner demons, you are finally willing to speak the truth for once," Qiyu said. The inner demons retorted, "When have I not spoken the truth?" "Nana, look carefully." Tang Jing took out a piece of jade and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The jade flew out and sank into a bush, disappearing without a trace. "Big brother, is this how you set up a formation?" Tang Jing smiled and nodded his head. The formation is a very complicated system, and to have the corresponding function, one must have the support of energy. These jade stones contain a certain amount of energy, and when we place these jade stones according to a certain position and location, once the formation is activated, it will be able to play the corresponding role. But setting up a formation is a very delicate job, especially the more complicated the formation is, the more it requires that there is not the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the formation will not succeed. Nana nodded her head as if she understood. She clenched her snow-white teeth as if she wanted to firmly remember these words in her heart. Martial also thoughtfully remembered everything. She was a martial artist and could not set up a formation like Tang Jing. Moreover, her interest in formations was far weaker than her interest in martial arts. She believed that the best defense was offense, and no matter how strong a formation was, it was still a defensive line. Just looking at Tang Jing's serious expression, the sunlight falling on his body, glowing, and giving off a very enchanting feeling. "Big brother, can I give it a try?" Suddenly, Nana eagerly asked. Tang Jing pondered for a moment, then handed a jade stone to her hand and said, "Nana, put the jade stone in that place." Looking at the direction Tang Jing pointed at, Nana held her breath and silently circulated her energy. Imitating Tang Jing, she flicked her finger. Whoosh! The jade stone turned into a ray of white light and flew into the target area. "Wow, I also succeeded. Big brother, do you think I did well?" Nana excitedly jumped up. Tang Jing nodded his head in approval, patted her little head, and praised, "Nana is very smart, you can do it as soon as I say it." He had to admit that Nana and other children of the same age were already worlds apart. Just that move of hers, whether it was strength or angle, could be considered beautiful. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Nana, when you go to school, you can't show these skills in front of other people, otherwise you will scare the other children." Nana seemed to understand, but not fully. She looked up at Tang Jing and said, "Why?" "Because you are stronger than them, we can't use these skills to bully the weak, do you understand?" Nana thought for a moment and said, "Is it like the heroes on TV, we have to help the weak, so we can't bully the weak?" Tang Jing laughed, "Nana is very smart, you even learned the words help the weak. And, we are not afraid of danger or the strong, but we can't bully the weak." Nana nodded her head. Nana understands, I will definitely remember Big Brother's words. Tang Jing unhurriedly completed the rest of the work. All of the jade stones were inserted into the corresponding locations. He stood in the middle of the array and urged his chi, circulated his martial arts, and his 10 fingers slightly bent, as if by prior agreement, he flicked them open. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 10 streams of true chi burst out from his fingers and entered 10 different directions at the same time. Hua! Chapter 1046. The aura of the heavens and earth instantly changed, and the foul air in the air quickly melted away. A vortex appeared in the sky, and the vast and mighty spirit chi fell from the center of the vortex, directly fusing into the huge light shield. Wu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, the air is so fresh." Nana also hurriedly nodded and said, "This feels so comfortable. The sun doesn't seem so hot anymore." A cool breeze blew over. This feeling was especially obvious. It was as if they had come to another world. It was completely different from the scorching heat from before. Tang Jing did not expect the effect to be so good. This great heavenly cycle primordial array also had a spirit gathering array. The two arrays perfectly merged into one. This kind of ability was not something an ordinary person could do. It was only under Qi Yu's guidance that Tang Jing was able to do it so easily. Hee, Tang Jing, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right? My great heavenly cycle primordial array is not something an ordinary array can compare to. Qi Yu proudly said. This is only on the surface. As for how strong its defensive power is, it still needs to be tested. Although Tang Jing already believed Qi Yu's words, he could not help but strike a blow. Towards Qi Yu, he could not wantonly praise him. Otherwise, his tail would rise to the sky. Qi Yu heavily snorted a few times, but there was nothing he could do about it. When the others saw this scene, they all walked out of the house and suspiciously looked up. The light barrier and whirlpool in the sky had already become very faint. If one did not focus, they would not be able to see it clearly. Moreover, it was still becoming fainter. Everyone looked at Tang Jing. Without a doubt, this scene was most likely caused by him. Everyone, don't panic. I only set up a large array. Tang Jing loudly explained. The people living here were all his own people, so he did not need to worry about speaking. Wu Junshan curiously asked, what is the use of this array? It improves the air in this area and protects everyone. You don't say. The air has really become fresh. It's like being in a mountain forest. Feng Xinyang took a deep breath and exclaimed. The others also noticed this, and their faces were full of surprise. This is only the beginning. The longer this formation operates, the better the air quality here will become, and it won't be affected by the outside world. Sigh, the air quality in the capital is really bad. When will it be like here? Yi Tianlei sighed with disappointment and frustration. Feng Xinyang glared at him and said, you're the only one who cares about the country and the people. Tang Jing smiled and said, Uncle Yi, don't worry. In the near future, our air quality will become the same as in ancient times. No matter where we go, it will be like being in a mountain forest. He believed that the Tree of Life could do this. I hope I can see it in my lifetime, Yi Tianlei said. Lan Yu retracted her gaze. The strange phenomenon in the sky had completely disappeared. The clouds were calm, as if nothing had happened. She asked, you said that this formation can protect everyone, so it has a defensive ability. How strong is its defensive ability? Everyone can give it a try. Tang Jing suggested. He also wanted to know how strong this primordial heavenly cycle array was. Alright, then let's give it a try. Everyone walked out of the array. Some people walked quickly, and when they reached the edge of the array, they were bounced back with a bang. The others looked at this scene in surprise. They knew that this was the effect of the array. This array doesn't only have a defensive ability against the outside world. Once the array is activated, even the people inside will leave. Tang Jing explained. Then isn't this very inconvenient? We'll be cut off from the world. Although it was only a step outside and they could see everything clearly, they couldn't leave at all. This array was a bit useless. Tang Jing had already thought of this point, so he already had a countermeasure. He said, these are some jade stones that I made. In the future, everyone who enters and exits the array must wear jade stones. The array will automatically recognize them. Without jade stones, there is no way for people to enter or exit. These jade stones are a type of identification tool. Tang Jing spread out his hands. His palms were filled with sparkling jade stones. I've also carved some small defensive formations into these jade stones. They can withstand a certain amount of attacks. They're equivalent to protective talismans. That's great, then we'll accept it. Feng Xinyang took a piece of jade stone and played with it non-stop, as if she wanted to find some clues, but with her eyes, she couldn't find anything. She carefully wore it on her body and walked out of the array with large strides. She walked out of the formation safe and sound. She looked back and said happily, it really worked. The others also took out the jade stones and wore them on their bodies. Sure enough, they could enter and leave freely. In this way, this area was equivalent to Tang Zhang's small kingdom. Outsiders had no way to enter or leave. Fortunately, this area was sparsely populated, and a few houses had already been bought by Tang Jing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to do this. Right now, the people who lived here were all closely related to him. Other than his family, there were also the warriors of the witch clan. They were all on his side. You can try to attack the array from outside and see what effect it has. Tang Jing reminded. Feng Xinyang couldn't wait any longer. She slapped the air with her palm. Although there was nothing, she felt a strong rebounding force. Peng, she was bounced back and flew far away. She staggered and landed on the ground. Feng Xinyang was very clear about her own strength. This palm strike was enough to split open a boulder, but she did not expect that it would still be bounced back. All of the force was used on her own palm. If not for her profound strength, she would have been injured by her own palm. When the others saw this scene, they understood the power of the array and stopped underestimating it. Lan Yu stood outside the array and held her breath. She channeled her power and pointed out a finger. A terrifying power burst out from her fingertip and directly tore through the air, fiercely striking the array. Boom! The array shook violently. A ray of light flashed and then quieted down. Lan Yu's attack still did not break the array. Her eyes could not help but reveal a strange look. The power of this attack was much stronger than Feng Xinyang's attack. She did not continue probing, but nodded in satisfaction. This array is indeed powerful. With the array's defense, at least the enemy will not be able to sneak attack us. This was the most important point. Facing a top-notch expert, this array would definitely not be able to block it. However, it could stall for time and even cause a huge commotion. This was enough for the others to rush over and provide support. Tang Jing agreed, that makes sense. Just how strong of an attack can this array of yours withstand? Wu Junshan asked curiously. Tang Jing was not in a hurry to answer because he did not know the answer himself. He could only ask Qi Yu. Qi Yu seemed to be a little angry because of Tang Jing's distrust and deliberately did not say, "You can figure this out yourself." Tang Jing helplessly shrugged and said, "We can only slowly figure this out. When the time comes and we meet the enemy, we will know." The others looked at each other, but this was not a big deal, so they did not bother with it. Everyone was not tired of moving around inside and outside the array. It was very refreshing. In the evening, when Yiding Dang, Fang Shishir, Lu Qingmei, and returned, they were also very interested and excitedly moved around for a while before finally stopping. Yiding Dang was dragged back by Feng Xinyang. It seemed that the mother and daughter were preparing to talk through the night again. At the same time, inside the palace, the lights were brightly lit. The bureau chief looked at the sect leader in front of him with a grave expression and fiercely slammed the teacup on the table. With a bang, he said with dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that you were very powerful? How come you couldn't even kill one Ji Wuxiang and were saved by Tang Jing in the end?" It was the bureau chief's order to get rid of Ji Wuxiang because Ji Wuxiang was the opponent's white glove. Getting rid of him would be a great help to the opponent. However, he did not expect that even the sect leader could not succeed. This made him very shocked and very angry. The sect leader's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He said lightly, "It was my mistake this time. The opponent had Tang Zhang's help. That's why they managed to escape. It's Tang Jing again." The bureau chief finally could not take it anymore and threw the teacup on the ground. With a bang, the teacup shattered and tea splashed everywhere. Number 1 stood at the door and trembled in fear. Recently, the bureau chief seemed to be angrier and angrier. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only be more careful, afraid of angering the bureau chief. The sect leader was not afraid at all and continued, "Tang Zhang is the biggest hidden danger. If this person is not eliminated, neither you nor I will be able to rest in peace." The bureau chief snorted and said, "It's not up to you to decide how to deal with him. I have my own plans. Since we've already alerted the enemy, it won't be easy to deal with Zhou Xian. Therefore, I will not act rashly during this period of time. Another thing worth noting is that Tang Jing went to the Yi residence today and caused a ruckus there. This was definitely not done on a whim. He always does things with a purpose. Therefore, this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. The sect leader reminded. The bureau chief rolled his eyes and stared at the sect leader, saying, "The Yi residence already has a grudge with Tang Jing. What's wrong with Tang Jing causing a ruckus in the Yi residence? It's better to investigate some things clearly. Otherwise, if we miss something important, it will be too late to regret it in the future." The sect leader said disapprovingly. The bureau chief muttered to himself. Although he was very angry with the sect leader, he had to admit that the sect leader was very capable. Naturally, his foresight was not bad. Since he brought up this matter, it was definitely not without reason. "Okay, I'll ask Yi Xuanji now." The bureau chief dialed Yi Xuanji's number in front of the sect leader. "Old Yi, I heard that Tang Jing went to cause a ruckus in the Yi residence today. This person is really becoming more and more arrogant. It's too outrageous." The bureau chief asked. The bureau chief personally called me to show concern. I, Yi Xuanji, am really grateful. Tang Jing just likes to find trouble. I've already chased him away. Yi Xuanji said shamelessly. He was not embarrassed to lie at all. How was Tang Jing chased away by him? He was purely trying to save face. The bureau chief did not care about these details and said, "Then what did he want?" Chapter 1047. The chess piece landed, and a sudden change occurred. A tyrannical force once again struck the High Lord's body, and blood seeped out from under his clothes, forming a dark red patch. "You!" The High Lord gasped for breath, his breathing became extremely hurried and chaotic, and he was actually unable to say a complete sentence. He propped himself up with his palm on the ground, turned into a ray of light, and fiercely rushed towards Zhou Xian. "Stop!" Tang Jing shouted loudly, the sun-shooting arrow and heaven-shocking bow in his hands. The bowstring trembled, the sun-shooting arrow flew out like a meteor, arriving in front of Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xian's face changed. "How did your sun-shooting arrow become so powerful?" Tang Jing sneered. With a thought, the speed of the sun-shooting arrow increased. The High Lord flipped in the air, the sun-shooting arrow brushing past his scalp. However, before he could rejoice, he saw the sun-shooting arrow turn back in midair. His expression changed greatly as he looked at the sun-shooting arrow and Tang Jing in disbelief. This was even more powerful than he had expected. Seeing the sun-shooting arrow flying over again, and Zhou Xian opening his mouth, as if he was about to speak again, his expression turned cold. He looked at Tang Jing hatefully, then looked at Zhou Xian unwillingly, turned around and left. Like a whirlwind, he flew up and over the courtyard wall. Boom! The sun-shooting arrow missed and shot into the corner of the wall. After a loud sound, a huge hole appeared at the foot of the wall, and gravel flew into the air. Tang Jing stomped his foot in hatred, and said indignantly, "The High Lord is too shameless. Once he finds out that something is wrong, he actually runs away. Is he addicted to being a deserter? You ran away last time, and now you're running away again." Tang Jing was very clear that the High Lord was not completely afraid of the power of the shooting sun arrow. Although the shooting sun arrow was a saint tool, with Tang Jing's strength, it was not enough to truly threaten the High Lord. The High Lord was clearly afraid of Zhou Xian and Tang Jing joining forces. With the celestial chess and Tang Jing attacking together, the power of the shooting sun arrow would naturally increase greatly. Even the High Lord would not dare to underestimate it. The other players were sweating profusely, as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their stiff faces finally showed a hint of relaxation. It was obvious that the battle just now was a great test for them. "Young Master Tang, thank you for your timely arrival. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to see tomorrow's sunrise. Ji Wuxiang heaved a long sigh and expressed his gratitude. Tang Jing shook his head slightly. President Ji's words are too serious. Your celestial chess is very powerful. Even if I didn't come, I'm afraid that we might not have failed. Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly. Young Master Tang, you've only seen the surface, but you haven't seen the inside. Although we seem to be able to hold on, we definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on for long without your help. Tang Jing frowned and asked, why, didn't you say that the celestial chess is very powerful? The High Lord wanted to use the celestial chess to deal with Tang Jing and the others, including the Empyrean Fairy and Tian Chanzi. From this, it could be seen that the celestial chess was very powerful, so how could the High Lord not be able to deal with it? This did not make sense. Ji Wuxiang said resentfully, you only know part of the story, but not the whole story. It's true that the celestial chess is very powerful, but we didn't even use the celestial chess true power. What we did just now was only the tip of the iceberg. To truly use the celestial chess true power, it would require a lot of complicated and harsh conditions. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. What did Director Ji mean by Fekte and Merak just now? Tang Jing asked curiously as he stared at Ji Wuxiang with burning eyes. Ji Wuxiang did not hesitate and said openly, this is the celestial chess moves. Fekte and Merak represent each move. The celestial chess has a total of 7 moves, which are Dubhe, Merak, Fekte, Migres, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade. Each move has its own internal connections and changes. Only those who practice the celestial chess on a daily basis can master its mysteries and use its corresponding power. I am the core of the celestial chess, so all the celestial chess players have to listen to my orders to place their pieces and move so that they can use its great power. The power of the celestial chess can be big or small. It can be limited to a courtyard, but it can also be expanded to a city. Tang Jing nodded and suddenly realized, no wonder. Just now, I didn't notice anything strange outside the Celestial Chess Club. So many people walked by and didn't notice anything strange. However, once you enter the Celestial Chess Club, it's a completely different scene. It's truly a different world. Director Ji is truly a genius. Although I've only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Celestial Chess today, it's already left a deep impression on me. I believe the High Lord feels the same way. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. The celestial chess is indeed powerful, but it's only a half-finished product now. The High Lord will definitely have designs on the celestial chess. Although I stopped him once, I might not be able to stop him a second time. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Ji Wuxiang said helplessly. Then why don't you seize the time to set up the celestial chess? At that time, even if the High Lord comes to attack, he might not be able to get anything out of it. Tang Jing disagreed. Ji Wuxiang fell silent. His expression kept changing as he hesitated to speak. Tang Jing looked at him with furrowed brows and said, Director Ji, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Ji Wuxiang stared at Tang Jing without blinking. After a long time, he said, since young Master Tang is so straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush. I hope young Master Tang can lend me a hand so that the celestial chess can truly be completed. At that time, no matter how powerful the High Lord is, he won't be able to threaten us anymore. Tang Jing didn't expect Ji Wuxiang to raise such a suggestion. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He had always been wary of Ji Wuxiang, and Ji Wuxiang's words obviously didn't treat him as an outsider. If he helped Ji Wuxiang, then he would definitely have more opportunities to understand the celestial chess. In fact, Tang Jing was also quite interested in the celestial chess. Ji Wuxiang made it sound so powerful, but Tang Jing didn't understand the principles behind it. If he had a grudge with Ji Wuxiang in the future, then wouldn't Zhou Xian also use the celestial chest to deal with him? If he knew some of the key points and secrets of the celestial chess, then maybe he could counter Zhou Xian. Most importantly, he had Qi Yu and the inner demons in his body. These two's knowledge and insight were unquestionable. Even if he couldn't find any clues, these two would definitely gain a lot and tell him. At that time, it would be equivalent to him knowing. The inner demons urged, "Young man, agree to his request. This celestial chess is very interesting. I want to see what's going on." Qi Yu snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction, just deliberately mystifying. The inner demons retorted, "Qi Yu, don't go against your conscience just because you came to save him today. This celestial chess is something neither you nor I have ever seen before. Don't you want to see its secrets?" Qi Yu was silent. The inner demons had hit the nail on the head. "Ah, young man, you see, he has nothing to say. This means that he can't refute me. My suggestion is to agree to his request and then figure out the secrets of the celestial chess. Maybe you can use the celestial chess in the future. Isn't that a good thing? There's no harm in having more skills. This saying has been passed down since ancient times. There's naturally a reason for it. Fine, I'll agree to his request. I want to see what's so great about this celestial chess. I don't want it to be just a trick to fool people in the end," Qi Yu said indignantly. Tang Jing pondered for a long time before coming to a decision. Since both of them agreed to his request, then agreeing would be more useful than refusing. Zhou Xian stared straight at Tang Jing, waiting for his answer. "Okay, I'll agree to your request. However, I don't know how to play celestial chess. I may not be able to help you much," Tang Jing said without batting an eyelid. Zhou Xian was immediately overjoyed. His eyes lit up as he impatiently said, "Young Master Tang is too modest. With your help, this celestial chess will definitely be completed soon. At that time, you'll be able to see the true face of the celestial chess." "Haha, then I'll wait and see. What do you want to do next?" Tang Jing smiled faintly. Zhou Xian turned his head and looked around. He pointed at the messy courtyard and said, "I need to tidy up this place first. Although the chess club has been destroyed, the most important foundation is still here. Therefore, in a few days, we can begin to set up the celestial chess. Do you need my help in the meantime?" "No need. How could I trouble young Master Tang with such a small matter?" Tang Jing nodded and glanced at the other chess players. They had all turned back into puppets, sitting quietly in front of the chessboard and playing without any distractions. At this time, Tang Jing no longer dared to underestimate these seemingly weak chess players. When they worked together, the power they could unleash was frightening. "Then I'll take my leave first. If there's anything else, we'll contact each other again." Tang Jing cupped his hands and took his leave. Zhou Xian walked him to the door. When he opened the door to the chess club, the clamor outside immediately traveled in. Just now, the inside of the door was incomparably quiet, as if it was another world. Now that the door was opened, the two worlds seemed to merge into one. It was truly incomparably miraculous. Tang Jing couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming cooperation even more. After leaving the chess club, Tang Jing asked Qi Yu and the inner demons if the Great Desolate Aura was still there. Qi Yu said snappily, "Do you think the other party is an idiot? Since he has gotten rid of you, he will definitely think of a way to hide. Why would he show his face?" Tang Jing had also expected this result, but he could not guess who in the Ya family had been possessed. How was that possible? There were so many people in the Ya family, that would be too difficult. Moreover, if he went to the Ya family again, it would be useless. He had already caused a huge ruckus in the Ya family. If he went again, it might cause some sort of disturbance. On the contrary, it would cause Yi Tianlei's family to be in a dilemma. There are so many things that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb, and we have only found a few of them. What about the rest? Could it be that you really have no other choice but to sit at home and wait? Tang Zheng asked unhappily. Qi Yu and the inner demons naturally sensed his displeasure and hurriedly comforted him. That might not be the case. If you go to the famous mountains or walk around the various cities, perhaps we will be able to discover even more of the great desolate aura. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes speechlessly. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack, do you know that? Where do I have that much time? Qi Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he suggested, didn't you already take the Li Palace under your command? Li Palace's eyes and ears are all over the world, and they are well informed. Let them gather abnormal information from all over the world, such as who suddenly became powerful, or what strange event that science cannot explain. This is a sign, and if we follow the map and identify the targets one by one, we will naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 1048. The aura of the heavens and earth instantly changed, and the foul air in the air quickly melted away. A vortex appeared in the sky, and the vast and mighty spirit Qi fell from the center of the vortex, directly fusing into the huge light shield. Wu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, the air is so fresh." Nana also hurriedly nodded and said, "This feels so comfortable. The sun doesn't seem so hot anymore." A cool breeze blew over. This feeling was especially obvious. It was as if they had come to another world. It was completely different from the scorching heat from before. Tang Zheng did not expect the effect to be so good. This great heavenly cycle primordial array also had a spirit-gathering array. The two arrays perfectly merged into one. This kind of ability was not something an ordinary person could do. It was only under Qi Yu's guidance that Tang Zheng was able to do it so easily. He, Tang Zheng, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right? My great heavenly cycle primordial array is not something an ordinary array can compare to. Qi Yu proudly said. This is only on the surface. As for how strong its defensive power is, it still needs to be tested. Although Tang Zheng already believed Qi Yu's words, he could not help but strike a blow. Towards Qi Yu, he could not wantonly praise him. Otherwise, his tail would be raised to the sky. Qi Yu heavily snorted a few times, but there was nothing he could do. When the others saw this scene, they all walked out of the house and suspiciously looked up. The light barrier and whirlpool in the sky had already become very faint. If one did not focus, they would not be able to see it clearly. Moreover, it was still becoming fainter. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng. Without a doubt, this scene was most likely caused by him. Everyone, don't panic. I only set up a large array. Tang Zheng loudly explained. The people living here were all on the same side, so there was no need to worry about speaking. Wu Junshan curiously asked, what is the use of this array? It improves the air in this area and protects everyone. Hey, you don't say. The air has really become fresh. It's like being in a mountain forest. Feng Xinyang took a deep breath and exclaimed. The others also noticed this, and their faces were full of surprise. This is only the beginning. The longer this formation operates, the better the air quality here will become, and it won't be affected by the outside world. Sigh, the air quality in the capital is really bad. When will it be like here? Yi Tianlei sighed with disappointment and frustration. Feng Xinyang glared at him and said, you're the only one who cares about the country and the people. Tang Zheng smiled and said, Uncle Yi, don't worry. In the near future, our air quality will become the same as in ancient times. No matter where we go, it will be like being in a mountain forest. He believed that the Tree of Life could do this. I hope I can see it in my lifetime, Yi Tianlei said. Lan Yu retracted her gaze. The strange phenomenon in the sky had completely disappeared. The clouds were calm, as if nothing had happened. She asked, "You said that this formation can protect everyone, so it has a defensive ability. How strong is its defensive ability? Everyone can give it a try." Tang Zheng suggested. He also wanted to know how strong this primordial heavenly cycle array was. "Alright, then let's give it a try." Everyone walked out of the array. Some people walked quickly, and when they reached the edge of the array, they were bounced back with a bang. The others looked at this scene in surprise. They knew that this was the effect of the array. This array doesn't only have a defensive ability against the outside world. Once the array is activated, even the people inside will leave. Tang Jing explained. Then isn't this very inconvenient? We'll be cut off from the outside world. Although it was only a step outside and they could see everything clearly, they couldn't leave at all. This array was a bit useless. Tang Zheng had already thought of this point, so he already had a countermeasure. He said, "These are some jade stones that I made. In the future, everyone who enters and exits the array must wear jade stones. The array will automatically recognize them. Without jade stones, there is no way for people to enter or exit. These jade stones are a type of identification tool." Tang Jing spread out his hands. His palms were filled with sparkling jade stones. "I've also engraved some small defensive arrays on this jade stone. It can withstand a certain amount of attacks. It's equivalent to a protective talisman." "Great, then it would be impolite for us to refuse." Feng Xinyang took a piece of jade and played with it non-stop, as if she wanted to find some clues, but with her eyes, she couldn't find anything. She carefully wore it on her body and strode out of the array. She walked out of the formation unscathed. She looked back and said happily, "It really worked." The others also took the jade stones and wore them on their bodies. Sure enough, they could enter and leave freely. In this way, this area was equivalent to Tang Zhang's small kingdom. Outsiders couldn't enter or leave at all. Fortunately, this area was sparsely populated and a few houses had already been bought by Tang Zheng. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to do this. Right now, the people who lived here were all closely related to him. Other than his family, there were also the warriors of the witch clan. They were all on his side. You can try to attack the array from outside and see what effect it has. Tang Jing reminded. Feng Xinyang could not wait any longer and slapped the air with her palm. Although there was nothing, she felt a huge recoil. Peng, she was bounced back and flew far away, staggering as she landed on the ground. Feng Xinyang was very clear about her own strength. This palm strike was enough to split open a boulder, but she didn't expect that it would still be bounced back. All of the force was used on her own palm. If not for her profound strength, she would have been injured by her own palm. When the others saw this scene, they understood the power of the array and stopped underestimating it. Lan Yu stood outside the array and held her breath with rapt attention. She circulated her power and pointed out a finger. A terrifying power burst forth from her fingertip, directly tearing through the air and fiercely striking the array. Boom! The array shook violently. A ray of light flashed and then quieted down. Lan Yu's attack still did not break the array. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange look. The power of this attack was much stronger than Feng Xinyang's attack. She didn't continue probing, but nodded in satisfaction. This array is indeed powerful. With the array's defense, at least the enemy won't be able to sneak attack us. This was the most important point. Facing a top-notch expert, this array would definitely not be able to block it. However, it could stall for time and even cause a huge commotion. This was enough for the others to rush over and provide support. Tang Jing agreed, "That makes sense. How powerful can this formation of yours withstand?" Wu Junshan asked curiously. Tang Jing was not in a hurry to answer because he didn't know the answer himself. He could only ask Qi Yu. You seemed to be a little angry because of Tang Zheng's distrust and deliberately didn't say, "You can figure this out yourself." Tang Zheng helplessly shrugged and said, "We can only slowly figure this out. When we meet the enemy, we'll know." The others looked at each other, but this wasn't a big deal, so they didn't bother with it. Everyone happily shuttled back and forth inside the array. It was very refreshing. In the evening, when Yi Dingdang, Fang Shishir, Lu Qingmei, and returned, they were also very interested. They excitedly played around for a while before finally stopping. Yi Dingdang was dragged back by Feng Xinyang. It seemed that the mother and daughter were preparing to talk through the night again. At the same time, inside the inner palace, the lights were brightly lit. The bureau chief looked at the sect leader in front of him coldly and fiercely slammed his teacup on the table. With a bang, he said with dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that you were very powerful? How come you couldn't even kill one Zhou Xian? In the end, you were even saved by Tang Jing." It was the bureau chief's order to get rid of Zhou Xian because Zhou Xian was the opponent's white glove. Getting rid of him would be a great help to the opponent. However, he didn't expect that even the sect leader couldn't succeed. This made him very shocked and very angry. The sect leader's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He said lightly, "It was my mistake this time. The opponent had Tang Zheng's help. That's why he managed to escape. It's Tang Zheng again." The bureau chief finally couldn't take it anymore and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. With a bang, the teacup shattered and tea splashed everywhere. Number 1 stood at the door and trembled in fear. Recently, the bureau chief seemed to be angrier and angrier. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only be more careful, afraid of angering the bureau chief. However, the sect leader wasn't afraid at all and continued, "Tang Zheng is the biggest hidden danger. If this person isn't eliminated, you and I won't be able to rest in peace." The bureau chief snorted and said, "It's not up to you to decide how to deal with him. I have my own plans. Since we've already alerted the enemy, it won't be easy to deal with Zhou Xian. That's why I won't act rashly during this period of time." Another thing worth noting is that Tang Zheng went to the Yi residence today and caused a ruckus there. This definitely wasn't done on a whim. He always does things with a purpose. That's why this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. The sect leader reminded. The bureau chief rolled his eyes and stared at the sect leader, saying, "The Yi residence has always had a grudge with Tang Zheng. What's wrong with Tang Zheng causing a ruckus in the Yi residence? Some things are better investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, if we miss out on something important, it'll be too late to regret it in the future." The sect leader said disapprovingly. The bureau chief muttered to himself. Although he was very angry with the sect leader, he couldn't help but admit that the sect leader was very capable. His judgment was naturally not bad. Since he brought up this matter, it definitely wasn't without reason. "Okay, I'll ask Yi Xuanji right now." The bureau chief dialed Yi Xuanji's number in front of the sect leader. "Old Yi, I heard that Tang Zheng went to cause a ruckus in the Yi residence today. This person is really becoming more and more arrogant. It's too outrageous." The bureau chief asked. "The bureau chief personally called me to show concern. I, Yi Xuanji, am really grateful. Tang Zheng just likes to find trouble. I've already chased him away." Yi Xuanji said shamelessly. He didn't seem embarrassed at all to lie. Tang Zheng wasn't chased away by him. It was purely because he wanted to save face. However, the bureau chief didn't care about these details and said, "Then what did he want?" Chapter 1049. The Lord also heard Yi Xuanji's words and shook his head slightly. It was obvious that he didn't believe Yi Xuanji's words. The bureau chief understood and of course had the same idea. He coldly laughed and said, "Old Yi, you're too dishonest. Who can hide what happened in the capital from? This seemingly simple sentence gave Xianxia a lot of pressure. The Ya family was no longer what it used to be. He had to give the government face and also rely on them. If he didn't tell the truth, then many things would become worse. Xuanji hesitated but quickly reacted. He smiled as if nothing happened and said, "The bureau chief's words are reasonable. The main thing is that these are all trivial matters that aren't worth mentioning. But I want to hear it." The bureau chief said concisely. These 4 words blocked all of Xuanji's excuses. Xuanji suddenly froze as he resentfully said, "Tang Jing purposely barged into my house and said something about possessing my body. I don't understand what he said as I feel that it is all just an excuse. Being possessed. Desolate aura." The bureau chief was confused and suspiciously looked at the Lord. The Lord's expression changed as if he was thinking about something. "Is there anything else?" the bureau chief asked. He insisted that someone in my Ya family was possessed. Actually, there was no such thing. In the end, he didn't find anything and left. Xuanji angrily said, as if he didn't believe this nonsense at all. "Okay, if there's anything else, you must inform me," the bureau chief said in a deep voice. "Bureau chief, Tang Jing didn't put my Ya family in his eyes at all. This means that he didn't put you in his eyes. This kind of person can't be tolerated." Xuanji didn't miss the chance to criticize Tang Jing. The bureau chief heavily snorted and hung up the phone. He then stared at the Lord and asked, "What did you think?" The Lord's expression kept changing. After a while, he said, "I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. We need to investigate further. Being possessed is another soul occupying another person's body. This kind of thing can only be done by cultivators. Could it be that some powerful cultivator has appeared in this world? But why would they want to possess him?" The bureau chief frowned and said, "We have to investigate these messy matters thoroughly. Since Tang Jing values it so much, it must be something serious. We can't let him get the upper hand. The possessed person's usual behavior is completely different from before. If we follow this clue, we might be able to find out who in the Ya family was possessed." The Great Lord quickly came up with a plan. "This isn't a difficult task. There will be results soon," the bureau chief said confidently. The Great Lord looked at him deeply and saw that he did not find it difficult to think. Instead, he was full of confidence. This meant that he had already planted spies in the Ya family. Perhaps that was not all. He had spies in all the major families and forces in the capital, except for Tang Zhang's new force. The core members of Tang Zhang's group were all people who had been in contact with each other countless times, or warriors of the witch tribe. It was impossible for other people to break into this group. "Chief, you're really prepared for a rainy day. Brilliant." The Great Lord gave a rare compliment. The bureau chief laughed and said, "Of course. It's a pity that Tang Zhang's side is impenetrable. We can't find out more information," the Great Lord said regretfully. A glint flashed across the bureau chief's eyes. He said with a half-smile, "Is that so? I believe that everything depends on effort. There's nothing absolute in this world." The Great Lord stared at the bureau chief without blinking, as if he wanted to find some clues from his eyes and expression. However, the other party was so shrewd that he could not see through him at all. "Continue to keep an eye on Zhou Xian. This person must be eliminated. I want to remove that person's right-hand man." The bureau chief's eyes flashed coldly as he said firmly. The Great Lord nodded lightly and left. Number 1 walked over from the door and said, "Bureau chief, did the Great Lord tell the truth? He knows more about cultivators than we do. If he keeps some key information and gets the upper hand, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous for us?" The bureau chief smiled coldly. "I've never been so conservative. More flowers means more results. What you said makes a lot of sense. Therefore, we have to start with Tang Jing. Oh, how do we do it? Didn't he just say that Tang Zheng's side is impenetrable? I want to plant someone by his side and let the great lord see whose methods are better. The bureau chief said solemnly. Number 1 was enlightened. However, he was smart enough not to ask the bureau chief what he was going to do. This was an absolute secret. It might not be a good thing for him to know too much. University officially started. Tang Jing stepped into the life of a sophomore. He did not skip classes on the first day. Instead, he went to class obediently and attracted a lot of attention. Although he was not an arrogant person, he had experienced too many things and was well known. Even among his classmates, other than a few of his roommates, the others were only nodding acquaintances with him. The class schedule on the first day was quite full. There were classes the whole morning. After class ended at noon, he walked to the cafeteria with his roommates. Halfway there, his phone rang. "Boss, it's me, Feng Yong." Feng Yong's voice could not wait to come out of the phone. Speaking of Feng Yong, he was an anomaly. Tang Zheng had once taught him martial arts, and he could be considered to be hardworking in his cultivation. He had some small achievements, but in front of a true expert, that little bit of martial arts was not worth mentioning. However, he was now a famous person in his own school. He was a pioneer in entrepreneurship and was definitely a classic example. This was all because of his talent in business. In the past, his girlfriend had complained to Tang Jing that he always went to those small alleys and corners, causing a lot of criticism. However, later on, they found out that he was doing market research. In the past, he found it hard to talk about his family's sex toy business. He was dismissive of it, but after thinking it through, he dived in. After doing market research, he moved the family business from offline stores to online. Through various online marketing, the sales increased by several times in a short period of time. Of course, he was also a controversial person. However, his heart was very strong and could not be affected by all kinds of criticism. Hearing his voice, Tang Jing smiled and asked, "Fatty, why did you think of calling me?" "Boss, I'm so angry." "Quickly look on the internet. You're being scolded by countless people." Feng Yong said with righteous indignation. Tang Jing frowned. When did he expose himself on the internet? He did not do anything big recently. What's the situation? Tell me briefly. Tang Jing asked. Did you have a conflict with a few Korean people recently? Tang Jing moved his head and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" This matter was exaggerated and spread on the internet. There were also a few photos. Then, that crazy Korean person kept scolding you like crazy. Now it's a hot topic on Weibo. Tang Zheng was stunned. He did not expect that the incident that day would develop further. In his eyes, those Koreans were not even worth mentioning. He had long forgotten about them. Quickly open Weibo and take a look. Tang Jing did not have Weibo on his phone. He asked his roommates, "Who has Weibo?" "Open it and take a look." "I think I've been scolded." Scolded. The others were confused and quickly opened Weibo. As expected, the top topic was the incident between Tang Jing and the Korean, Park Shi-hoon. After clicking on it, there was a strict condemnation letter with photos of Tang Jing beating up Park Shi-hoon and Park Shi-hoon's miserable appearance. This ignited the fury of Park Si-hoon's fans, as they started cursing Tang Zheng's 18 generations of ancestors, all of his direct relatives, and even all of his female friends. Their filthy words were unbearable to look at. The few of them only took a few glances before they were fuming with anger. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Bang! Do Long fiercely threw his phone on the ground, as if he was still angry. He stomped his feet a few times and roared angrily, "Damn it, This group of people are spouting nonsense, they actually dare to scold Olaf third. Seeing him so impulsive, Tang Zheng's anger dissipated. He patted everyone's shoulders and advised, Olaf too, don't be so impatient. They're just a bunch of ignorant people. Why are you angry with them? You'll only hurt yourself and let them off easy. Look at your phone, didn't it suffer? Sinosaurus huffed and puffed. He raised his head and said in a rough voice, am I not too angry? Seeing Olaf being bullied, I, Sinosaurus, am the first to take it lying down. Zhou Xian also patted Sinosaurus's shoulder and said, Olaf too, you're angering yourself and making the enemy secretly happy. We have to analyze this matter and find out who's behind it. Then we'll settle the score with them. That's the key. Wang Shiji nodded in agreement. Olaf is right. We have to grasp the key point. Sinosaurus blew his beard and glared, I'm not that rational. Moreover, is there even a need to look at this matter? It's definitely that Korean sticks doing. From their actions that day, we can tell that they're not good people. They like to use these dirty tricks. Boss, I've analyzed it. Although this denunciation letter was sent in the tone of a fan, with my long experience and professional vision, I can tell that this matter is definitely carefully planned by someone. It has a strong purpose and is not simply a fan venting. Feng Yong said on the other end of the phone. I've already entered your school gate. Where are you? I'll be there soon. When the time comes, we'll discuss and find out who's behind this. Chapter 1050. Feng Yong gasped for breath as he ran over. It seemed that he had gained a lot of weight. When he ran, he was like a small moving mountain. He did not bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he said with righteous indignation, Boss, this matter must not be left as it is. He actually dared to slander my boss. Is he not putting me in his eyes? I've already hired a water army to fight them to the end. The experience I've accumulated over this period of time isn't for nothing. In the end, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Tang Jing laughed as he looked at Feng Yong who was sweating like rain. He felt very close as if he was back in high school. He patted his shoulder and said, It's not worth getting angry over these people. Look at me, the person involved, I'm not angry. Feng Yong said angrily, That's because you, boss, are magnanimous. I don't have that kind of magnanimity. For these despicable people, I must pull them out and parade them through the streets. I definitely can't let them hide in a dark corner and rejoice. Sinosaurus put his arm around Feng Yong's shoulder as if they were close friends. He said with a common enemy, Feng Yong is right. We can't just let this go. We must investigate to the end. Moreover, we can't let them lead public opinion into the wrong abyss. Those who don't know the truth can easily be incited and turn around to attack you. Tang Zheng of course wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. He nodded and said, Fatty, then what do you plan to do? You've been on the internet for so long, you should have a plan. My plan is very simple. First, we organize a water army to counterattack. The other side also hired a water army. I saw some familiar accounts that were clearly water army, so we can't show weakness. Second, we need to restore the truth and then speak up so that those who don't know the truth won't wrongly accuse you. Third, we need to track down the mastermind and find him in reality. This is the most important thing. As long as we catch him, then everything will be solved. Feng Yong spoke with assurance as if he was confident in his victory. Seeing his eyes shining with incomparable confidence, Tang Zheng was very pleased. This was a completely different person from the previous Feng Yong. He used to be weak and had low self-esteem, but now he was full of confidence. This was a real transformation. The others nodded in agreement. Feng Yong's strategy is very good. Let's follow it. Don't worry about what happened on the internet. I'll take responsibility for it. Of course, you have to tell me in detail what happened at that time. Then, I'll think of a counterattack and destroy the other party's lies. Sinosaurus and the others immediately started talking non-stop. Hearing this, Feng Yong's eyes spat fire as he clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, this group of people are distorting the truth. We absolutely can't tolerate them. We must make them go down in history and infamy. Furthermore, I have my suspicions. I previously investigated this Park Si-hoon and found out that he's holding a concert in Beijing this weekend, but the ticket sales aren't as good as expected. Hence, I suspect that they're using this incident to create hype. Firstly, it's to win over more fans, and secondly, it's to attract more fans to attend his concert. There's such a thing. Tang Zhang looked at Feng Yong in surprise. He originally thought that Feng Yong was here to study, but he didn't expect that Feng Yong was here to make money. Did he really think that Wuxia people were fools? Anyone can come and take money out of our pockets. Compared to Tang Linger, this Park Si-hoon is trash. Tang Linger's concert has long been sold out, and this person actually wants to use hype to promote his concert. He's too low class. Zhou Xian shook his head and said in disdain. Sinosaurus glared at him and said, "Fourth bro, you're simply tarnishing my goddess by comparing such a person to him." Wang Shiji nodded his head in agreement. That's right. Tang Linger is a goddess, a fairy. How can a despicable person like Park Si-hoon be mentioned in the same breath as her? Zhou Yen knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately tried to salvage the situation. That's right. I was wrong. Linger is holding a concert in Beijing. Feng Yong knew about the relationship between Tang Linger and Tang Jing, so he asked in astonishment. Seeing that Sinosaurus and the rest didn't seem to know about this, he looked at Tang Jing curiously. Tang Jing did not expose him and said, "That's right. I've already gotten the tickets. You can come as well." Feng Yong was overjoyed. Of course, I'll come. When is it? It's also this weekend. That's right. It seems that the two concerts are at the same time. This is really like a competition. When the time comes, we'll let this Korean know what a real celebrity is. Sinosaurus said excitedly as he waved his fist. After listening to the analysis, Tang Jing no longer underestimated them. These people had sinister intentions, and if he didn't discover it early on, he would probably be kept in the dark. Since this involved Linger, then he would not let his guard down. With a solemn face, he instructed, "Fatty, I'll leave this matter to you. As for the investigation of the mastermind, I'll do it myself." "What do you plan to do?" "I'll find this group of people first. Also, don't they like to be unreasonable and not follow the rules? Then I'll give them a taste of their own medicine and take drastic measures." Tang Zhang's eyes flickered as he said with a smile that was not a smile. "What drastic measures?" "You'll know when the time comes." Tang Zhang mysteriously smiled. Although the rest were curious, they did not pursue the matter. However, they understood that if Tang Zhang were to take action, then the other party would definitely suffer a huge loss. After the few of them had lunched together, Tang Zhang left the school alone. This was because, according to the preliminary investigation, this Park Si-hoon did not live in the school. Instead, he lived in a large apartment outside. Although it was the first day of school, this fella did not come to class because he was rehearsing for a concert. Ever since the previous incident, he did not appear in the school anymore. The main reason was that most of the students were disgusted with him. He was afraid that he would be beaten up again, and that would be too embarrassing. In fact, he did not go to rehearse. Instead, he hid in his apartment and watched the war on the internet. This matter was planned by him and his assistant. This way, not only could they gain sympathy, but they could also increase their fame and help to sell the concert tickets. Ever since the war on the internet began, the sales of his concert tickets had greatly increased, allowing him to taste the sweetness. Pointing at the screen, he excitedly said to his assistant, Jean Meiji, look at how smart we are to turn a bad thing into a good thing. This beating is not in vain. The company will definitely praise me when they know about it. After the concert, we'll summarize our experience and hand it over to the company. At that time, the other artists in the company can also use this method. Lying on his shoulder, Jean Meiji charmingly smiled and said, Appa is smart. This time, that Tang Zheng has become the target of public criticism. He's going to be drowned by the spit of saliva. Wait until my influence in Wuxia grows. At that time, I'll settle the score with him. From what I heard from Principal Pang, that brat seems to have some background. We can't fight him with strength, so we can only outsmart him. Park Shi-hoon hatefully said. Jean Meiji's hand slid across his chest. His chest was so thin that she could see his ribs. It was like a piece of paper, without the strength and beauty of a man. What era are we in now? Who still blindly fights with strength? That's just a brute. Only smart people like Appa who use their brains will be the final winner. Park Shi-hoon laughed complacently. He hugged Jean Meiji and kissed her fiercely. Then, his big hand went under her clothes. Jean Meiji immediately began to pant. Not long after, the two of them were rolling together. However, the two of them did not notice that there was an additional person at the door. That person was silently watching the two of them with his phone recording everything. Tang Zheng didn't come here to watch the show. He didn't have such a hobby. He just happened to be here. He originally came here to confirm if they were the ones behind the scenes. Now that it was confirmed, he didn't have to worry about his actions anymore. He never expected that Park Shi-hoon would have an affair with his assistant. Presumably, those fans who wanted to recommend themselves to him would feel a lot of emotions when they saw this scene. Most importantly, this conversation proved that they were the ones behind the incident. It wasn't like what he said on Weibo. Furthermore, he even fanned the flames with an aggrieved tone. Since that's the case, then it was time to give him a tight slap. Tang Zheng initially thought that this show would last for a long time, but he never expected that it would come to an abrupt end. Looking at the time, Tang Zheng saw that it was 12 seconds. He was speechless and rolled his eyes. This record was probably unbreakable in the world. What a fast shooter. He gave a playful smile, turned around, and quietly left the apartment. Hey, me, it's me. Do you know about Park Shi-hoon's concert? Tang Zheng called Linger's agent. Me was promoted after returning from Dianan. Not only was she Linger's agent, but she was also in a management position in the company. He was very familiar with the entertainment industry and was indeed a capable person. Of course I know. Just talking about this guy makes me angry. He actually wants to compete with our Linger. He purposely set the concert on the same day and in the same city as us. In the past, they even used Linger to create hype, but we ignored them. These people are too low class. Me complained in a coquettish voice. Oh, there's such a thing. Tang Zheng frowned. So it turned out that they were old rivals. They actually wanted to hitch a ride on Linger's windmill. What wishful thinking. Boss, what's wrong with him? Did he offend you? Me curiously asked. Did you not pay attention to the war on Weibo? Tang Zheng asked. Boss, you don't know. I've been so busy with the concert these past few days. How could I have time to check Weibo? As Me spoke, she opened Weibo and screamed the moment she saw it. This Park Shi-hoon is too despicable. He actually dared to slander you. Boss, how should we deal with him? Big sister Me hasn't been in the industry all these years for nothing. How can we let these outsiders be so arrogant? I have a plan to take drastic measures that I need you to take care of. Tang Zheng instructed him bit by bit. Chapter 1051. Park Shi-hoon and the others did not continue to confuse the public for long, because Feng Yong had already begun his counterattack step by step. He had hired a large number of internet trolls to counterattack and restored the original appearance of the matter. Furthermore, Tang Zheng had even posted the contents of the Weibo on the Peking University's campus forum, which had aroused the anger of the students. Many people clearly knew what had happened at that time, so the students rushed to Weibo to fight back. Some people even posted pictures and videos. The evil deeds of Park Shi-hoon and the others were immediately exposed, especially his dark history of being arrogant and despotic. Everyone came to a realization. It turned out that he was a habitual offender. Such tactics to garner sympathy and distort the truth were not uncommon. In addition, the videos posted by the students were particularly touching, especially the chorus. The burst of emotions ignited every rational Wuxia citizen. Everyone supported Tang Jing one-sidedly and even started a hashtag, Park Shi-hoon, get out of Wuxia. Both sides entered a white-hot phase. Park Shi-hoon's people fought back frantically in an attempt to suppress the other party. However, it was all in vain. That was because a new round of attacks sounded. Feng Yong had released his ultimate weapon, the video recorded by Tang Jing. Of course, it had been edited, or else it would not have passed the review. However, the edited video clearly explained the cause and effect, especially the incident between Park Shi-hoon and Jin Meiji. It immediately blew up the internet. Usually, Park Shi-hoon boasted that he was a good man and did not have a girlfriend. It turned out that he had been with his assistant for a long time. Many female fans felt cheated. These fans treated Park Shi-hoon as their dream lover and Prince Charming. How could they tolerate their man doing such things with another woman? Women were crazy when they liked someone, but when they hated someone, their methods were even crazier. At this moment, Feng Yong's gentle provocation caused many fans to turn against him. They spontaneously boycotted Park Shi-hoon's concert and demanded a refund. This left Park Shi-hoon and the rest dumbfounded, especially the video between him and Jin Meiji. That was the key point. How did the other party record it? Moreover, the concert was about to start, but there was a large-scale boycott and refund of tickets. This would cause a bandwagon effect. They were not wrong. Many people followed the bandwagon and refunded tickets. The sales that had originally risen was not worth mentioning at all. Instead, it fell by a lot. Park Shi-hoon immediately made a statement to retaliate, but it was quickly drowned out by the curses of his fans. This was the style of brain-dead fans. They would do whatever they wanted and would not listen to any explanation. This time, Park Si-hoon had shot himself in the foot and no longer dared to show his face. However, he also understood that there must be someone fanning the flames. Otherwise, how could his one-sided advantage turn into such a situation? However, he could not figure out how a student could be so capable. In fact, there were many things that he did not know. Bad news came one after another. On the day before the concert, he suddenly received a notice from the organizers. Because of Park Si-hoon's actions, the organizers had suffered a great loss and decided to terminate the concert and ask for a large sum of compensation. In order to hold this concert and enter the Wuxia market, Park Si-hoon had signed many contracts that were disadvantageous to him. However, they still bit their toothpicks. Why? Because they could not bear to part with the huge cake that was Wuxia. One of the clauses was that Park Si-hoon had caused the organizers to suffer a great loss. The organizers had the right to cancel the concert and even ask for a large sum of compensation. Now that this seemingly impossible thing had happened, it was completely out of Park Si-hoon's expectations. Therefore, the organizers' demands were reasonable and legal. They were completely acting according to the contract, leaving Park Si-hoon with no other choice. This was Tang Zhang's method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron. Immerse was the mastermind behind all of this. He now had a wide network, and with the resources that Tang Jing had given him, he was now influential in the entertainment industry. It was easy for him to screw over Park Si-hoon. Paw paw paw. A series of crisp sounds rang out as Park Si-hoon smashed everything in the apartment. His eyes were filled with hatred and he was like a hungry wolf as he roared, "What the hell is going on here? Jean Meiji, have you found out?" Jean Meiji was trembling with fear, but at the same time, she was also incomparably indignant as she said, "I've investigated clearly, this matter was caused by that Tang Jing behind the scenes. Moreover, his identity is not ordinary, he has a lot of background." "What backing?" "I'm not sure about the specifics, but he gives off a very mysterious vibe. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. He's related to that Tang Linger." "Tang Linger? Is that the woman who started the concert on the same day as me?" "Yes, that's her. She also just debuted not too long ago. However, the management team behind her is very strong. That's why she's so popular. We originally wanted to use her popularity to create hype, but we didn't succeed in the end." Tang Linger, Tang Zheng. Could it be that they're family? Jean Meiji pondered, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but we can't rule out that possibility. Because someone once saw Tang Jing going in and out of Tang Linger's management company. Therefore, there must be a relationship between the two." Park Si-hoon's eyes flickered with hatred as he fiercely stomped his foot and said, "They're purposely suppressing us so that Tang Linger can benefit from it. Humph, how can such petty tricks escape my eyes?" He never thought that Tang Jing did not even put him in his eyes. He was just blindly courting death. "Appa, what should we do then? Didn't Wuxia have a saying? If he does it on the first day, I'll do it on the 15th. Humph, if my concert can't be held, her concert can't be successful either. I'll give her a big gift." "What do you want?" "You'll know when the time comes. Just wait for a good show. It'll definitely be on the front page of the newspaper." Park Si-hoon's eyes burned with madness. The next day, on the day of the concert, many fans did not know that Park Si-hoon's concert was cancelled. Therefore, they arrived at the venue early in the morning, only to find that the doors were tightly shut and a temporary cancellation notice was hung high up. The fans went completely crazy and wanted an explanation. Many fans had already searched for Park Si-hoon's residence. However, when the group of fans swarmed over, they found that the building was empty. Capital City Stadium could hold 100,000 people. Today, a large poster of Tang Linger was pasted outside the stadium early in the morning. Dressed in ancient clothing, she looked like a fairy from a painting. Many people were mesmerized. This was the real fairy sister. When Tang Linger appeared, all the other fairy sisters that were hyped up paled in comparison. No one noticed that a man wearing a baseball cap and a staff uniform had quietly passed through the staff passageway with a black duffel bag in his hand. He avoided the crowd and came to the bottom of the stage. He quietly put the duffel bag in an inconspicuous dark corner under the stage, and then he left in a grandiose manner. All of this happened without anyone noticing. He only stopped when he was a long distance away from the stadium. Under the baseball cap, a pair of eyes flashed with a cold light. He sneered and muttered to himself, "Tang Linger, I want your concert to be a splendid fireworks show." In the evening, Tang Jing, Fang Shishir, Yi Dingdang, and a few other classmates arrived at Capital City Stadium. Looking at the long queue of people, Do Long shrunk his neck and said, "I originally thought that the few of us would be considered early, but I never thought that these people would come even earlier. In my entire life, this is the first time a big girl has seen a concert on a bridal sedan chair." If you were a young lady, then you would definitely be alone for the rest of your life. You would never have the chance to sit in a sedan chair. Wang Shiji joked. "I'm just making an analogy." Sinosaurus glared at him, then turned to look at Tang Jing and asked, "OL3, where are the concert tickets?" "We're already at the entrance, and everyone is already lining up to enter. We still don't have tickets. Tang Linger was too busy, so she didn't go home during this period of time. Naturally, he didn't get a ticket, but Linger told him to give it to him at the stadium before the concert started. Oh, 3, why don't you call your friend first? Zhou Xian reminded him. Feng Yong said nonchalantly, don't worry. If the boss doesn't have a ticket to this concert, then no one in the world will have a ticket. TCH, fatty, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? You don't know how popular this concert is. Although Tang Ling has only debuted for a short time, she has a huge number of fans. Moreover, her voice is too beautiful. How do I describe it? Sinosaurus held it in for a long time before finally thinking of a word: heavenly music. Listening to her sing is like listening to heavenly music. It's ethereal and elegant, making people forget countless troubles. It can truly cleanse the soul. Seeing Sinosaurus's intoxicated expression, Zhou Yang and Wang Shiji didn't refute him. Instead, they nodded in agreement. Tang Zhang and the others looked at each other in dismay. Speaking of which, they had never heard Linger sing before, so they really didn't know if her singing was good or bad. However, Tang Zhang knew that her voice wasn't bad, so he wasn't worried about her strength. Boss, you're here. A person jogged over and waved from afar. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and happened to see a charming man trotting over. Amy stopped and panted. She put her hands on her hips and said, I'm so tired. Amy, I've been looking for you guys for a long time. Amy, are you here to deliver the tickets? Tang Zheng guessed the purpose of his visit. Amy smiled and nodded, of course. Actually, this is also my negligence. I should have arranged a seat for the boss a long time ago. Don't be so polite. I was also on a whim. How many people do you have? I'll see if there are enough tickets. If not, I'll go get more. Amy's gaze swept across the crowd as she asked. We only have a few people. Are you done looking? Amy beamed with joy. Enough. Boss, I'm really too busy. I'll have to trouble you to go in by yourselves. These tickets are for the best VIP seats. You can go do what you need to do. Tang Zheng took the tickets and waved his hand. Amy left without stopping. Sinosaurus and the others looked at Tang Zheng suspiciously. Sinosaurus put an arm around Tang Zheng's shoulder and said, Lao San, tell us the truth. What kind of relationship do you have to make them take the initiative to hand over the VIP tickets? Also, did that person call you boss? What's going on? Chapter 1052. Seeing that everyone was cheering, Tang Zheng smiled and waved the tickets in his hand. Hurry up and get your tickets. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people going in later. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the tickets and they all rushed over to get their tickets. Tang Zheng walked towards the entrance. With the VIP tickets, they did not need to queue up and could directly enter through the VIP entrance. Hence, the few of them swaggered towards the VIP entrance. Sinosaurus raised his head like a proud rooster and chuckled. We can finally enjoy the VIP treatment. Third bro, if you have the chance in the future, bring us along more often. Don't enjoy it alone. Tang Zhang's head moved. Since he had already taught them magic, they were naturally considered to be on the same side. Hence, for their future development, he could bring them to many occasions. It could be considered as them adapting to society in advance, which was very beneficial for them. In this way, their starting point in the future would be much higher than the average person. Alright, I'll bring you guys along next time. You're a good brother. The few of them came to the entrance and the ticketing staff politely checked their tickets. The group entered the stadium and immediately saw the VIP area with the best seats. When they found their seats, they found that they were actually the VIP of the VIP. Their seats were definitely the best of the best. The few of them subconsciously looked at Tang Jing. His ability was too brilliant to be able to get such a good seat. Of course, these seats were not far from the stage. Whether it was the sound or the visual effects, they felt that this trip was not in vain. When the audience in the other VIP areas saw them, they were all suspicious. It seemed that they did not expect these people to get the best seats. However, among them, Fang Shishir and Yi Dingdang attracted a lot of attention. After all, beautiful women would be the center of attention no matter where they went. The few guys sat and whispered as they waited for the concert to start. "Boss, there's news on the internet that Park Shihun's concert has been cancelled." "Hee, is this your plan to take drastic measures?" Feng Yong asked with a smile. The others raised their eyebrows. Obviously, they were also attracted and asked, "Yeah, third bro, what's the drastic measures you mentioned last time? Why are you being so mysterious?" Thus, Tang Jing decided not to hide it anymore and said, "Fatty, you guessed it right. That's my plan. Isn't Park Shihun trying to use the concert to attract more people? I won't let him have his way and cancel his concert. Naturally, all his plans will fall apart." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Brilliant, this is brilliant. For these so-called stars, beating them up is not as good as venting our anger. In this way, they will no longer have the qualifications to be high and mighty. They can only scram back to their Korea. This kind of person's level is too low. If you keep competing with him, you'll be praising him instead. Teach him a lesson and he'll know how strong you are." Tang Jing said lightly. If Park Si-hoon was a cultivator and not an ordinary person, he would definitely not let him off so easily. Most importantly, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If Tang Jing used his full strength, it would be like an adult bullying a child. He didn't need to do so. Actually, this was also because he recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra every day. The killing intent in his heart had mostly dissipated, and he became calmer. This is third being benevolent. If it was me, I would have beaten him up long ago. Let's see if those fans still like him. Sinosaurus said with righteous indignation. Feng Yong also nodded in agreement. Boss is benevolent. He's lucky this time. If he still doesn't know how to tuck his tail between his legs, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhou Xian had the opposite opinion and stood together with Tang Jing, saying, third is the mature one. You guys are too impulsive. This Park Si-hoon is despicable, but he still has a company behind him. He has his own interest group. There's no need to fight to the death. The few of them still wanted to argue, but Tang Jing immediately changed the topic. As night fell, the capital stadium was filled to the brim. In the darkness, countless fluorescent sticks and supporting signs lit up. Not only were there girls in the audience, there were also quite a few boys. Clearly, Tang Linger's influence among the boys was very significant. The lights on the stage gradually dimmed. Everyone immediately quieted down and held their breaths. They stretched their necks and looked at the center of the stage. A dot of light lit up above the stage. Starlight. A ray of starlight lit up in the darkness, like the morning star in the night sky. Soon, more and more starlight lit up, flickering like fairies blinking their eyes. The starlight dotted the night sky, as if it was filled with stars. Suddenly, a white dress appeared in the starry sky. It grew from small to large, from far to near, like a fairy dancing above the river of stars. She really was dancing in the starry sky. Her graceful dance was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She moved gracefully, like a swimming dragon. Her footsteps were light and graceful. Her voice was like an orchid's. Each and every one of them was beautiful and moving. Words that only existed in myths and legends to describe fairies popped out from the depths of their minds. The audience was mesmerized. The lights gradually shone on Tang Linger's body. She descended from the sky, like a fairy descending from the Milky Way. She brought with her a fairy-like aura like a breeze. Her singing voice rang out, and her red lips parted. The ethereal and melodious voice entered everyone's mind. It was as if it had a magical power, causing their souls to tremble. The word moving was not enough to describe this feeling. Their spirits seemed to have left their bodies and floated into the air, enjoying the scene. Tang Zheng stared blankly at Linger on the stage. He did not expect that Linger on the stage would be so different from the rest. At this moment, no one present could compare to her radiance. Although Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir did not lose to Linger in terms of beauty, at this moment, Linger's charm still far overshadowed theirs. Many people closed their eyes when they heard the last part of the song. They enjoyed the sound and the lyrics, and their spirits gained a great sense of satisfaction. When the song ended, the lights lit up. The entire stadium was silent. No one applauded or cheered. This was because everyone was immersed in the beautiful mood outlined by Linger's song. The sound lingered in the air for 3 days. Perhaps this was the experience. Paw! A soft applause rang out. It was as if a fuse had been lit. Thunderous applause immediately rang out and swept through the entire stadium. Cheers rose and fell, as if they were going to rush into the sky. A fairy descending to the mortal world. It's so moving. It's heavenly music. It's definitely heavenly music. Yes, the live effect is too shocking. It's a million times better than listening to the recording. Of course, the recording was already very moving, but this is true perfection. The audience boiled over. The praises and applause blended together and lasted for a long time. Sinosaurus and the others almost went crazy. They clutched their chests and looked deeply impressed. They said excitedly, "This trip was worth it. This trip was worth it." After listening to this concert, other concerts will be tasteless in the future. The others nodded in agreement. Tang Linger's gaze turned towards the VIP area. Although she could not see clearly, she knew that her master was looking at her. Everything she had today was given to her by her master. The person she wanted to sing for the most was her master. She thought silently in her heart. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up slightly, revealing a faint smile. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One smile can topple a city, and another smile can topple a country. This faint smile immediately let the audience understand the true meaning of this poem. Immediately, they became even crazier, as if they were drunk. The song rang out again. All the noise immediately disappeared, turning into silence. Everyone was immersed in the mood created by the song. This concert was very different from other concerts. Every time Tang Linger's voice rang out, it accurately captured the hearts and minds of the audience. Therefore, no one screamed, no one made a racket, and no one sang their own voice. The only thing they did was listen. This was the essence of a concert. Listening to the singer's song and experiencing the beautiful mood created by the song. Tang Linger's performance was extremely high. There wasn't a single flaw in her performance. Her continuous singing moved every single audience member. Especially when the backup dancers came on stage, the song and dance merged into one, raising the mood to a whole new level. Time passed by minute, and the concert gradually reached its climax. Under the spotlight, Tang Linger said softly, "The next song is a new song. It's a song I've been preparing for a long time. I want to sing it for one person, because without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. Everything I have was given to me by him. He is the most important person in this world. He is my everything." These words were very gentle, like a mountain stream flowing through people's hearts. However, it set off a huge wave in everyone's hearts. Because these words were too much like a confession. That he must be a man. Who is this man? Can he win Tang Linger's heart? A big question mark appeared in everyone's mind, but no one was angry. There was only envy from the bottom of their hearts, and blessings. Who is that person? Someone asked loudly, is he here today? Tang Linger smiled faintly and said, he's here. As she said that, she couldn't help but look in the direction of Tang Jing. The lights also swished to the area. Suddenly, everyone in the area was illuminated by the lights. Everyone looked at each other. They really didn't know who she was talking about. Lao San, could it be you? Sinosaurus exclaimed, then quickly lowered his voice and stared at Tang Jing in disbelief. Everyone else also fixed their eyes on him. They saw that he was not surprised at all. He didn't even have much of a reaction. Tang Jing was very clear about his important position in Linger's heart. If it weren't for him, perhaps Linger would always be that ginseng, with no chance to transform into a human. Chapter 1053. Tang Jing gave a noncommittal smile and looked at Linger from afar. Their eyes met, and Linger's smile became sweeter and sweeter, as if it could melt one's heart. When the audience saw this smile, it was as warm as a spring breeze. Of course, more people's eyes were focused on Tang Jing's area, but there were too many people and they were too far away, so they couldn't see clearly. The music started again, and the ethereal singing spread throughout the venue in an instant. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Linger's hand. Wow! Many people were shocked, not knowing what she was going to do. Swoosh! The sword drew an arc in the air. Linger seemed to have become one with the sword, and the sword danced beautifully. As she sang, she danced with the sword, and the dance and song merged into one, complementing each other. Especially when she danced with the sword, her figure was valiant and elegant, like a fairy dancing with a sword in the sky. She looked carefree and intoxicated. Wow, she can even dance with a sword. She seems to be very skilled. She's an all-rounder. What can she not do? The audience cried out in surprise. At this moment, Linger was completely different from her usual weak and delicate self. The impression she gave people was too deep. Linger sang and danced, and used this method to express her friendship with Tang Jing. Tang Jing understood, and a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. Without a doubt, the concert reached its climax at this moment. The audience's eyes followed Linger's elegant figure. Suddenly, she tiptoed and soared into the air. With a light flick of her wrist, she turned into a dazzling sword flower in the air. The audience thought that she was using pressure, but in reality, there was nothing on her. She was relying on her own strength. Without a doubt, this sword dance in the air was intoxicating. She slowly descended, and the singing stopped abruptly at this moment. The audience seemed to have woken up from a dream, and finally cheered loudly. Suddenly, a fiery light blossomed from the stage. It was exceptionally dazzling. Many people still subconsciously thought it was a stage effect, but the scorching heat wave had already shot up to the sky. The audience in front of them were directly pushed to the ground by the heat wave. Amidst the fiery light, Tang Linger was completely surrounded. Everyone suddenly understood. Explosion. The stage actually exploded. Tang Linger was in danger. This was the only thought that appeared in everyone's minds, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Despair immediately appeared in their eyes, and screams rang out. Many people subconsciously covered their eyes, and many people widened their eyes as they watched this scene in disbelief. But some people reacted very quickly. The moment the flames soared into the sky, Tang Jing realized that something was wrong. The pungent smell of the explosion entered his nose, and immediately stimulated his cerebral cortex. Without thinking, he reacted. His body and mind moved at the same time. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his seat. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the chair, and like a startled swan, he flew into the sky and rushed to the stage. The audience didn't even have time to notice this person who suddenly appeared. They only saw a ball of flames covering the large stage. This song was a solo performance by Tang Linger, and there were no other dancers. When Tang Zheng rushed to the stage, he saw Linger in the flames. She was like a phoenix, reborn from nirvana in the flames. She waved her long sword, trying to build a barrier to protect herself. However, her power was not enough to resist such a strong explosion. The barrier built by the long sword collapsed in an instant, and the blast immediately hit her body. She was like a beautiful butterfly, but was unable to block the storm, and was in an extremely dangerous situation. Linger! Tang Zheng cried out hoarsely. Tang Linger suddenly raised her head and saw Tang Zheng. The flames shone on his cheeks, making him look very mighty, as if he came on fire in clouds. At this moment, her heart seemed to have been hit hard, and a crack appeared. Then, this scene and the image of Tang Zheng were completely engraved in the deepest part of her heart. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of Tang Linger. With a big hand, he tightly hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. The two of them were so close together that they could even feel each other's fierce heartbeat. Boom! At this moment, all the energy of the explosion was completely released, drowning the two of them. The flames soared into the sky, and the stage was destroyed. It completely collapsed. Screams and screams resounded through the sky, as if the roof of the stadium was about to be lifted off. In the eyes of the audience, Tang Linger and the stage were destroyed. Everyone had the same thought in their minds: God was jealous of beauty. The most beautiful thing in the world was indeed easily envied by God. She was gone just like that. A heartache and despair instantly occupied everyone's hearts, as if tearing their bodies and minds apart. In the explosion, only the audience in the middle of the front row was affected. Several people's chairs were pushed down and they fell to the ground, but they were not injured. Fang Shishir and the others were also among this group of people who were affected, but a few of them did not scream. After all, they were people who had experienced big waves. Although this change was sudden, their psychological quality was still strong. Among the audience, perhaps only they noticed that Tang Zheng rushed to the stage at the critical moment. Looking at the stage that had been blown into ruins, several people immediately had an ominous premonition in their hearts. This was a bomb attack. Linger and Tang Zheng were in danger. They hurriedly wanted to rush to the rescue, but suddenly, in the flames, two figures soared into the sky. Their speed was faster than the flames of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, they were at the top of the stadium, completely avoiding the attack of the flames. Looking at this scene, as well as the burning flames and dancing figures, 8 words appeared in everyone's mind: Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from the flames. Tang Linger was truly like a phoenix in the 9 heavens, reborn from the flames. At this moment, the beauty and charm she bloomed captured the hearts of everyone present. It was deeply imprinted in their hearts, impossible to forget. Many people would never forget this scene even if they grew old. There was no doubt that this was a unique concert that left an extremely deep impression. The audience, who had been in despair, seemed to have been reborn. Their bodies were injected with a clear spring, and all their spirit and energy recovered. They stared at the two people in the air with burning eyes and cheered deafeningly. Of course, many people's eyes were firmly fixed on the man who was holding Tang Linger tightly. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and was awe-inspiring. He was like an ancient war god, with a soul-stirring charm. Many girls' eyes bloomed with light. The image of Prince Charming in their hearts completely overlapped with this person, and was deeply fixed in their hearts. For those in the know, this explosion was no doubt a bomb attack. But for those in the audience who didn't know, other than the initial panic, they saw Tang Linger fly high into the air. Furthermore, her height was far beyond what a normal person could fly. So, many people guessed that this scene must be a stage effect. It was to shock the audience. Tang Ling, and that man must have been bound with pressure. Therefore, the panic immediately dissipated by a lot. Many of the audience members stood up, but they did not run to the exit in a panic. Of course, if Tang Linger did not appear, panic would have immediately occupied everyone's hearts and caused irreparable bad consequences. The fire had disappeared, and the stage was in ruins. The two people slowly landed on the stage. On the dark scorched earth, the image of the two people was completely different from the surrounding environment. Even their clothes were not dirty or messy, creating a strong contrast. The thought from just now came up again. This was the true rebirth of a phoenix, a rebirth from the fire. There was no doubt that Tang Linger was this phoenix. After this battle, she became even more beautiful and moving. Aime's heart was about to jump out of her chest. Like the other staff members, she knew that this was an explosion and definitely not a stage effect. However, they were all shocked and stupefied. Everyone subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when they saw that the explosion was limited to the stage and did not spread to the side, they forcibly stopped the urge to run away. Aime actually rushed to the stage without a care for his own safety. When he stood at the edge of the stage, he just happened to see the two people descending from the sky. His body froze and his expression froze. Linger is actually fine. When he saw the person next to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With him here, how could anything happen to Linger? In the past, he already had an extremely deep impression of his boss's mysteriousness and power. At this moment, this impression was even deeper and had undergone a tremendous change. However, he could no longer find an accurate adjective to describe him. After racking his brain, he could only think of one word, God. Because this was the only word that could describe him. However, he still anxiously wanted to rush up and get the two people out of this place. As soon as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Tang Zhang's gaze. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps. He did not understand Tang Zhang's meaning, but he still chose to believe Tang Zhang without hesitation. Tang Zhang was very angry. His eyes burned with a raging anger, as if he had merged into one with the remaining flames around him. He knew better than many people that this was a bomb attack and not a stage effect. Who was so vicious as to want to harm Linger? If he had not coincidentally come to this concert, if he had not been so close to the stage, then with Linger's cultivation, even if she was not killed by the explosion, she would definitely have been seriously injured. Linger was his family, so this kind of injury was like it was on his body. If the enemy wanted to deal with him, he would just hold up his sword and meet the attack. However, if the enemy wanted to deal with the people around him, then his anger would definitely be beyond measure, because the enemy had already touched his reverse scale. Tang Linger was one of his reverse scales. His mind quickly turned, one figure after another flashed through his mind, trying to figure out who arranged this attack. Lord. 100 Change Star Lord. Yi Mansion. Chapter 1054. Although he had guessed so many people behind the scenes, Tang Jing did not immediately flare up. Since the other party had done such a thing, they must have run away long ago and would not stay at the scene. Therefore, it was useless to get angry now. What he should think about now was how to end the concert so that it would not be a mess. Although it had already been messed up, it could not develop in a worse direction. This was Linger's first concert, so it was very important. Linger, do the last few movements and complete your sword dance. Tang Jing whispered in Linger's ear. Although Linger didn't understand what he meant, she still did as she was told. With the last few moves of the sword dance, the performance came to an end. Immediately, the audience burst into thunderous applause. At this point, all the audience had forgotten their worries and panic. They believed that this was the stage effect of the organizers and did not associate it with a bomb attack. This was truly a unique performance. Since ancient times, there had never been such a scene on the surface. It was ingenious and unique. Suddenly, the audience was boiling. The cheers were thunderous and rushed into the sky. That's great. I was scared just now. I thought it was an explosion attack. I was so scared that I had a heart attack. Yes, me too. So this is the stage effect. Only Tang Linger would dare to create such a stage effect. She is really a fairy. No one can guess. This must be a method they have tried many times, so you are all worried for nothing. If they dare to do this, they naturally have the confidence, but the effect is definitely good. What's the name of this song? I didn't hear what she said just now. Everyone looked at Tang Linger. Tang Zheng had already regained his composure and said, "This song is called Nirvana. I hope everyone likes it." In fact, her sword dance and song did not have a name. This was a last-minute idea, but it was the name that was most in line with the effect of the scene and her state of mind. Throughout her journey, she was the best synonym for Nirvana. From a ginseng to a human form, and now, she was a celebrity. Every step she took was not easy. It was as if she was going through a raging inferno. Finally, in this explosion, she completed the final step, bathing in fire and nirvana. Hearing this name, everyone felt that it was too appropriate. It was exactly the same as what they thought when they watched the performance. Nirvana, this name is too fitting. That's right, it's already too wonderful. It fits perfectly with the performance just now. I dare say that this will definitely become a concert. It is destined to be remembered by people. We are witnesses to a miracle. We are so lucky. This trip was not in vain. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and Tang Zheng naturally heard the gist of it. Only then did he feel relieved. This concert did not turn into a mess because of the explosion. Instead, because of the ingenious countermeasures of the two, the concert was pushed to a climax. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Of course, Tang Zheng definitely did not think that this was a good thing. The mastermind behind this must pay a painful price. No matter who it was, he would not let them go. This is the end of the concert. Tang Zheng reminded them in a low voice. The stage had been turned into ruins, and the atmosphere had reached the climax. There was no need to continue. Moreover, the concert was already nearing its end. At this time, it stopped abruptly. The aftertaste was endless, leaving more room for imagination for the audience. Tang Linger took a few steps forward and closed the distance between her and the audience. Tang Zheng quietly retreated into the darkness behind the scenes. Tang Linger said a few sincere closing words, and then the concert ended with cheers and applause. Tang Zheng's time on the stage was very short, and many people's attention was attracted by the explosion just now. In addition, the distance was relatively far, so most people did not see Tang Zheng's face clearly. Seeing him quietly come down, many people subconsciously thought that he was the person that Tang Linger was talking about. But seeing him quietly come down, they all thought that he was a staff member of the dance team and did not investigate further. Tang Zheng's appearance was short-lived and did not attract much attention, but for Sinosaurus and the others, it was extremely shocking. They instantly confirmed that Tang Zheng was the person that Tang Linger was talking about. Immediately, all kinds of feelings welled up in their hearts. They looked at each other and whispered to each other, "Lao San is really hiding too deep." It turns out that his relationship with Tang Linger is so unusual. No wonder he can get such a precious VIP ticket. The others nodded. Lao San is not honest. We will interrogate him later. Do you think that was really a stage effect just now? The few of them were silent for a while before saying, although it seems so, my intuition is definitely not simple. Let's go backstage and see if Lao San needs any help. They reached an agreement and avoided the other people who were leaving the stage and walked backstage, but they were stopped at the door. From afar, they saw Tang Zheng with a livid face and was asking something. Their hearts thumped, and they immediately understood that their guess was right. It really was not a stage effect, but a real explosion. Who would want to attack Tang Linger? How could someone do such a vicious thing to such a beautiful girl? It was simply crazy. They were extremely angry and waved at Tang Zheng from afar. Tang Zheng turned his head and glanced at them, signaling the staff to let them go. The few of them rushed forward and asked, "Lao San, what happened?" Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir's attention was on Tang Zheng. They touched Tang Zheng's body and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Linger is also fine. This is a blessing in disguise. Someone wants to harm Linger. I've already asked AI to check the surveillance. We must find out who is behind this." Fang Shishir was extremely worried. She lowered her voice and asked, "Could it be the High Lord?" Tang Zheng did not comment because he did not know the specific answer. He had made many enemies since his debut, and as long as it was someone with a certain level of strength, it would not be difficult to investigate his relationship with Tang Linger. If they could not deal with him, it was not impossible for them to turn around and deal with Tang Linger. Tang Linger held on to Tang Zheng's arm. There was not much panic on her face. Instead, there was a sweet smile on her lips. Their attention was immediately attracted to her. They stared at the two of them holding hands. Sinosaurus could not help but ask, "Lao San, what is your relationship with Tang Linger?" "She's my sister," Tang Zheng said lightly. The few of them looked at each other and slapped their heads. They suddenly realized and said, "That's right. You're both surnamed Tang. We should have thought of this long ago. So you're siblings. Lao San, you hit it well. You actually didn't tell us that you have such a female celebrity sister." Tang Zheng's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light and he did not have any intention of continuing. Zhou Xian observed the situation and immediately noticed Tang Zheng's reaction. He touched Sinosaurus's shoulder and motioned for him to speak less. At this time, Aimi hurriedly ran over with a notebook in her hand. She shouted from afar, "Boss, we've analyzed the surveillance footage and found out that someone deliberately placed the bomb under the stage. We were negligent in our work and did not notice it." Tang Zheng did not comment. He coldly watched the surveillance video on the computer. It showed a thin man wearing a baseball cap carrying a luggage bag into the staff area. Then, he quietly went under the stage and placed the luggage bag in a dark corner under the stage. There was no doubt that the source of the explosion was this luggage bag. This person was wearing a hat the whole time. He was very vigilant. The surveillance did not capture his face, so we don't know who he is. Aimi said dejectedly. Her heart was very sullen and her anger was ready to move. If he knew who it was, he would definitely want to kill the other party. The other party's intentions were too vicious. Looking at the figure methodically and unhurriedly doing everything and safely leaving, his eyes were about to burst into flames. The bomb was right below where Tang Linger was standing. If it wasn't for Tang Linger's cultivation and timely reaction, coupled with Tang Zheng sitting in front of her and saving her in time, it would have led to a disaster. Another very important point was that the strength of the bomb was not enough. Otherwise, even if he was there, he would not be able to save her. At that time, not only would it hurt Tang Linger, but it would also affect the audience in the front row. At that time, there would be a lot of casualties and it would be an important place in the capital. The consequences would definitely be very frightening. Tang Zheng stared at the figure, his eyes slightly narrowed into slits. This person was thin and tall, like a bamboo pole. Which force sent this person? For a moment, he couldn't guess. "Boss, should we call the police?" Aimi asked worriedly. Tang Jing thought about it and shook his head to refuse. No need. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. If they called the police, the explosion attack would definitely be leaked. At that time, all the work they had done before would be in vain, and this concert would be ruined. Even Tang Linger's Star Road could be considered to have come to an end, because in the future, no one would dare to take the risk of being bombed to see her concert. Tang Zheng would never allow such a situation to happen. This is the effect of the show that you have rehearsed long ago, understand? Tang Zheng stared at Ai Mi and asked coldly. Ai Mi was not stupid. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had long been a smart person. With a thought, she immediately understood Tang Zheng's intention. She couldn't help but sigh at the boss's power. A bomb attack could be averted just like that, and it could also add fuel to the fire, making Tang Linger's fame even more famous. Ai Mi nodded quickly. Understood, boss, don't worry, no one will ever say half a word, let alone let the media know and damage Linger's reputation. Tang Zheng remained calm and continued to stare at the figure. He had already competed with the other party. If he didn't see the other party's origin, he would not give up. This person is like a bamboo pole, he doesn't look like an assassin. Aren't assassins all big and tall? Do Long muttered to himself in confusion. Chapter 1055. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu. The word bamboo pole reminded him and he immediately recognized the person. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's Park Si-hoon." Park Si-hoon. Everyone was stunned as their eyeballs fell to the ground. They stared at the screen in disbelief as they tried to recall the person in their memories. Sure enough, the more they looked at it, the more they found it to be Park Si-hoon. Fong Shishir and Yi Dingdang had a deep impression of this person and said in unison, "Yes, it's him." Everyone else nodded in agreement as they were filled with righteous indignation. Sinosaurus fiercely punched the pillar beside him and said fiercely, "He's so vicious. If we knew that he would do this, we wouldn't have let him off that day. Let's go and find him. We must catch this kind of person." Feng Yong was also furious. Zhou Xian looked at Tang Jing and asked, "Third brother, what are you going to do?" Tang Jing clenched his fists tightly. Without a doubt, this incident was caused by him. Linger almost became a sacrifice, so it was inevitable for him to blame himself. "I will definitely take revenge for this." After Tang Jing finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Brother, where are you going?" Tang Linger hurriedly held on to his hand. Tang Zheng looked at her gently as he stroked her hair and said gently, "Linger, your singing today was great. You must be tired. Go back and rest, I'll go and vent your anger for you." Tang Linger nodded and said unwillingly, "Brother, can you accompany Linger?" Tang Zheng's heart softened. After experiencing the incident, although she looked calm on the surface, as if she wasn't affected, she was in fact greatly affected. He could only nod and say, "All right, I'll send you home." Tang Linger's face immediately lit up with joy as she held Tang Zheng's hand even tighter. "You guys go back first. Don't spread the news about this matter. Since Park Si-hoon dared to do such a thing, I will definitely make him regret being born into this world." Looking at Tang Zheng's gaze, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Park Si-hoon was in deep trouble. No one thought that he was pitiful. On the contrary, they thought that he had only himself to blame. His actions had incurred the wrath of both man and God. No matter how they dealt with him, it would not be excessive. Everyone left the stadium one after another. There were still many spectators outside the stadium who hadn't left yet. They were discussing this unprecedented concert, and the response was excellent. Sinosaurus and the others took the bus back to school, while Tang Zheng and the others drove back home. With no one else around, Fong Shishir finally asked, "What are you going to do with that person?" This kind of immoral person with a heart as poisonous as a scorpion naturally cannot remain in this world. Tang Jing said. Fang Shishi's eyelids twitched. She glanced at Tang Linger and said, this person's actions are truly too vile. He must be taught a harsh lesson. Tang Linger looked up at Tang Jing and said, Master, I don't even know this person. Why did he attack me with a bomb? Once there was no one else around, Linger automatically changed the way she addressed Tang Jing. This was a question that had been lingering in her heart, and she finally asked it now. Tang Zhang's face revealed a guilty expression. He held Linger's hand and said, Linger, this is all my fault for implicating you. I promise that this will never happen again. Linger hurriedly shook her head and said, You are Linger's master. How can you say such things? No matter what Master does, Linger will never blame Master. Moreover, this is definitely because that person is too evil, so Master can't be blamed. The few of them returned to the villa. Tang Jing accompanied Linger and chatted for a while. He watched her fall asleep before leaving the room. Everyone else sat in the living room and looked at him. Yi Dingdang couldn't hold it in and asked first, What are you going to do? Tang Zhang's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, This kind of person can't be tolerated. You want to kill him? Fang Shishi asked. Tang Zhang raised his eyebrows and asked, Can't I? This person is a celebrity after all. If he were to die an unnatural death, he would gain countless good reputations. This would be letting him off too easily. What does he value the most? With his own influence, just killing him would be giving him a quick death. Fang Shishi analyzed methodically. Tang Zhang looked at him in confusion and asked, Then how do you want to deal with him? Fang Shishi said without hesitation, Let him lose his reputation and then pay the price he deserves. Tang Jing declined to comment. Fang Shishi advised, Although it's not enough for him to die 100 times, but if you only kill him and dirty your hands, we will think of another way to make him suffer a fate worse than death. What way? Tang Jing asked. Fang Shishi thought for a while and said, There is always a way, as long as we try hard to think of it. Tang Jing firmly shook his head and said, There is no need to be so complicated. To deal with this kind of person, if you spend too much time thinking of various methods, then you are really thinking highly of him. He is just a Korean stick, he does not have the qualifications to make me spend so much effort. The simplest and most effective method is to destroy his body. Do you really want to kill him? Fang Shishi asked worriedly. Tang Jing nodded affirmatively. Marshall, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stood up and said, I will go with you. After listening to the experience of this concert, Marshall's heart was also filled with anger. She was usually a decisive person, so she said resolutely, Kill this kind of person, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I will do it. Yi Dingdang nodded in agreement. Back then on campus, I was very unhappy with him. Since he is this kind of scum, he deserves to die. Alright, you guys decide. Fang Shishi did not insist. Let's go. Tang Jing signaled to Marshall and left the house with large strides, completely blending into the darkness of the night. Park Shi-hoon had already moved, but he had long been targeted by Tang Jing. No matter where he moved, he could not escape his eyes. Therefore, Tang Jing and Marshall easily found his new residence. It was a 5-star hotel, and he and his team lived in a luxurious suite. However, he lived alone in a suite. Tang Jing and Marshall quietly broke through the door. The living room was empty, and the bedroom door was wide open, with the sound of heavy breathing coming out. Tang Jing and Marshall looked at each other, and immediately understood what was going on. Marshall's cheeks flashed with a hint of red, and she whispered, This person is too shameless. Tang Jing snorted, and thought to himself, What is this? I just saw a live broadcast a few days ago. When he walked into the bedroom, he saw 2 naked people on the huge TV screen. When he took a closer look, he saw that one of them was Park Si-hoon, and the other was an unfamiliar girl. However, she looked extremely young. The two people who were in the middle of a fierce battle did not notice that someone had entered, and were still exercising while talking. The girl in this video is too young. The last time I came to Wuxia, she took the initiative to come to my hotel and offer her body. She is still underage. Park Si-hoon said loudly as if he was showing off. Jin Meiji smiled and said, "If it wasn't for your great charm, then these little girls would all recommend themselves to sleep with you. That is their honor." But I'm afraid even in their dreams, they would never have thought that their actions would be recorded by you. Only this way can I have an endless aftertaste. I have already collected quite a few, and I am really liking this place more and more. Not only can I make a lot of money, but I can also enjoy so many beauties. Didn't you say you were going to deal with Tang Linger? How come you didn't do anything tonight and only focused on this matter? What do you mean I didn't do anything? I finished long ago. When we finish this matter, the news will definitely be out. At that time, we can enjoy my masterpiece together. Park Si-hoon said proudly. He spent a lot of effort to obtain the bomb, and then carefully placed it below the stage, and quickly left. His mood was both excited and nervous, but more than that, it was the excitement of his scheme succeeding. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of Tang Linger being blown up into the sky. He felt that it would definitely be wonderful. It was precisely because he was looking forward to such a scene that his heart was unable to contain his excitement. That was why he directly pushed Jin Meiji down on the bed to do some exercise to relieve the tension. After the battle ended, he would then go and admire the results of his battle. Jin Meiji looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What did you do?" I blew Tang Linger up into the sky. Park Si-hoon said with a sinister expression. What? You used explosives. Is there a problem? This is the capital of Wuxia, what if the police investigate? Jin Meiji said worriedly. Park Si-hoon was full of confidence and said nonchalantly, "How will the police investigate? Everything will be blown to ashes, and not even a speck will be left. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just afraid of what if. There's no what if. If you don't believe in my strength, I will teach you a lesson." Park Si-hoon said as he suddenly increased the intensity of his movements. At this moment, Jin Meiji could only gasp for breath and said intermittently, "Why are you so ferocious this time?" "I've always been this ferocious." Park Si-hoon's eyes lit up and did not even blink when he lied. He grabbed her neck with his hands and veins popped out on his forehead. His cheeks were flushed red, making him look extremely ferocious. "This daddy will let you know how powerful I am." Tang Zhang and Marshall looked at the two of them who were intensely exercising with indifference. Suddenly, Jin Meiji saw Tang Zhang and Marshall at the door from the corner of her eyes. She was so frightened that she screamed. The emotions that she had been accumulating suddenly collapsed and her face turned pale as she screamed, "There's someone here." Park Si-hoon immediately turned his head and saw Tang Zhang and Marshall at the door. He was instantly frightened out of his wits and blurted out, "Why are you guys here?" Tang Zhang coldly snorted and said, "Do you really think that your plan is flawless?" "What do you mean?" Park Si-hoon asked, still in shock. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. So you're actually a scumbag with a human face but a beast heart. You actually came to Wuxia to deceive our girls. Your beastly behavior ends here." Tang Jing grabbed his hair and dragged him down from Jin Meiji's body like a dead dog. Chapter 1056. Park Si-hoon was like a stray dog as he curled up into a bowl. Looking at Tang Jing with a guilty conscience, he timidly asked, "You trespassed into my room. I want to sue you." Tang Jing sneered, "You dare to complain first. Have you forgotten what you've done?" "What have I done?" Park Si-hoon asked with a guilty conscience. "If you don't want anyone to know, then don't do it in the first place. I don't understand what you're talking about. I heard everything you said earlier. Furthermore, what you did in the gymnasium was also recorded by the surveillance camera. Tang Jing coldly said. You're framing me. Park Shi-hun's heart was pounding. He guessed that the bomb must have been detonated, but he had no idea what the outcome was. However, he guessed that the effect must have been great, which was why Tang Jing was in such a hurry to find him. But it was a pity that he was seen through by the other party, which made him feel a deep sense of defeat. However, he did not decide to admit defeat. Instead, he gradually regained his composure and raised his head with a disdainful smile. Do you think it's me just because you say so? What evidence do you have? The evidence is what you said earlier. Are you still trying to quibble? Do you think the police will believe you? Park Shi-hun sneered. Police? Tang Jing snorted. Do you think that I will hand you over to the police? You're too naive. What can you do to me if I don't hand you over to the police? Let me tell you, I have a powerful international team of lawyers. I can get out of this in minutes and even sue you. At that time, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Park Shi-hun arrogantly said. A despicable and unscrupulous person like you actually came to Yenqing University to study. You're simply an insult to this prestigious school. Since you're still trying to quibble, then I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll make you pay for your actions. Tang Jing indifferently said as he approached the other party. What are you trying to do? Park Shi-hun cried out in fright. Don't you like to bring harm to our Chinese girls? I will make you pay the price. Tang Jing pulled him up and pressed his finger on his yin-tang acupoint. His whole body suddenly trembled, and his expression changed from fear to malevolence. Then, his eyes widened like a hungry wolf. With a howl, he directly pounced on the cowering Jean Meiji on the bed. What do you want? Jean Meiji shrieked as she looked at the ferocious Park Shi-hun. It was as if he had turned into another person, a beast. Park Shi-hun didn't reply. His pupils dilated as everything in front of him changed. His consciousness was still clear, but his body was not under the control of his consciousness. Instead, it was controlled by an extremely strong impulse. He was very frightened, but there was nothing he could do. There was only one impulse in his heart, to release his most primitive instinct. Moreover, the intensity of this impulse was unprecedented, penetrating deep into his bones and nerves. He did not know what had happened to his body, but there was no doubt that it was Tang Jing's doing. He couldn't even say a word as his body and mind were completely dominated by this impulse. He pushed Jean Meiji down without any restraint and merged into one amidst her terrified screams. Then, the room resounded with the sound of an intense battle. Tang Jing and Marshall retreated out of the bedroom. Marshall looked at Tang Jing suspiciously and asked, "You're not going to kill him?" Tang Jing coldly laughed. "Do you think that's possible? He deserved to die. If I don't kill him, should I wait for him to come and kill me?" But Shishir's reminder is reasonable. Not only do I have to kill him, but I also have to destroy his reputation. This is the true revenge. Don't look at how cool he is now. In fact, he is like a machine that will never stop, unless he falls down. What do you mean? I cast a small spell on his body. This spell was something that I found from the demon god. I originally did not plan to use it because it was rather vicious. However, to deal with this kind of person with a human face and a beast heart, this spell is the most suitable. What is the use of this spell? Marshall curiously asked. This spell can summon a person's most primal instincts, and it can be magnified. Then, it will appear in his body, and he will become like this. Jean Meiji will become a tool for him to vent. Then, he will not stop until he dies of exhaustion. Die of exhaustion. Marshall's heart trembled as he immediately understood what Tang Jing meant. For this kind of person with a human face and a beast heart, this kind of punishment was undoubtedly the most suitable. Then he will also die. Yes, he will not live past tonight. Then what about Jean Meiji? This kind of woman who betrays her country for glory deserves to die. However, whether or not she can survive will depend on her luck. Tang Zheng said without any pity. Later, we will make a phone call and tell the reporters the room number. They will definitely be happy to report this kind of thing, and Park Shihun's heroic deeds will naturally be exposed. This kind of person's true face will also be exposed to everyone. This is more useful than simply killing him. Tang Jing added. Marshall's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. The two of them left the hotel and did not continue to enjoy the intense battle. At the same time, the internet was in an uproar. News of Tang Linger's concert quickly made it to the front page of every major news portal. It even became a hot topic on Weibo. Everyone was discussing the concert. Of course, what people were talking about was her ethereal voice and the enjoyment of listening to it. All the audience felt that this concert was really worth it. In addition, the most eye-catching thing was the carefully arranged Phoenix Nirvana at the end. Especially under the guidance of a certain amount of public opinion, most of the audience believed that it was a pre-arranged stage effect and was definitely not an accident. Although there were a few opposing opinions, they were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming majority of voices. After that, no one questioned the matter anymore. Instead, they were all in awe. They were all in awe of Tang Linger and her team's courage and adventurous spirit. Because of this concert, Tang Linger's fame had truly increased once again. She wasn't inferior to those popular superstars now, and had attracted even more fans. Park Shi-hoon probably did not expect that his carefully planned attack would become an opportunity for Tang Linger to increase her fame. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise for her. At the first glimmer of dawn, many entertainment reporters received news that Park Shi-hoon was staying in a certain suite in a certain hotel. The reporters had a keen sense of smell and immediately connected it to the topic of Park Shi-hoon and Tang Linger's concert some time ago. Since Tang Linger's concert was so successful and Park Shi-hoon's concert was cancelled at the last minute, it was natural that they could interview Park Shi-hoon and see his reaction. This was also a very good entry point for their report. Hence, when they found out where Park Shi-hoon was staying, they all sneaked into the hotel. When they arrived at the corresponding room, they noticed that the door was unlocked. With a gentle push, the door opened. Reporters loved breaking news. Since the other party didn't even lock the door, they would naturally sneak in openly. When they saw the two naked people lying on the bed, which were none other than Park Si-hoon and his assistant, Kim Mi-ji, the sound of snapping photos rang out non-stop. No matter what, they couldn't go wrong in recording this scene. This was breaking news that would definitely make people's eyeballs pop out. Although there were already indecent videos of Park Shi-hoon and Kim Mi-ji on the internet a few days ago, they never expected that the two of them would not know how to restrain themselves and get together again. Now that so many reporters had taken photos, there was no way for him to deny it. He would definitely fall into a whirlpool of criticism. However, this wasn't the problem that the reporters were worried about. They just wanted to report and record the hot news, and this scene happened to fulfill all of the conditions. Seeing that the two of them did not have any reaction despite the huge commotion, the reporters looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Could it be that the two of them were so magnanimous that they wanted them to take photos as much as they wanted? But after taking photos of all positions and positions, there was nothing else to take. Hence, it was time to wake the two of them up. Park Shi-hoon, wake up. Someone pushed Park Shi-hoon's shoulder. All of a sudden, Park Shi-hoon slipped and flipped over from Kim Mi-ji's side. He raised his head with a ferocious expression. His eyes were wide open and his face was ashen. He looked like a ferocious ghost. Ah! The reporters finally screamed. Seeing this scene, even a fool could understand what was going on. Some of them were bold enough to test Park Shi-hun's heartbeat, only to find that his chest was cold. There wasn't any heartbeat at all. He's dead. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions changing at the same time. How did he die? Look at his lower body. Someone pointed at Park Shi-hun's lower body. Everyone looked over and saw that his lower body was covered in blood. Even the naked Kim Meiji's lower body was covered in blood. The bed sheet was dyed red with blood. What? What's going on? Who knows? Ah! Suddenly, Kim Meiji sat up straight on the bed. Her hair was messy and her face was dirty. She looked like a lunatic. Everyone was shocked by this scene and screamed because everyone subconsciously thought that she was dead. They didn't expect her to still be alive. Click, click, click. The sound of camera shutters rang out as they recorded this unbelievable and horrifying moment. Thereafter, everyone surrounded Jean Meiji and impatiently asked, "Miss Jean, may I ask what's your relationship with Park Si-hun? Are you lovers?" "Yes, how did Park Shi-hun die?" Looking at the group of heads in front of her, Kim Meiji's face became blank. She tilted her head and looked at the reporters blankly for a while. Then, like a walking corpse, she walked to the door naked. Chapter 1057. Seeing Jean Meiji's abnormal reaction, the reporters looked at each other in dismay. In the end, one of them weakly said, "She seems to have gone crazy." The others nodded their heads. There was a big difference between a normal person and a lunatic. Immediately, everyone became more interested in what happened last night. A few reporters did not give up and chased after Jean Meiji. They stopped her and asked, "Miss Jean, may I ask what happened last night?" Jean Meiji looked at him blankly and then directly bumped into him. Seeing her covered in blood, although she was naked, there was no beauty in it. Instead, it made people want to vomit. That reporter was so scared that he screamed and hurriedly retreated. Of course, this farce did not last long. Some reporters had already called the police. When the police arrived, they found that the scene had already been messed up by the reporters. They could not find any useful clues. Even the hotel surveillance camera did not capture anything unusual. In the end, they could only leave it as it was. However, the reporters published what they had seen and heard on various major media outlets. Although they did not make up any lies, just what they had seen and heard gave the public a lot of room for imagination. Many people filled in the details in their imaginations. The most common guess was that Park Shi-hun was unable to satisfy his greed. In the end, his body was hollowed out and he died of exhaustion. Park Shi-hun's remaining fame instantly collapsed. All of his fans turned against him. No one dared to say that they were his fans. Many people secretly scolded themselves for being blind. There were even more people who ran to Park Shi-hun's Weibo to curse him. Early in the morning, Tang Zheng was still in bed when he was forcefully dragged out of bed. Yi Dingdang impatiently pointed at the phone screen and asked, "Look, what is this?" Tang Zheng glanced at it and said without any surprise, "He deserved it." Seeing his indifferent reaction, Yi Dingdang did not give up and said, "Why is your reaction so calm? Is there a need to be surprised?" Tang Zheng asked back. Yi Dingdang looked at him with a strange expression and said, "You and Marshall went out for so long last night. I didn't even know when you came back. What did you guys do? Don't tell me that it has nothing to do with this matter." Tang Zheng shrugged and smiled faintly. "Since you've already guessed it, then I don't need to say more." The corners of Yi Dingdang's mouth gradually blossomed into a smile as she planted a kiss on Tang Zheng's cheek and said, "This is the kind of man I like. To deal with a big bad guy like Park Shi-hun, one should use thunderous methods." What was the point of being soft-hearted? Although Xianxia is kind-hearted, being too soft-hearted is not a good thing. Xianxia is mainly kind-hearted, Tang Zheng explained. "Of course I know, but I can't do it. Hee hee, what you're doing is really satisfying." When the two of them walked out of the room, everyone looked over. Naturally, they also saw the news and started cheering. Even Fang Shishir was no exception. This was because the media reported that Park Si-hoon had tricked Wuxia into shooting that kind of indecent video. This touched Fang Shishir's bottom line. Tang Jing, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Park Si-hoon to be such a person yesterday, so I said those words. Fang Shishir said shyly. Tang Jing stroked her hair and said, don't take it to heart. This is nothing. Fang Shishir sighed in relief and said, this kind of person shouldn't be alive in this world. What you did was to get rid of love for the people and prevent other innocent girls from falling into his hands. Tang Linger rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out. Seeing the room full of people, she lazily said, you guys woke up so early. Yi Dingdang impatiently pulled Tang Linger and talked about Park Si-hoon's fate. After Tang Linger finished listening, she stared blankly at Tang Jing and asked, Master, did you do all this for Linger? Tang Jing smiled and said, this person deserved it. This kind of thing won't happen again. Linger was touched and threw herself into Tang Jing's embrace. She hugged him tightly and buried her head in his chest, sobbing, Master is too good to Linger. The others immediately fell silent. They looked at each other and suddenly realized something. In the past, they all treated Tang Linger as a little girl. In fact, she was just a kind and innocent girl. She was already a beautiful young lady and was the goddess in countless people's hearts. Her charm was unquestionable. Her relationship with Tang Jing was very special, but now it seemed to be developing in another direction. It was just that they didn't realize it. The few of them saw the worry in each other's eyes, but they didn't mention it. In any case, they all thought of the same thing. Would she also become Tang Jing's confidant? The few of them felt a sense of crisis at the same time. Cough cough. Yi Dingdang couldn't help but let out a dry cough, as if to remind the two of them. Tang Jing looked at her in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Sure, if anything happens in the future, Sister Dingdang can also protect you. Yi Dingdang pulled Tang Linger out of Tang Jing's embrace. Tang Linger's eyes were still filled with tears. She gently nodded and said, with Master's protection, Linger is not afraid at all. Tang Jing saw that their expressions were a bit abnormal and wanted to ask them clearly. He patted Linger's shoulder and said, Linger, you and Sister Shishir go out and buy some breakfast. Fang Shishir understood tacitly and quickly took Tang Linger out. Tang Jing curiously looked at the few people who stayed behind and asked, why are your expressions so strange? What happened? Yi Dingdang anxiously asked, Tang Jing, what is the relationship between you and Linger? Brother and sister relationship. You've always treated her as a sister. Tang Jing said in confusion, not understanding what they meant. Brother and sister relationship. Have you asked Linger what she thinks? Marshall could not help but interject. It was obvious that the reactions of the few women were not much different from each other regarding this topic. She is just an ignorant little girl. What else can she think? Tang Jing shrugged and said disapprovingly. Yi Dingdang curled her lips and said, little girl. What kind of look is that? She is already a girl and is no different from other girls. She is just more beautiful. Her thoughts are not much different from other girls. Do you know what this means? Tang Jing shook his head. Are you pretending not to understand or do you really not understand? Tang Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't understand. There's no need to pretend. Yi Dingdang and Marshall looked at each other and said at the same time, Linger likes you. What? How is that possible? Tang Jing seemed to have his tail stepped on as he shouted. What's impossible about that? She's already a big girl. Don't tell me she doesn't like people. Moreover, we don't need to say what kind of image you have in her heart. You are usually so smart, don't tell me you haven't thought of this point. Yi Dingdang asked aggressively. Tang Zhang had never thought of this point. In his impression, Lingner had always been like a child who had not grown up. In all honesty, he really did not have any thoughts about her. However, after hearing Yi Dingdang's words, Tang Zhang came back to his senses. It seemed that Lingner was indeed very dependent on him. However, this was also because of the complicated relationship between the two of them. He shook his head fiercely and denied without hesitation. No, how is that possible? It's impossible for me and her. Don't let your imagination run wild. We are not letting our imaginations run wild. We are taking precautions. Marshall firmly said. Marshall, weren't you very reasonable in the past? Why are you messing around with Ding Dang now? Tang Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked. Marshall said with a firm expression, I am not being unreasonable. It is just a woman's intuition. Lingner's feelings for you are becoming more and more obvious. But I don't have that kind of thought. Tang Zhang tried to defend himself, but it seemed very weak. How can we not know what a man is thinking? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Moreover, he already has a few bowls and is still not satisfied. Humph. Yi Dingdang tenderly snorted and pouted. Tang Zhang was greatly embarrassed and said, how could I be that kind of person? All right, don't let your imagination run wild. Ding ling ling. Just at this time, his phone rang. As if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he hurriedly picked up the phone and pretended to loudly ask, hello, who is this? Young Master Tang, it's me, Ji Wuxiang. Director Ji, why are you calling so early? I have already prepared everything here, so I would like to ask young Master Tang for help. Tang Zhang's head moved as he remembered that Ji Wuxiang had once said that he wanted to ask Tang Zhang to help him set up Sky Chess. Tang Zhang also wanted to understand more about Sky Chess, so he agreed at that time. He did not expect him to start so soon. Tang Zhang hurriedly agreed, no problem, I will go find you now. Are you still at the chess club? He wished he could immediately leave the house. Otherwise, he would definitely be ruthlessly interrogated by several women. Facing a dangerous battle, he was not afraid at all, but facing so many women, he was at a loss of what to do. Yes, I will wait for young Master Tang at the chess club. Tang Zhang hung up the phone. Seeing that the others were about to speak, he hurriedly said in a serious tone, Ji Wuxiang has some matters to attend to, so I have to go first. You're looking for an excuse to slip away again. Yi Dingdang sourly said. How can this be considered slipping away? This is a serious matter. Don't let your imagination run wild. Take advantage of the weekend to rest at home. I'll be leaving first. With that, he left as if he was escaping. Yi Dingdang hatefully stomped her foot and complained, so hateful. Once we talk about serious matters, he runs away. He must have a guilty conscience. Marshall slightly shook her head and said, he just realized it later. Maybe he really doesn't have any other thoughts. We are overthinking it. Even if he doesn't, Lingner definitely does. We have to be on guard. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Yi Dingdang indignantly said. Then what if the two of them really are like that? Marshall asked worriedly. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said, even if it really does happen, we can't let him go smoothly. Otherwise, he will take an inch and take a mile, thinking that we are easy to bully.